walking the dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're made of? Whatever ain't right, prove it on yourself. Revisit your act, results of unreal. Living on a guideline, been there, done that, rolled up and dread. Instead of being bitter, back up, go grab your keys. Follow the stunt driver who hit the tip top of an adventure. Ready to relish everyday desire. The fire, lighting up the way. Let go what holds us back. Take over, then and dip it together. Breaking the barrier. What's the better? 'Cause we can tip top, show them this is our own track. Look out, we won't get caught up. Look like you don't care, walking the dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're made of? Whatever ain't right, prove it on yourself. Revisit your act, results of unreal. Living on a guideline, been there, done that, rolled up and dread. Instead of being bitter, back up, go grab your keys. Follow the stunt driver who hit the tip top of an adventure. Ready to relish everyday desire. The fire, lighting up the way. Let go what holds us back. Take over, then and dip it together. Breaking the barrier. What's the better? 'Cause we can tip top, show them this is our own track. Look out, we won't get caught up.
What it is, ladies and gentlemen. John, I'm gonna cook you. I just started. I'm gonna have to cook you already, bro. Latralias, Magnilo, Cypher, Flasher, Yos. What you guys doing today? What's good? What's good? How's life treating you, man? Everybody excited for 2.7? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I gotta do goddamn tower defense today, man. It's crazy. I got a lot of reacts because I'm pumping out content, bro. I took a slow part of this month, bro, but I gotta pump out content. You know what I mean? Pump it.
First to the treasure.
Pump it. Bro, John, bro. Hold on. Oh, boy. There we go. There we go. What up, Zaniel? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Trying to get 400 more asteroids for at least one more temple for Yuno's weapon. It's crazy. You have at least $50,000 on your bank account, and you're gonna go out without having Yuno's weapon because you don't swipe. Just swipe. Just do it.
Brad salutes you.
2.7 is just saving for me. I feel you. Bro, I hope I don't lose that 50-50 on Galbrena and Shiyuan, man, because I'm not getting them like that, so I really hope I don't lose that 50-50. I'm gonna be depressed if I do, bro. New job training tomorrow? Hey, yo, you're getting a new job? Did your job at Only Feet, like, finish or something? What's going on? Aquarius. I haven't seen Aquarius since, like, 1924, bro. How you doing, mate? I was almost gonna start a brand new Pal World playthrough, bro. Almost.
Beyond my beloved horizon. Brad salutes you.
I'm gonna have to cook John, chat. I'm gonna have to cook John, bro. Good, good. Just chill and finish up the tower defense. You already finished the tower defense? How much did you finish? Like all of it? All 99 waves, or just enough to get the rewards? You're here and you're cooking. Okay, so we're both gonna cook together, John. We're both gonna cook together. See, that's a bonding moment. That's a bonding experience, my brother. I don't know, John just be random, bro. He be commenting randomly. So hold on. So which one was he replying to? Hold on.
Brad salutes you.
So I dropped a video saying you should get your best in slots for your DPS, which is tied to the video where I talk about how you should build your teams based around, you know, having synergy and getting the best in slot characters for your main DPS, right? And this man replies, and I thought he was trolling, but then he doubled down, so he has this is a serious John take, right. You don't need best in slots if you get an S6 R5 DPS. You don't say. God damn it, bro. You don't say. That's crazy, bro.
Brad salutes you.
That's insane, bro. That's actually crazy, bro. I swear to God, if John was a content creator, this man would have been canceled like 3 times over by people. Someone, should I pull Shorekeeper? You don't need Shorekeeper. Just get S6 R5 of your main DPS tomorrow. Boom, canceled, bro. That's wild. Someone clip that real quick. Do me that favor and clip that. I don't even know if y'all can already, but clip it if you can. Hold on. I know Clasher be on it, bro. He a G. Hold on. SK is universal. That's different. Did you hear what I said, though? Did you hear what I said before that?
First to the treasure.
Why do you need a universal SK with an S6 R5? He got a nat. I cooked him and the world protected him, bro. S6 R5. So you think it's easier to get an S6 R5 unit than it is to get 2 characters that are best in slot? If we're just talking about one patch, you think it's easier to get an S6 R5 unit in one patch than it is to get 2 units at S0?
First to the treasure.
That's your logic? Not only that, that's like saying, yo, you don't gotta walk to work if you got a car. No shit. I've clipped. You don't say thank you, Cypher. Appreciate you. I'd rather pull an S6 and save 2 slots for feature units that are supports like with my DPS. This man just said I'd rather pull an S6 R5 to still then get the supports for the same S6 R5. So basically he's still saying get the best in slot characters for your... Bro. John, I need you on a podcast, bro. I need you on a podcast, man. I need you on a podcast because it would be a very funny podcast, bro. John is broken. I'm telling you, shit don't... Bro, the whole point of the video was get your best in slot for your characters, and homie says I'd rather S6 R5 my character and then still get their best in. So like, what are we talking about? What, like, imagine, bro, we go back to the argument from before. Like, yo, what character does more damage? And I reply, the one you like the most. That's pretty much the same. Yo, how do I team build? Should I get good teammates for my units? Nah, bro, just S6R5 them and you're free to play. The fuck? I sent a DM on Discord. The fuck? I don't be opening DMs, I ain't even gonna lie. Did you just join up? How did you get the rip tag so quick? What the fuck? Yeah, you just joined up. How did you get the rip tag? That's advanced technology, bro. You quick with it. Yeah, bro, what we'll do is we'll go in the VCs. Once you get to level 5 and we'll start we'll help you out with your account and all that stuff. And I'll let you know if you should get the upcoming units. What best in slot? Feature supports. That's like pulling S6R5 Tiny and skipping Bard and pulling units in the future that buff HP. Yes, that would be a best in slot. What the fuck are you talking about? You think a character that specifically buffs the 2 main attributes of your Cardathea is not a best in slot? Like, what the fuck? What is a best in slot? Or you think there can only ever be one best in slot? No, I'm not saying current. When did I say current? I said best in slot, period. Like, what are we talking about? What is... Who said anything about pulling the units in the same patch? Where did I say you gotta pull the units in the same patch? All I said was pull the best in slot units. And even if they're in the same patch, pull them in the same fucking patch. What are you talking about? Like right now, if someone skipped the last 5 fucking banners, and they're looking to get Galbrena, right? And they want the best out of the Galbrena, why wouldn't they get YOOOO that's in the same patch? If they skip YOOOO, Cardathea, YOOOO, Cardathea, Siakona, fucking, I don't know, Lupa, Berlova, Augusta. They skipped all those banners because they were waiting for Galbrena. Why wouldn't they get YOOOO? You know, unless they're the weird ones, they'd be like, well, that's a dude. I can't pull him. That's a dude. You know, there's always those, but what does it matter if it's on the same patch or not? Right? It makes no sense. Whether it's 3 patches apart, 5 patches apart, or on the same patch. If you're planning accordingly, you know? Where are all the above options in the poll? Also, what it is. What do you mean, where are all the above options? The only units I don't own is Rocia, Brant. You don't own Brant? Brick the account. 100%. The only way to unbrick your account is to pull Brant. I'm trolling, by the way. Just, I know you're new, so I didn't want to, like, have you thinking I'm being serious. Brant is just the go. Oh, all the above. My dumbass read it wrong. Bro, oftentimes I want to put all the above, but I can't because I can only put 4. You know what I mean? I'm telling y'all, if John were to get... Sometimes I'd be on that Discord, bro, and I'd be wanting to do like a episode of our Discord conversations. But sometimes we go off topic and we go into random things. But I'm telling you, some of the biggest highlights, and I could make some insane shorts just from John, bro. I would have to, like, toss John a little cookie on the corner or some shit, because he'd be helping me make hella content, bro. Homie would be out here cooking, bro. I just realized, I mean, I still got plenty of time, but I haven't farmed anything for YOOOO, like, at all. I haven't even been doing my nightmare passive fields for YOOOO, bro. What, I missed a take? You missed a John take, yes. Just give John a gummy and you're good. True. True.
Brad salutes you.
Oh, fuck. Sure, you misunderstood. Sure.
shot.
So what exactly did you understand?
It's but a splash.
Oh shit, I wasn't even paying attention. This dude hit me. That's crazy. I'm sure this will be the next hologram we get.
Victory's mine.
You think this will be the toughest hologram? Could be. What team do I use today, chat? I gotta get some other teams working. Bro, I swear to God, I'm gonna punch Latrell in the neck, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking stab you in the neck, Latios. Like, straight up drop kick you in your shit. This motherfucker, bro. You know what? I'll do this. Server deafen. Bro, I swear at this point, this motherfucker does that shit on purpose, bro. I could stream at any time. It's just a matter of me clicking go live, and this motherfucker gotta join the Discord VC, bro. Like, it's just a matter of me clicking live, bro, and he gotta join the goddamn VC, bro. God damn. I could go live at 2 in the morning. This man joins the VC. I could go live at fucking 5 in the afternoon. He clicked join VC. God damn. Brant is good when my account didn't need him.
First to the treasure.
It's not about needing him. It's about he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Beyond
He hating for real, bro. And you know what? I've told his ass, bro, why you gotta go live? Why you gotta go in VC the moment I go live, bro? He's like, yo, this man is live. Everybody on point. Everybody awake. Everybody in there. You know what? I'm gonna go in the VC. It's like, bro, that's crazy. You're saying pull best in slot. I understand. Even if it's not from the same patch or cycle. Just get units and amplify your DPS. That's synergistic. Well, yeah, it's like saying that is the same as, yeah, just S6 R5 units. And like, ideally is how you beat content easier. But it's more realistic to tell people, yo, pull your best in slot teams, pull your teams together that make you do content and clear content a lot easier than to straight up tell somebody, yeah, just S6 R5 a unit. Because the reality of it, if you S6, like, let's say you start the game, right? And instead of pulling on right now, let's say you start an account right now, right? And my solution is pull for teams that function. While you're pulling those characters, you're going to be able to clear content and get more asteroids. Even if you're not able to get 36 stars on tower, you're going to be able to get 20, 25, 26, 30. Same with WUWA. You might not be able to clear it all, but you'll be having some units until you form your teams, right? Meanwhile, if you go the S6 R5 route, you'd have to skip like 6, 7 patches saving, right? And then you're going to be able to S6 R5 a character, and then you'll only be able to pull one, like clear one side of tower, or 2 floors of the middle tower, right? Or one side of WUWA with that character. So it realistically makes no sense. Yeah, bro, John be having a skill issue, bro. Yeah, exactly. So like telling people to skip a whole fucking, you know what I'm saying, patch to get an S6 character is just not realistic. It's not realistic. I don't know if he heard everything I just said, but I just put it perfectly. I'm looking. Hey, man, you said you've been playing for a while. I don't think I'll roast your account, bro. Nah, Lat gonna have to lose the mod role again, bro. I'm telling y'all. Pipsy, how you doing? Use Glacio? You want me to use the Glacio team? Okay, I'll use the Glacio team. Hold on. No, it's not that it's not realistic. It's a very bad way to go about doing things in terms of actual progression, right? You're losing out on a lot of shit to eventually be able to clear a lot. Glacio team. Damn, why are they so banged up? That's crazy. Yakine, how you doing? The Uchiha clan in the chat. Van John, if it was Clasher account, it'd be a different story. That account gave my eyes AIDS. Poor Clasher just got a stray.
I engraft you new.
Hold on. Let me do this. Bro, I ain't even gonna lie though. Like, the multipliers be crazy on some of these characters. Doing alright, just got off work. Perfect stream timing. How was your day? Hey, that's good you got off work. My day was good. Ended up going out, taking my dog for a long walk, relaxing a little bit in the afternoon, and then just chilling. And I gotta do this. Hold on. How do I do it? I don't even know how to do it. There we go. There we go. WUWA gang affiliated. Yo, Miyamoto, I haven't seen you in 10 years. How you doing? I pull on what makes my account better. That's usually what most people should be doing. How was your day? As long as Kurobot would not chill too much bosses in TOA and WUWA, we can get more S-rights realistically. Facts. Ling Yang supremacy is... You say Ling Yang supremacy and... Bro, John be crazy. This man got like S6 R5 characters on one account, including standard banner characters, and he starts a whole nother account, and you'd figure, oh, this man's gonna make another account so he can experience maybe other characters, other gameplay. Nah, he's gonna get the same characters. What the fuck? Bro, so I'm telling you, sometimes if you try to understand the people of this world, bro, you'll end up giving yourself Ebola.
Can you keep up?
I want to see mechs in 3.0. Want to use those for movements and maybe some combat. Mechs would be crazy. Jose was... Yo, Jose, how's Digimon, bro? You already beat it? Yo, I seen they have like some devil Digimon, some devil girl Digimon with like some guns. You got to get that on your team, bro. What are we talking about? Yeah, I'm going for S6 after Carter the S6. She's so good, man. Yo, I agree with you. She's so good. She is so good. One of the things I put in my service is for Kurobot to rework and buff the 4-stars and 5-star characters. I don't know if they'll do that. It would be nice, but I doubt it. Bro, I thought you had already matured, John. Damn, bro. We be giving John too much credit sometimes. We think he matured after he said that he was going to give away his S6 R5 Cardathea account to the community. And then, eventually took it back and continued playing, talking about building Brent. I was like, damn, maybe he actually grew up. And then, nope. Talking about cleansing his account again. Crazy. Hell no, I'm taking my time, plus haven't been able to play until today. I know which one you're talking about. No worries, he's on the list. Also, be right back. 3-minute ad. I got you, I got you. Whoa, where am I going? I want to buy that new Digimon game. It looks fun. Yeah, the new Digimon games looks pretty good. I don't have time though, bro. I'm trying to put out a lot of content in this game, and then we got, what's it called? We got Blue Protocol dropping soon. Yeah, Brent is being used on that account, but you're still with the mentality of cleansing the account because you have Brent in the account. I thought you had evolved, bro. I thought you had, you know, reached new levels. Duet Night Abyss is coming out, exactly. So it's like, I don't have the time for it.
At your disposal. Loading.
You're willing to bet Chisa's going to be best in slot for Lova team with Cantarella? I don't think Chisa's going to go with... I don't think Chisa's going to have Echo skill damage or anything that can synergize with them, actually. I think that team is already done. You're going to be able to put other units into the team, for sure. But I think that team is done. If Chisa ends up being Havoc, I don't think she'd be for the team of Furlova and Cantarella. Because that team, Furlova, Cantarella, and Rocha are already a pretty damn good team. They're probably the best team for WUWA. Very good team for Tower. If they were to add another character into that roster, it would crazily skyrocket. No, she doesn't have to synergize. I'm not saying replacing Rocha. I'm saying just putting her on that team. If she replaces Rocha, that means she would be a sub DPS support. We don't want that. We want a main DPS Chisa. Don't y'all think? Or y'all want a support Chisa? That's crazy. Only a bunch of gacha games dropping this month.
Can we keep up?
Oh, that shit's at the bottom. I really wish we have combat event like PvP and Septimons or Great Aegon with customizable difficulty. I feel you. That would be pretty good. I mean, at the end of the day, anything can happen, right? But I just don't see that happening, bro.
A new technique. Witness the art true form. My company. Found your weak spot.
Alright. Finally back. Just yapping, bro. Just yapping. She can be both. I think she will be. I think she's gonna be a. If what people are saying is true, and she is a Havoc Bane character, she's starting a brand new meta for Havoc, a brand new roster of units. It ain't gonna be like, you're probably gonna be able to run her with some of the Havoc units because they buff Havoc or whatever. But I doubt she's really gonna be out here working with them like that, like a premium full-on team. But at the same time, who knows? I want the Scythe character in WUWA. Hey, they can add a Scythe character. They just make it like a broadsword character or something. Imagine if Chisa does echo skill damage. That could be something. Yo, Prophecy was good. Slinky, what it is. What's poppin', bro? Bro, I ain't even gonna lie. It's so easy to notice how much stronger like the current characters are compared to the old ones. It's actually crazy. Like, people want to deny it all they want because damage calculations, but there's so much more to the way a character plays than just damage calculations, bro. The way they deliver their damage, how fast they ramp up, all of that gets put into it, bro. You know what I mean? To be honest, Galbrena is the best pull next patch. If we're putting everybody on the same playing field, like you don't have the characters that go with any of them, yes, Galbrena is the best pull next patch. If we're talking about certain circumstances, then it's between her and Lupa, depending on the circumstances. You know what? I'm gonna get this dude right here. Crystal, welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
Loading. Diminish. Running won't save you. Brilliant lights, the West still recognize me.
V, I'm telling you, you gotta get some V, bro. You gotta get some fresh V, bro. Cause yo ass be hating on mad shit. I'm surprised motherfucker haven't gone off on you more than they already want to go off on you, bro. Yo ass be saying random shit for no reason and motherfucker just be pissed, bro. I had to stop a mod from sending you to the gulag yesterday for being weird, bro.
Still recognize me.
What happened? Well, he doesn't have the time to sit down for all that time to do that yee-ass tower defense event. That's what happens, Zeno. Would you recommend her if you just started this patch? If you just started this patch, you got Augusta, YOOOO, and Siakona, I would not recommend her. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. You got YOOOO, right? And Augusta. Perfect team, right? And Shorekeeper, bro. Beautiful. Now you got Siakona. and you got Siakona. Me, personally, I would skip Galbrena, I would skip Shiyuan, I would skip every banner in 2.7, and I would pull Cardathea, because you already have Siakona. You know what I'm saying? You already have Siakona. So, boom, you get Cardathea, instantly have a second best in slot team.
Quickly and running won't save you. Brilliant.
Perfect, ready to go. Augusta's gone. What does Augusta being gone got to do with anything? But yeah, but V just got timed out for like half a second. Yo, I hope you guys only timed him out for like 10 seconds, not no fucking like hour.
Can you keep up?
John, you got to get a membership or something. I don't know what's going on. They hating on your flow today, man, with all them ads. Kuro made bosses with so much mobility on purpose, not gonna lie. Managed to beat Fallacy with Calcharo, H-Rover in a 4-2 was kind of too much, and even when slotting Shangli. Yeah, they do have a lot of more movement now, I will say that.
Can you keep up?
Even if I can... So, hear me out, right? You're just starting out, right? If you can't complete tower, you're missing out on what? Let's say 400 asteroids. Let's say 600 asteroids somehow, right? That's nothing, right? Once you get that Cardathea for your Siakona that you already have, boom, you're good to go. And since you're skipping all of 2.7, not only will you be able to get Cardathea when she reruns, and you'll have 2 full premium teams, but you'll be able to set yourself up for the 3.0 patch. Because you'll probably skip Chisa as well. That's what I would do if I was in your place, Pam. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say this whole time during the next couple of months, you might miss out on like 2,000 asteroids from not being able to full clear tower and maybe full clear WUWA. Right? You get me? Now, I'm considering that you're talking to me as a free-to-play. If you're someone that can spend money on the game, then you do what you want and you can go get, you know, Galbrena and, Shiyuan. Do I know? I do not know when Cardathea is coming back. There are rumors that Cardathea is coming back during Chisa's rerun, but it's only rumors. Oh, you're a big spender? Bro, if you're a big spender, you can get Galbrena and Shiyuan then. You're good on that. You don't need to get Lupa and you don't need to get Zani. If you're a big spender, you're good. I just bought premium to get rid of ads everywhere. True, true. Shiyuan good for Frolova. They're not bad. They're not bad together for sure. I'll delete Discord soon. I don't trust him. I don't use him much regardless. Why are you gonna delete Discord? See, Aqua bullied B. He is Octavius. You use it plenty. What do you mean you don't use it much? But yeah, you should definitely keep the Discord, because sometimes they don't be telling people when it's live. Fake followers stay not liking the stream. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. We got 34 watching and only 9 likes. That's because people want to pull Ling Yang next time he reruns. He don't even got a rerun. They just want to get Ling Yang, bro. That's crazy. Can you please go teach Shane how to rotate units, because boy doesn't know how half of the roster works. Hey, bro. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen a lot of these people play. Damn, I just drowned. That's crazy. But look, I got a swimsuit, so I'm chilling. I thought Saint was pretty knowledgeable. Bro, you got 12. I got 12 likes. Listen, all I know is that if you guys don't like the stream, you're gonna pull Ling Yang next time you trying to summon. And if you pull Ling Yang, don't blame it on me, bro. Don't blame it on me, bro. I can't like from Twitch. True. How many we got on Twitch? Hey, we slowly moving up on Twitch. Guys, follow me on Twitch, man.
Quickly and swiftly.
Minty Green. What it is. You want to see mechs in 3.0? Yo, a lot of people want to see mechs, but I don't know if we're going to get mechs in 3.0, bro. I think we're gonna get like a different type of vibe from what the people were saying in 3.0. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Go away. That's crazy. CJ cursing on us while he's praying for not to lose the 50. How am I cursing on y'all, bro? I'm literally saying that I hope y'all win your 50-50. But if y'all don't like the stream, y'all probably get bad luck. That's just the way WUWA devs work, you know? Y'all see my summons. If you don't like the stream, a WUWA dev is what the fuck? I know that got to do with the story. I know that most definitely got to do with the story. What the hell? I hadn't seen that. I actually hadn't seen that.
Quickly and swiftly.
You have about 10 human beings muted there. I tell people to do the same. I was like, bro, just mute people, bro. If you don't like them.
Can you keep up?
B, it's not that people were mad you say human beings. Is that yo ass be popping up at the most random day, saying the most random shit, saying that you hate something randomly. That shit is weird. So people don't like that. Like, people be in there talking about anime all happy and shit, and you randomly pop out in there and be like, I hate anime. And they're like, okay, who the fuck invited you? They be in there talking about, yo, I like ice cream, and you walk in, I hate ice cream. So how can you expect them to not roast your ass or get upset when your ass be going in there like fucking Susie Downer every time motherfuckers say something? Or yeah, you walk up to general chat and be like, yo, this sucks. I hate lollipops.
Lighter than
I hate puppies and shit. And they're like, what the fuck? That's some negative ass energy, bro. Gotta walk in there very positively. Sam's so good at the game that Shangli, Kalcharo, Yunlin, Zani, Cantor. Damn, he just mentioned fucking everybody. Okay, so look. There are a lot of ways to put things, right? There's a lot of ways to put things. And if you compare things from a very, like, active standpoint and you're very critical, right, with the way that you say things, the reality of it is, right, the reality of it is that if you're gonna say a character, for example, like Augusta is a top tier DPS unit, right, or you're gonna say a character like Cardathea is a top tier DPS unit based on the damage she can deal, any other DPS that deals less damage than them and it starts progressively going down, will start going down in tier. So if, let's say you rank Augusta at S tier because of the damage she can deal and all of that, and you know, her play style and everything that she brings to the table, and then you compare her to a fucking Kalcharo, and Augusta is S tier, a Kalcharo would be like C tier, right? So the same applies for a lot of other scenarios. Like if Kalcharo is C tier, then you would look at the other Electro character, whereas Yao, where the fuck is Yao? And Yao you would put at like B tier. And then, you know, Augusta would be at like S tier. You can't really put every character in the same category if there's so many variables and, you know, they progressively get better. For example, you can't put, let's say, who's a good comparison apart from that Augusta comparison that we could do? For example, you can't put Carlotta on S tier, right? Right? You can't put Carlotta on S tier and say she's a really good Glacio DPS, range attacks, blah, 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 and then not put a character like Ling Yang that can't do the same thing or even remotely close to her anywhere close to that tier. You'd put his ass on like C tier, right? So that's kind of how it works. So then who's A tier? There is, I mean, if, like I said, I was just giving examples, but if we're comparing characters like that and we're saying like by tiers, you know, Augusta would be like S tier, for example. Then just in Electro tiers, right? You would put Yao at A tier. You would put Kalcharo at B tier. You would put Yuan Wu at fucking C tier, right? That's just how it would go, right? It doesn't mean that necessarily they're bad on their own. It just means that in an overall tier list, when there are many other characters, they lose their placement. Have you watched the video where some players harass an alto voice actor because he likes Charlie Kirk? I have not. I'm gonna be honest, I've never been big into voice actors and actresses and what they do. Like, awesome. They bring our shows and characters to life. I appreciate them. But, you know, that's more of like an Eastern thing where they have like this hardcore passion and like they idolize these VAs. I could give 2.5 shits. The only thing I know is that there was some VA that said that, I think it was Brant's VA or Alto's VA. I don't know if it was the same situation. But he said he was like doing a 10 pull, his last ever 10 pull, and he said that if he pulled Brant, was it? That then that means that Brant and Alto are like a couple or are lovers, like, and it would be canon or some shit. And people got mad, and it's like, y'all motherfuckers need to get laid or something if y'all got mad because of that, straight up.
Can you keep up?
That motherfucker's weird. Then again, I don't know the depths of what was being said. You know what I mean? I'm just trolling. We got SSS tier Lumi, S tier Augusta. Homie put Lumi at SS tier. That's crazy. Nowadays, I can't even find Carlotta to be too weak compared. I even find Carlotta. Yeah, nowadays I even find Carlotta to be too weak compared to other characters. 100%.
Quickly and swiftly.
And I'm not saying too weak. I'm saying, oh my god, she's just very weak. No, I'm saying in comparison to like other characters. I think multipliers is something that are very important nowadays, bro. It's always been that way, but like I'm still clearing. I don't have any kind of characters that give me trouble in all reality, even as zero characters. But you're able to notice the damage. And once again, it's a much deeper conversation than just how much damage they do. It also goes down into how they deal their damage and yada yada yada. That makes a big difference, you know what I mean? Some people don't seem to understand that the way a character deals damage is very important to how it is that their damage should be calculated or their value. Sometimes people see damage calculations and they see this character does more damage from a dude that sat there number crunching, and they think that's really how it works in the game. 20 likes. We're moving up in the likes, bro. I know for a fact some of y'all haven't even liked Carlotta. Yeah, I mean, she's the only one that has a decent skin with her cake all out there, bro. Come on now. What are we talking about? To be honest, my Camellia has 236 crit damage until recently, and I did better than Carlotta. Camellia's still pretty good. I say reading and watching. I like seeing the changes they make. What are we talking about? Because she's superior. Oh, it stopped a bit. I didn't know what I was doing till Sunday. I don't know what y'all talking about. But yeah, man, like, I recently saw a video, or not, I didn't see the video. I saw a screenshot from a video where people were calculating the damage of some characters, and they had, like, some weird calculations, and I'm like, how the fuck are people calculating those things, bro? Like, are they just... I don't know, bro. I think that anybody that bases a tier list around, like, number crunching is just... It's weird, bro. Like, they have some relevancy, of course. Like, numbers and all of that have relevancy. But it also comes down to the actual meta of the game. The enemies that are in the game. The way the world is progressing. You know, the tower bosses. All of that. That's what matters the most, bro, in my opinion. It's not about how much damage a character can do, and that's it, because you're not attacking fucking testing dummies that are standing still. So number crunching is not the final say on anything, but some people take that as, you know, the holy grail. Just saw a video before coming here talking about damage amplification between new and old units, and what were they saying? How you doing, Majoga? We stay trolling here, and I clear content with Lumi, so Lumi supremacy. Oh yeah, we stay trolling here, like, constantly. If you're new, we'll say random ass things. We'll be like they just said, Lumi is the greatest character, and then I'll say facts, like Brant is a quadruple sentinel resonator, and he's the final god of the game. You know, sometimes we'll just talk crap, sometimes we'll say facts. Talking about anime and manga school, I was telling Crystal that I like to read watch so I can see the difference that makes in you adapting it. Oh, I get you, I get you. Send a video of that clear on Discord, I would love to see that. You've never seen the YouTube video of a dude solo clearing Hecate with Lumi?
Can you
Havoc, I'm gonna tell you this. Half of the people in my community, some of them have skill issues. I ain't even finna lie. Some of them have skill issues. But we have a lot of people that we be testing. Like, we put our money where our mouth is when it comes to this community, bro. I love how her cake is just there, bro. Like, look at it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I think the only units from 1.0 who age well are Jinshi, Chameleon, potentially Zezha because of versatility buffing. You're excluding SK, right? I'm assuming. I think Shangli, like, Shangli was always weird because I think she was ahead of its time. Shangli was the PSP of fucking WUWA. She was ahead of its time, so they could have done her kit better. But even then, despite the fact that she doesn't do enough damage, she still rotates so good into every single team, right, that you could put her. So I think she's really good, despite the fact that she's relatively lackluster. Ladio says, I got a skill problem. Lad, I don't think you got skill problems. I think yo ass got not playing the game problems. This man out here with unbuilt characters has never done an actual rotation, like has never actually sat down once one time to say, yo, what's the rotation on my team? How do I do this? And then he's like, I can't clear content. That's not skill issue. That's not trying issue. It took you one day of motherfuckers guiding you in the DC and telling you how to rotate your characters to then beat some of the hardest content in the game. One afternoon. That's all it took you. I wouldn't say that's a skill issue. I say that's more of a you're not putting your own part into learning the motherfucking game issue. That's different, bro. I don't think that's skill issue. I think you got skills. You just don't fucking pay attention, bro. You don't take the time to learn. I took 4 hours. Exactly. No, you ain't have 4. Bro, I remember when you first showed me your account, I built you Shangli, and that was like 8 months ago. And like, if I go and look at your Shangli right now, it has the same build I built for you 8 months ago. And that shit was brick, because you didn't have that much material, so it wasn't even that good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a lazy issue. That's not a skill issue. Yeah, SK. SK is the best. Bro, I still think SK is one of the best characters. Hold on, let me blitz these folks. At least they didn't make Shangli best in slot for Jinshi. That would have been weird, bro. Not even gonna lie. Johnny Dees was good. Not everyone is born perfect like you. I'm ass. What do you mean perfect? Y'all over here talking like I don't fucking whiff my rotation sometimes. I'm lazy too, bro. But that's what I'm saying. I'm actually giving Latios a compliment. Because she's saying he has skill issue. I'm telling you, you don't have a skill issue. You haven't learned shit issue. Now, if you were there teaching Latios for 3 days in a row how to do a fucking basic ass rotation, and even then he couldn't do it, then we could say he has skill issue. But that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving him a compliment. Shangli is too replaceable, to be honest. Oh yeah, Shangli is the most replaceable character out of the Fusion team. That you're right on that for sure. It's funny because she's the main DPS out of the Fusion team, and she is the most replaceable character out of the Fusion team, which is kind of funny. But it's just the fact that she's so quick swappable that also makes her pretty good. Nah, you're forgetting YOOOO is better than SK. Bro, you know that dude is still mad at me and still dislikes and shit talks my videos, bro? Bro, that dude is still mad at me, bro. That's just crazy. Oh my god, bro. That shit is crazy. Remember when I had the bad takes or hot takes tab? He ain't commenting there, but it would have been funny if he did comment in there, bro. Like, imagine I'm a content creator and my first tip for new players is build YOOOO. She is better than Shorekeeper. You don't need to build Shorekeeper. Just build YOOOO. Instantly get roasted, flame, and cooked. Every Wuthering Waves content creator would make a video on me, shit talking me. Don't ever listen to this content creator. That's crazy. Yeah, I got rid of the tab because it looked fugly. I'm a relatively new player and I'm able to QS well enough with Brandt and Carlotta. Some CCs make it seem like the hardest thing ever, but the game is easy to play. Neon, I 100% agree. 100% agree. Oftentimes, people think they have a hard time before they actually start getting into the game. I'm not gonna lie to you, in terms of gachas, I think WUWA is probably one of the easiest gachas there is. That's just the reality of it. The bosses are easy. Sometimes they just get annoying because they have like 30,000 fucking mechanics. You know what I mean? They be fucking summoning tornadoes, zigzagging left and right, flip-flopping, doing a bunch of shit. But in all reality, WUWA is easy. Even learning their rotation, sometimes you look up guides and they'll be like, basic, skill, basic, flush your teeth, wash your ass, basic, skill, liberation, intro, outro, above, echo, and you'd be like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, I'm all confused. And then you'll actually look at someone doing, you're like, oh, just like, ding, 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 ding. That's it. It's like that. It's that simple. Sometimes it looks so much more complex than it actually is. It's really, bro, WUWA is a very, very easy game. Like, I just recently started playing ZZZ, for example. And, I was fighting a boss, or a monster. I don't know if it was a fucking boss. I don't know. And then I'm like, why am I not doing damage? And someone was like, yo, you gotta use a, I don't know what the fuck element, impact, some shit. To blow up the head of the enemy, and then you can do damage. I'm like, what? I gotta actually destroy a piece of the body of the enemy to then do damage? That's already more complex than any enemy in Wuthering Waves. And don't get me wrong, I still love WUWA way more. WUWA is my shit. But it's not difficult whatsoever, bro. I know someone's gonna be like, well, you have S6 characters, bro. Stop it. I actually benched YOOOO rather quickly and brought Baija back. Hey, Baija is the go, bro. She's sexy too, so that gives her extra points. Honkai Star Rail is the hardest gacha game unless you drop banned every patch. Oh, you talking about because of the power creep? The Shangli that you helped me build TJ is still good at 68%, 258 crit damage. All echoes have 3 out of 5 stats. Oh, damn, I was a goat even when I was barely trying Latios. Is that what you're saying? Shit, appreciate you, man.
Quickly and swiftly.
True plus the plunder token and WUWA makes it even more broken. Fuck, I wasn't looking.
Found your weak spot. Brilliance lights the way.
I started a brand new account a few weeks ago so I can experience Kalcharo Yinlin comp, and to be honest, so far I'm enjoying it. Kalcharo Yinlin used to be my favorite comp when I was playing. To be honest, at that time it was the main comp. There wasn't really much options, but yeah.
Recognize me.
Yeah, bro, S6 can't save you from skill issue. Like, you might be able to clear anything faster, but if you get punched in the neck once, you're still gonna die in, like, the end game content. For me, YOOOO and Ling Yang are gonna stay at level 1. Bro, I would level up every single character in this game if the game gave us more, like, materials. But they don't give us enough materials to actually do that.
Still recognize me.
See, bro, V, I'm gonna be straight up with you. You can't tell me Galbrena supremacy and not S6 R5er. You be waking up at the middle of the night with cold sweats, posting 75 Galbrena supremacy messages on my Discord, and then you're not gonna. And you've been doing this for the past like 3 months, but then you're not gonna S6 R5er. You're not a real one, bro. And then you're also not gonna get her best in slot partner. Ain't no way. Boy, ain't no way. Bro, see, dude, we gotta appreciate WUWA resources after experiences. Bro, that shit was crazy, Zanny. So, bro, yesterday I did like a bunch of energy trying to level up your alter ego in ZZZ. And I was like, I just did like 8 runs of the fucking experience stage and I couldn't even get a character to max level from 50. I was like, oh nah, why this shit so expensive with resources? Then again, I don't have a grasp mentally of shit. You know what I'm saying? Show them how S6 does against New Hollow. What New Hollow? Hold on, I don't have food buff anymore. Never mind. I don't like fighting the new. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I hate these bosses that be floating all over the place. That's just so annoying. WUWA cart endgame would be fire. My Carlotta is not S6 R5. She's just S6. I don't have her weapon leveled up.
Astral Astral modulation.
Astral modulation. I just clipped. WUWA combat is too easy. Appreciate you. Oh shit, I wasn't even doing anything here. Hold on.
A new technique captured the spark. My compliments. Ramming won't save you. The stage is set. Glory demands more.
Glory demands more.
Masterpiece complete.
No fallacy. This robo ass is too easy. That's my punching bag. Leave me alone. I love killing fallacy, bro. Homie just stands there and takes it, bro. His attacks be mad slow. That's insane. YXS6 is like an S. I don't know, bro. Zhang Liao is pretty good. I think where Zhang Liao I mean, he's not that good compared to the current characters, but S6 Zhang Liao is still pretty good. I think he may lack a little bit in the support department, right? Because while Yinlin is good, right, she doesn't really provide too much of her own damage. So I feel that Zhang Liao would fall nowadays to give him even more of an umph. He would fall really good into a duo DPS team, and most people run Zhang Liao either with Yinlin or with Shang Li for the most part, right? Yinlin is kind of mid as hell, even though she specifically buffs everything, right? And then Shang Li is okay, but her damage is also relatively low. But if they give him like another sub DPS to go, or not sub DPS, duo DPS to go with him, they could both deal some really good damage. Like if they gave Zhang Liao a character that does damage like a YOOOO or a Brand for the Electro team, he'd be great. This is gonna make WUWA lovers mad. Oh boy. That's a good clip, actually. I got a video for both games about how long it takes to level a character in the game, working on the follow-up video. Oh, you're making a video yourself about how long it takes to level up them characters? Alright, you want me to fight the latest character? Lady of the Sea. What the fuck is she resistant to? I don't fucking know. I hate fighting Lady of the Sea, bro. She's so ass. Whoops, I already did that shit wrong. Wonderful. Whoops. Where the fuck that thing go? There we go. Oh, she's doing too much. She about to go into the sky, bro. See what I mean? Like nowadays, I feel like it's more about the actual characters than the enemies. I mean, that the actual characters you're fighting, bro, because they have too much movement. So a lot of other characters that you're using are kind of falling behind in that regard, bro. So you gotta take into account the ability to like chase and all of that shit. Otherwise, you're cooked, bro. She about to go into the sky, isn't she? Oh boy, here we go with the bullshit. Making me dance on the motherfucking field for her, bro. Oh. Time to dodge wrong. They be doing too much, bro. Oh, whoops. Completely rotated wrong there, bro. How are you up in the air like that? That's fucking disrespectful, bro. With 5,000 tornadoes going all at the same time, bro. That's insane. Calm down. Booty gun. Can't see shit. Alright, bro. Them tornadoes about to kill me. I know it. was a bunch of shit. Is there a way to dodge that burst attack? I think you gotta dodge like right at the perfect time. Lady of the Sea is an awful fight with Mona. Bro, I think she's overall very annoying to fight. CJ, at 3 a.m., Chipper was saying he was behind Cremoni and Rui in front. I don't even... What the fuck are y'all talking about? Am I doing the hollow thing to get faster times today? I could do the hollow thing to get faster times today. So, do you remember which clips we already have? I could just look at my times. I'm pretty sure we have the first two. I'm pretty sure my clear times on this was recorded. My fallacy clear, I'm pretty sure my sentry clear time was recorded. Okay, let's do Augusta. How can we do Augusta? We'll just practice on stream, I guess. Let's go with D team to go to. But I don't know if Zani team is going to be better. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Now that we got Yuno, shit might be a little different. Let's see. What's my clear time on Hakade? Because we might have to go down the roster, bro. Hakade with Mortifeet. And I got 23 minutes with Mortifeet. She's going to lose her big buff by the time... Hold on. Alright, let's see. Let's do this. Let's build this up real quick, and then we'll try to do a little something. We'll try to Griffin drop the first round. Blah, 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 blah. Build the buffs for the second round, and then quickly try to melt her on the second round. I don't know how that's gonna work, but you know. Whoop, what the fuck? Why did that pop up? Hello, go away. Okay, Griffin drop is ready. Let me get out of there. Do not kill me, ho. Okay. Now, this is where it's gonna get annoying because this bitch is mad annoying. So, should I have Shorekeeper's thing ready? Let me eat some food so we can do this. We can set some new records maybe today. Boom, boom, boom. Now, if I do Shorekeeper, maybe I'll have no, because I won't have time, bro. I don't need Shorekeeper for Augusta, though, to be fair. I don't need the crit. I don't need the crit rate all that much. Griffin drop alone won't be able to kill her, though. Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. All right, all right. Let's see. All right, let's see. We're going to go here. Let's try it. Boom.
In war with time.
Boom. All right. Lock in.
Now watch closely. The moon
Boom, boom,
is
boom.
full. On you go. Honor to you, my friend. Barely felt
All right. Boom.
it. Barely
Out. No! I fucked up. There we go. I fucked up. Even if I beat it, I'll beat it, but it was still too slow. I can do it so much quicker. Okay. I could do it so much quicker. That's still going to be my record time, I'm pretty sure. So clip that just in case. Never mind. Don't clip that shit. That shit was slow as fuck. That shit was slow. Alright, hold on. I don't think... Fuck, what do I do? I don't need... I could kill Hakade before Hakade freezes me. No problem. Like, literally no problem. Let's set up again. Let's set up again.
Leave it to me.
This is mine.
Ow. How am I gonna let her hit me with that? Alright, we're set up. Let's get back out. Not all of my characters on S6. I don't even know if I should go into Yuno. I have to go into... I think I gotta use Yuno to kill. And then swap? Alright, let's try it again. Boom.
Graft you knew.
Let's see. Let's try that again, chat. Let's go.
Low with
My call. Foes, be my prey. Honor to you, my friend. Barely felt it. A dying glory.
This might be it. This is it, chat. There we go. Easy clear. We got it at the new time. It's still not fast enough, but I'm pretty sure we just got a new time, baby. Let's see. 20-second clear on Hokage. I could probably do it faster, but hey, that was not bad. Clip that. Okay, okay.
Stay behind me.
Okay, okay, new time. How can I do it faster? I think that was already fast as shit. How did I take 20 seconds then? Oh, you know what? It's the... How long is the little, like, blades thing? Because if that shit is like 8 seconds, I technically cleared it in 12 seconds. Because I think that thing is about 8 seconds, 6 seconds. Because, I mean, that was pretty much instant. Was that not pretty much instant? Heavy is always last on, you know, 6 seconds for the... 6 seconds? Okay, so that was a 14-second clear. Not counting that, that freaking thing. Because that thing is annoying, bro.
Leave it to me. Loading. This is mine.
Ow. Alright, let's try it again. One more time. I don't know if I'll need the Griffin drop for Hokage. If I don't need the Griffin drop, I can maybe shave some time off and go straight into Liberation. We'll see. Alright, let's try it. Do I have it ready? Oh, fuck, I don't have it ready. Oh, wait, no, I'm gonna go without Griffin drop, so I don't need that shit, I suppose. We'll see. Whoops. Alright, here we go. Boom. Astral modulation. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Loading. I'll indulge you. Causality? The moon is full. World at my string. We honor to you, my friend.
Let's see. Oh, 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 it's wraps, baby. It's wraps. Woo! Okay. Completely bypassed Griffin drop. That was clean. That was clean. New record, baby. New record. Okay. We did it, chat. Alright, someone clip that. Someone clip that. That was good. That was good. And I don't need to preset this run because she's just destroying everything. Yeah, being able to freeze the timer is huge. It's 9 seconds? So you're telling me that I beat that shit? I'm like, hold on. Yeah, I could have bypassed the regular as well. So what you're telling me is that I clear the... If it's 9 seconds, I have a 9-second clear on this? Interesting, interesting. Alright, get that last one if you can.
Stay behind me.
We got that last one on a clip. Anybody clipped it? Hey, brother, so I don't know if you remember me, but I decided to pull YOOOO to play with her with Galbrena. Shim, how you doing, man? How you liking YOOOO? That's not even that much. I can hit... Bro, if I actually do hyper carry Augusta, her damage is actually ridiculous. But I'm not running hyper carry Augusta no more. I'm running like... I mean, I guess she's still hyper carry, but YOOOO does so much damage, they don't even feel like hyper carry. Alright, let's set up Augusta real quick.
Leave it to me. Loading. This is mine.
Ow. So far, bro, I'm really loving. She deals tons of damage, and I haven't maxed her out yet. I feel you, bro. She's crazy. All right. Let's see if we can do this real quick. One more time, chat. Let's try this one last time, and we're moving on to the next one. And I absolutely hate the next one. But I have a little tactic that might help. We might be able to bypass the Griffin drop, which is a fucking problem when I'm doing the dragon. Let's see. Here we go. Last try at Hecate. Unless I fuck up. Here we go. I don't know if I hit, but here we go. Boom. Nope, I whiffed. For some reason, it didn't count. It didn't count one of the attacks. I think I did it too fast. So we gotta wait now. We got the Bugatti though, so we're chilling. So far, bro, I'm really loving. She deals a ton of damage. I haven't maxed her out yet. I think that's a big thing with Augusta. The fact that she can freeze the time, man. I'm gonna make this into a video, by the way, guys, with all my clear times on these things. So be sure to like comment and like say random shit while I'm doing the clears. All right, let's see. One more time. Boom. We're gonna try one more time. Come on. Kade, don't play with me. Please tell me I just hit. I heard it. I heard it. I did hit. Beautiful. Oh, I still hit it. It's the same time. Same time. Actually, I think this is the fastest time I can do it with. I don't know if I can bypass the first liberation. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Yo, 17 seconds though. 17 seconds. We actually did it in 17 seconds, chat. New timer. New record. Let's go. Okay. We actually did it. We actually did it in 17 seconds. New record, chat. Okay, okay. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. W. We got that. Let's go on to the next one. Let's see. Bro, that's crazy though, because Hecate has a lot of stall time in that freaking... whatever you call it, bro. The little scythe phase. So technically that's like a what? Like a 7-second clear for a double phase boss is actually insane. It's 10 seconds of phase change is actually insane, bro. That's actually insane. Alright, now, Dragon of Dirge is a fucking pain. I've already beat it in 9 seconds, but I know for a fact I can beat it faster. The problem is how we do that. So, in order to do this the right way, we gotta do a little sum. We gotta do a little sum, chat. Now, let's see if we can do this. We gotta go over to our...
Understood. I am
baby girl. We gotta switch her echo set. We gotta go to Moonlit. Where the fuck's Moonlit? Right here. Boom. Apply that. There we go. Now, what we gotta do is preset the fight, which is gonna be an absolute pain. But we can do it. So, the fuck's the dragon? Dragon of Dirge. Alright. Let's see. Let's preset the fight. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on. Ow, I'm gonna die. Okay. Okay. There we go. We preset that. No problem. Get ready, because this one's quick if it works. If it works, this one's quick. Get over here, dragon, you fucking dragon. Alright, here we go. Get ready. Alright, here we go, chat. Let's see. Not enough. I gotta do the Griffin drop. It's not enough. Okay, so I have to do the Griffin drop. Okay. At least now I know. Let me just reset this real quick.
The heart. Stay calm.
Let me go back into you.
Is mine.
I'm not going to waste Griffin drop here. I'm just going to get out.
A feeling of pain.
Alright, we're going to do it again. We're going to do that again, chat. Let's see.
Worry not.
We got to do the Griffin drop, so we're going to set her up with the Griffin drop, which is kind of fucking annoying.
Leave it to me. Do not impede.
Go back into her. Go back into her. Get out of here. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, alright. Alright, here we go. Now we got to set up, and we have the Griffin drop, so that's going to be interesting. Let's wait a little bit for that. What does dupe mean? Sorry, I'm kind of new to this. This is the first gacha game I spent most of my time on. Duping means getting multiple copies of the same character. But if you're free to play, you most definitely didn't do that. Alright. Let's do it. Let's set up.
I
Boom.
to you. Okay, loading. I'll indulge you. Surprise. Causality overturned.
Boom.
Answer my call. Miss me already? You, my friend.
Alright, here we go, chat. We got Griffin drop. Get ready to record.
Moment of victory.
Oh, bro, that Griffin drop is the one that messes me up, bro. Because y'all see, I stay too long in the air. So I'm going to have to somehow do that without the Griffin drop. Do I just slot in some YOOOO damage and see if that maybe does it better without having to Griffin drop? Will that be able to beat a 9-second clear? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's see if I can maybe slot in some actual YOOOO damage within a 9-second window. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I'll try it.
Understood. While the moon
If
cycles,
YOOOO could drop in some
I
bombs real
will
quick and then I can just quickly freeze time, I think maybe we can do it. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I did get staggered, bro. That's the problem with when I go up with the Griffin, I get staggered, so I take a bunch of the raining down hits from the dragon. That's why I haven't been able to beat my time on it. Alright, let's do it again. I don't think I need the Griffin drop now, which could save us some time. That could save us some time.
to me. Loading.
There we go. We set her up.
Lowered.
Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Now, the problem is setting up YOOOO. I don't need to set up YOOOO, do I? Maybe I'll do it the same way I did Hikari and see if that works. Alright, here we go. Get ready for this one. See if this one can get it done. Wait. Fucked up. Bloom, we drop this here. I don't know if it's going to be able to do it, but...
Loading. I'll indulge you. Causality is a answer my call. Miss me already? Honor to you.
Here we go.
Winners win.
Oh, maybe? Come on. There we go. That has to be a record right now. Come on now. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. There we go. 6-second clear. New record on Dragon of Dirge, baby. Yo, learning them hyper quick rotations is actually interesting, bro. Because you got to make sure you bypass certain mechanics and do other mechanics right. So that was really good. A 6-second Dragon of Dirge clear, baby. Very nice. Very, very nice. Alright. Now, who's next? Let's see. Who is next? Lorelei. What's my time on Lorelei? 7-second Lorelei. Interesting. Who did I do that with? Who did I do Lorelei with? Of course. Okay, okay. That was definitely a pre-built Lorelei clear. Let's go gauge her damage so I know, or her HP, so I know how much HP she actually has. Because if I did a 7-second clear, that might have just been regular rotations, I think. Alright, hold on, hold on. I got 4 seconds left on this. Crystal, if you can, send me those clears via DMs on Discord. Or we could just do that after the stream, no worries. I know some people really like her because of her feet, but for me, it's just her gameplay. She like hovers around and shoots arrows with tons of damage. I feel you on that. Some people want to, you know, suck them toes. Some others just want to see her float. It is what it is. You feel me? All right, let's see. We're on to Lorelei, bro. Lorelei low-key can get it, bro. Shit. All right, we do this. We do. Oh, it's gonna be a pain, bro.
Fight by my side.
Fighting Lorelei is actually gonna be a pain, bro. All right, let's see how we can do this. Let's see how we can do this. Having the stacks pre-built might be the key, but I don't know. Because she pushes me away, but I stop the timer. Oh, shit. Let's just try the regular way first. Okay, here we go. We're going to try this real quick. We're going to try the regular way real quick, and then we'll see how it goes. Ready? All right. Yeah, after stream. Yeah. You don't got to tell me. Whenever you're ready. In Genshin, it takes months to get decent sets. Oh, yeah. And here, it takes pretty damn quick to build your actual shit. All right. Here we go. We're going to do the regular rotation. Boom. Boom. Lorelei.
Load with style and grace.
Boom.
The moon is full.
Boom.
We've honored into use.
There we go. It's all in place. Oh, we got it. We might even be able to do it faster, chat. Ooh. Okay, that was swift. That was swift. 6-second clear. You know what? We'll take it, chat. A 6-second Lorelei clear, beating my old record by 3 seconds. That is just the power of S6, and also learning when to optimize and when to use certain animations and certain rotations, bro. Absolutely peak, bro. I like that. I like that. Very, very nice. All right. It has to be 5.
Stay behind me.
I'll try. I'll take it in 6 for now. I'll take that at 6, bro. It goes with my Lorelei clear. Or not my Lorelei, my Dragon of Dirge clear. Also, I would love you to have that same energy for the tower defense. I played Wuthering Waves for the combat. The fuck I look like standing there. Pew, 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 for fucking 8 hours while mobs just walk in a straight line, bro. That shit is boring. Come on now. I play this for the combat, bro. That's insane, bro. That's actually insane. That the blasphemy, bro. I am doing tower, though. I'm doing tower today. I'm going to react to some videos after I did this challenge because Crystal reminded me of it. And I was like, yeah, this makes sense. So I'm going to do tower. I'm going to do some reacts. I got like 4 videos to react to because I gotta push out content, chat. Come on now. We got to take a look at Galbrena's kit and Galbrena's weapon because for some reason someone DM'd me saying that Galbrena's weapon is another problem of Kuro pay to win and that I should look at it. So I was like, here we go again. Right, so I want to look at it, and then we're gonna react to Galbrena's kit that Kuro released. That's a video. Galbrena's weapon. That's a video. And after that, we will react to some videos, and then we're gonna do tower. Tower's towards the end of the stream, because that shit is boring. Let's be honest, chat. Tower some doo-doo. Alright, I got 3 more echoes. 3 more holograms to beat my time on. What's my time on Fleur de Lis? My time on Fleur de Lis is 14 seconds. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I think Fleur de Lis is probably the chunkiest freaking character. I don't really remember how chunky Kelpie is, but I know Fleur de Lis has the most HP, I think, out of all these bosses, because I do a full rotation on my brand, and I one-tap all of these bosses. I do a full rotation on my brand. On Fleur de Lis, she still has, like, this much health left. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh no, Galbrena saying that you're being predatory. I think it's the 9th time of this topic of the year. Exactly, bro. I'm at the point that I think people that just... It's once, that's why I made that only. That's why when you posted that shit a couple days ago, that you were like, yo, or like yesterday, when you were like, yo, people still want to cope that you don't need Sia Kona for, or Cardathia. I'm also tired of that shit. I'm tired of people complaining about a character supporting another character too good, or a character wanting their signature weapon. Like, that shit's obvious. Like, that shit is obvious, right? It shouldn't be a problem, right? That's what personally bothers me, that people still make that as a problem. I understand if certain things, like for example, right? I understand if people say, why the hell does Zani need, or yeah, she needs something to apply Spectrofrazzle in order for her own kit to function better. I think that's a completely valid take. Why the hell does a character have all these mechanics but require something that character can't do in their own, like in their own kit? That's absolutely valid. But saying that, oh, why does a character have such a strong signature weapon that works with them, is like, bro, come on now. Right? Even if a character benefits a lot from another one, that's absolutely fine. But a character actually needing another character because they can't do something that their kit needs to function, that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Galbrena weapon does look OP, but that's what's more OP is defense ignore weapon. Save so much time fighting bosses. True, defense ignore is kind of nice. All right, we're gonna have to preset for Fleur de Lis, because Fleur de Lis is an absolute pain in the dick hole. So let's see. Even setting up for Fleur de Lis is fucking annoying. I hate it. Let's see what we can do here. All right. All right, get ready. Get ready for the Clippington. Let's see what we can do here. Boom, we gonna preset right here, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Now, let's go in.
Now watch closely. Answer my call. World at my strength.
What the fuck? Oh, hell no. What just happened? This bitch is she immune to damage in the first, like, 2 seconds? Why does she take no damage from Yuno's Enhance and Liberation? The fuck happened there? The fuck? Is she just immune? She's immune! No! What is happening? Is it because I'm hitting her with arrow?
Divine grace.
What? Oh, nah, she cheats, bro. She cheats. I can't speed blitz her. What just happened? Is she legit immune, or is she just immune to arrow, or she just has like 4 fucking seconds of immunity? Like, what's happening there? Oh, she's immune to damage, bro. For how long? Is it because of the element? What is happening? I'm so confused. There's some cool strategy to the tower ribbon, like using the pulse blast to knock off echoes before they buff the other echoes. They really cooked. It's too bad they couldn't make more events. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's some really cool strategies to the event, bro. What is that? Bro, what? Can I even build stacks? Like, I'm so confused what's going on with her. Yo, out of curiosity, I want to test something. I'll just reset Augusta, but I want to test something. So is she like God right now? That's actually insane. That's actually insane, bro. She has like some insane like defense buff at the very start of the goddamn match. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this, chat? Crystal Solvent, yeah, you gotta just do events or pay in the store. But even in the store, they don't sell many. You just gotta do events for the most part. What the hell is going on here? Okay. We're going to have to, I guess. We don't even have to preset. I guess we're just gonna...
Keep up.
I don't know what to do. To do this faster. Alright, here we go. We're gonna try this again. 14 seconds is kind of crazy though to beat. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, we got it. 12-second clear. 12-second clear. That's good. That's good. We already beat our clear time already. Yes, sir. New record. 12 seconds. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Definitely could get it faster. But that very beginning has a very weird feeling to it, bro. Like, if you notice the run... The very beginning has, like, no damage from my YOOOO. So, hey, I'll take it at 12 seconds. You know what I mean? The last one was 14-second clear. Gotta be Spectro Frazzle? I don't know, bro. 12 seconds is insane, though, when you really think about it. I'm gonna try one last thing. I'm gonna try the pre-buff Augusta and see how that plays out. We're gonna try the pre-buffed Augusta. But she has insane HP, bro. She's the strongest there is. Yeah, Fleur-de-Lis is freaking insanely strong. 12 seconds is a good clear, though.
Oh, from the heart. Loading. Fight by my side. Never back down.
Ah! Alright, alright. Now we gotta preset this chick without dying somehow. Which is going to be insane because this chick is an absolute demon. Okay, we're going to have to preset this, which I'm not looking forward to doing. Let's see. Boom, boom,
Iron graft.
boom.
Loading. Now watch closely. Causality over time.
Boom.
Taste my resolve. We in the name of divine grace. Never back down.
Ah! Bro, I always panic dodge on that drop. Always. I hate it. Alright, let's do it again. Fleur-de-Lis moveset is all around annoying. Let's go.
Ordained. This is mine.
No! Dog distracted me. I'm blaming the dog, chat. Oh, no, she about to... I gotta kill her before she do that shit. Then we'll react to some content, man. I'm so close to getting it, though. Just 3 more holograms. This is a good video, though. interesting perspective into S6R5 characters. You know people are gonna be mad in the comments, bro. Well, you're just a whale. Like, that's a problem. I don't even understand why people be getting mad at people that spend money, bro. Augusta is Thora. What's the name of... Isn't Jane Foster also called Thor, or is she called something else? The female Thor. I don't know her name, bro. Or just Jane Foster's Thor. I don't know.
Conquest begins now. Physical damage detected.
I am most definitely not.
Shed no
Ah,
tears.
she died. It's fine. I can sacrifice losing her. Because she don't got to build up. But she needs to build up. And she needs the Griffin drop. Definitely needs the Griffin drop. I'm going to get the Griffin drop on something else. Right here. Ah! Alright, that shit hit me. Alright, we got her prepped. Now, here... I might have to do this... No, because I'm trying to get all her stacks to see if that even speeds up. We already have the 12-second clear on Fleur-de-Lis. Did you clip that, by the way? Crystal or Cypher, anybody clip that? Alright, let's see. Hold on. Your clear times are good? I know. I'm trying to beat all my clear times for a video. Because Jane Foster, 12-second. Perfect. I'm trying to get him, bro. I'm trying to get him. I have no idea, but for some reason I'm thinking it's Lady Thor. It's just Jane Foster. Because I know she turns into Thor, but I'm pretty sure it was just that. Crystal just posted it there. Thank you for the clear. No, it's cool. It's cool. I was just wondering. All right, here we go. Let's do it again. We got a preset. The thing is, even preset Augusta doesn't offer enough, in my opinion. So, like, that's where the problem lies. You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't be doing damage with YOOOO, and that's a big problem. That's a huge problem. Because YOOOO offers a lot of damage. So, let's try that again on Moonlit and see if I can get all 10 stacks. But, I don't know, man. Let's go. She sometimes refers... Okay, so Lady Thor works as well. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Alright, get ready for the clip. Let's see if this works. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom.
Divine grace.
Surprise. We honor to you, my friend.
Fuck me. Alright, 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 alright. Here we go. Get ready. She one-taps you, bro. She one-tap. She's actually crazy, bro. It's so hard to do that. But I might, like, I feel that I might be able to do it, bro. But I'm not going to waste more time trying to speed clear that one, bro. I don't think I'm going to spend more time trying to do that one. Because we already got it at 12 seconds, and that shit's actually AIDS. I think it was just Thor in the comments since the actual Thor wasn't around. Could work, could work. I'm clipping that. You're clipping me fail? That's insane. Alright, we're moving on to the next one, chat. We're moving on to the next one, which is Kelpie. Kelpie is a pain, bro. Yo, hold on. What is Kelpie strong against? Is this motherfucker strong against Electro? Nope, I guess not, because I cleared him with Electro too. Holy shit, okay. Bloopers? True. I got one tap, bro. That's S6R5 Cardathea, bro. Alright, let's do... Let's do this. Does he take damage at the beginning, or am I getting hoed at the beginning too? Oy! I almost got one tap. Bro, see what I'm saying? I just took a direct hit from Kelpie, didn't die. I take a direct hit from Cardathea, insta-killed. I hit Cardathea with my full rotation, she has a little bit of health left. I hit any other boss with half of my rotation, they're just bleeding on the ground, bro. Bro, I'm telling you, Cardathea's hologram is crazy hard. Alright. I just need to prep the Griffin drop. The Griffin drop. Kimbo. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Oi! Get away, get away. Hold on, I'm gonna check on my dog chat. Give me a sec. I got it. Is he being sus? Come here. Come here. Here.
The blade most worn is often the sharpest.
All right. Huh? Okay. See, if you had Zany, you could have not taken damage. Yeah, but Zany's team doesn't deal as much damage right out the gate. You know what I mean? But, and on top of that, Cardathea starts flying up in the air, which makes it a problem. Alright, let's see what my time on Kelpie is. Kelpie. "12-second Kelpie is kind of crazy, bro. Shit. Okay. But I might be able to do it. Let me go back to you.
Understood.
Let me go back to you. Let me go back to you. And let me put you on this. Alright, here we go. Didn't Zeno beat one you need? Zeno has not beat any of my time, bro. Zeno tried. He beat one of my times for like 30 minutes, and then I had to, you know, show him what it is and what it ain't. And then after he beat my time, I beat his time, and then John went and tried to beat my time. And I think he did beat my time, and then I beat his time again. I had to. Can't be letting him out here outdo me, shit. Alright, let's do it again. Here we go. Get ready. We're about to do Kelpie. Kelpie's a pain because he moves a lot right off the gate. But let's see. We're going war with time. Right? We going in. Boom. Kelpie.
I'll indulge you. On you go. The moon
There we
is
go.
full. This is the reign of blood.
There we go. It's wrapped. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. He got smoked. He got smoked. He got smoked. 9-second clear, baby. Bro, we good. We good. 9-second clear, Kelpie. I'm good on that. Super happy, bro. Super happy. Record clear, baby. Beating your record on your own, or are you willing to Google? Well, the thing is, there are people that beat the records in 1 second because they do some weird cheating things. I don't do that. I'm actually doing straight up rotation, so I'm beating my own record. But hey, I always welcome anybody to beat my record on stream with like an actual, you know, actual gameplay. I don't have the best records, but we've actually had 2 videos of people trying to beat my record with S6R5 characters, mind you. One of them not only couldn't even get close to beating any of my times, but they ended up quitting the game after. They ended up actually quitting WUWA with S6R5 characters. They're like, man, fuck this shit. They were like dying and everything with S6R5 units. And with Zani, who gets 8-second immunity after casting her liberation. That's wild. Hey, yo, Only, you can't be glazing me like that, bro. You gotta take me out to dinner first. The fuck going on, bro? Alright, we got Lady of the Sea. Bro, I thought my clear time was 3 seconds. I was about to say, what the fuck? Okay, 8-second clear time with... Bro, my clear time is with the Augusta YOOOO SK team on everything, bro. Look at this. That's actually insane. That's actually freaking insane. I wonder if I were to edit the Hakare fight and I took out the freaking... Or I'm just going to edit it and discount the freaking... that phase where you got to dodge. And I'm going to add the... Then I'm going to put the actual time on the video. So I'll be like, you know, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, whatever it is. Bro, abusing the time stop. Bro, but it's not like my times were, like, before the time stop. You know what I mean? They were crazy. If you look at the videos before the time stop, all my times were... For example, I just beat my Dragon of Dirge time with 6 seconds. It was 9 seconds with my Fleur-de-Lis team. So I only got 3 seconds faster. The same with Lorelei, the same with Fleur-de-Lis. All of these were like 2-3 seconds faster or slower with other teams. I think the fact that I can clear them all like this with the same team is kind of crazy, bro. That shit is actually kind of crazy. That means all of the 2.0 holograms are weak versus Electro, which is funny. Alright, now we got to do Lady of the Sea. Lady of the Sea. Let's prep our Augusta. Whoops.
Leave it to me. Loading. Fight by my side.
Oh, you hit me like that.
I will not fall.
Shame. The Augusta YOOOO team is dead. Yeah, the Augusta YOOOO team is crazy because both YOOOO and Augusta deal so much damage. You got the shield from my YOOOO going on, the heals from both YOOOO and SK. So overall, they got it on lock, bro. I saw the vids, funny as shit. They were pretty good videos, bro. Sadly, those videos didn't pop off, bro. Would have been good if they did, though. Only Uns confessing, don't know if CJ's girl's gonna like that fags. Only Uns out here just, you know, buttering me up. This man wants to take me out for dinner, bro. Crazy behavior, bro. Alright, let's see. Let's do this. Let's do bada bum, bada boom, bada boom.
Leave it to me. Conquest begins now.
Why is my X not working? The fuck?
To the lands above.
Okay, we're good. I thought I died while I wasn't looking for like half a second, bro. I was like, oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah. Racially motivated. Sorry, Chad, it wasn't me who said that. I got hacked. Bias of the devil, bro. Time stop is free 1 million. I mean, I don't know about free, bro. I don't know about free. Alright, let's see. We gotta beat now. What do I have on her? I have her normal set, right?
I remain the anchor.
Yes. And I gotta beat 8-second. Fuck. That's like crazy fast. What the fuck? Okay. How do I beat an 8-second clear? Let's see if she can. Let's see if I can take her out without using the Griffin drop, because that would save me a lot of time. Let's see. All right, get ready. Here we go.
With style and grace. On you go.
Here we
Answer
go.
my call. We in the name of glory.
Nope. I'm not even gonna try it. I'm not even gonna try it. I gotta do the Griffin drop. Ooh, that's a problem. I barely did damage with YOOOO. I like barely did damage with you, no. That's interesting. Alright, hold on. I gotta do the Griffin drop. Huh.
From the soul. I'll indulge you. Honor to you.
Alright, so how do we bypass YOOOO real quick like that? Alright, let's do it again. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this, but we're going to do the Griffin drop real quick. Alright, get ready to record. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Now watch closely. On you go.
Boom.
Taste my resolve. To the hero in the name of law.
There we go. Come on. How much was that? That's too slow. That's too slow. That's too slow. Oh boy. That's gonna be a little some, isn't it? That's gonna be something, chat. Because I know for a fact that the thing here is that Mortefi rotates a lot quicker. Mortefi rotates a lot quicker, bro. 8-second clear is actually insane. Okay, let's do this again. I have an idea. I got an idea. I got a plan. My Griffin drop, I think you looked at the number wrong, D. My Griffin drop does 1 million. It does about 1 mil. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Let's see.
Ordained. This is my moment.
Oh, hell no. How do you hit me? Why couldn't I jump? So, because I was like below his ball sack or something? What just happened? There you go. Oh, yours. Oh, yeah. Yours. 100k is still really good, though. That Griffin drop hits hella hard, bro. Even at S0. Alright, now. The only way that I could see me doing it is pre-prepping. So basically, hyper carry Augusta right off the bat. Let's eat some food. Right? And let's do it again, chat. Let's go. So, get ready. Now, Lady of the Sea. We go in here, we do the norm. Do the norm, right? Bada bing, bada boom. We do this. We do this. We do this.
Taste my resolve.
We do this. We do this. Come on, here we go. I don't know if this is gonna be enough, but let's see. This might be enough, chat. This might be enough. We had to add the shorekeeper in there. We had to throw in shorekeeper. We had to throw in shorekeeper for the kill. Come on now. 5-second clear, baby. Okay. New record. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the last hologram clear of the day. Okay. 5 seconds. Y'all said 6 seconds and I beat y'all estimates, baby. That was good. SK had to be in there. SK saw that it dropped like a 1.2 mil nuke on the boss, and the boss was all woozy and shit, but it was still alive. So SK came through and said, hold on, wait a minute, I got you, and finished the final hit for the boss. Okay, so now all my clear times are looking crazy. I don't think that clear time is getting beat anytime soon, bro. Look, let's be honest. Hold on. 5 second. I could just look at it right here, right? Actually, clip this too. Clip this too, guys. We'll go from the top. 5 second Lady of the Sea. 4 second Sentry Construct. 17-second Hecate, and keep in mind he has that little scythe, you know, scene where you gotta dodge that pretty much takes about 8-9 seconds, right? Dragon of Dirge, 6 seconds. Lorelei, 6 seconds. Fleur-de-Lis, which is tanky as hell, 12 seconds. Kelpie, 9 seconds. Dragon of Dirge, 6 seconds, bro. Yeah, bro, we cooked. We cooked, bro. That was an absolutely insane clear session. Yeah. Yeah. 5 minutes is... Everybody that you've seen doing it in 8 seconds is cheating. There's no... You can't do it in 0 seconds. Like, it's literally impossible. Anybody that's done it in 0 seconds is cheating. There is no character in the game that can clear in 0 seconds. So anybody you've seen doing that shit sucks dick for fun and is cheating. Straight up. The simple fact that when you click start, the wave starts, yeah, they on some dick. We talking about unwashed, smelly dick, bro. It don't matter. They cheated. It's that simple. You can't do a 0 second clear. How you doing a 0 second clear? Explain it to me. When you click the thing and it starts the timer. Right? How you clearing in 0 seconds if the shit starts the timer right away? Right? Augusta would be the only way to freeze the time before it even starts. Right? She would be the only character you could do that with. And even then, let me just show you. Yeah, 0 seconds is someone cheating. It don't matter if they did a live. People could have mods enabled live. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I'll show you what she did or whoever you're talking about did, and she still can't do it, bro. I'll show you right now. This is what they did. Hold on.
Conquest begins now.
Right? All right. Oh, she died. Hold on. I'll show you what they did, bro. And even then, you can do it. And if you can do it with 1, you can do it with 2, 3 holograms, bro. Hold on. Let me show you. There isn't anyone that can nuke more than 4 million in 1 second. In less than a second, bro. It has to be less than 1 second. Because if it's 1.001 second, it counts as 2 seconds. It rounds up. Hold on, I'll show you. How am I gonna let Sentry kill me? To be fair though, I have not tried this, but I'll try now. Because that's all I need right here. Right, I'll show you. Alright, watch. I better not kill this shit with this. That would be ass. Right, I'll get all 10 stacks. This is the only way to do it, bro. Watch. Right there. That's the only way to do it. I got all the buffs, right? All the buffs. You ain't killing it, bro. That's all the buffs you can get with that sort of rotation. Right? You ain't getting that type of damage, bro. Now, let me show you again. Hold on. That's the only way to get 1,000,000 damage. You can't do any other rotation, any other action outside of that. Now, let me go back out and show you. The thing is, they can have innate... Like, I've seen videos of people on YouTube. Like, bro, I've seen a video of a dude on YouTube with an SK beating Hecate in, like... I have food buffs active. Like, I have food buffs active. I have everything active. You still can't do enough damage. Look. You got this. Matter of fact, I'll even do this. Hold on. I'll even do this for y'all. Just to show you how you can't do that. Watch.
While the moon cycles, I remain the anchor.
Keep in mind, you gotta hit it. If you kill it in 0 seconds, you gotta do that shit with Augusta instantly hitting her liberation. Because it'll waste too much time if you don't do that, right? But I'll show you. Keep in mind, this is my Augusta, right? This is my Augusta. 175 crit rate. Matter of fact, I won't even show you this one. I'll show you the actual buffed up one. Right? Because I just showed y'all the rotation and I couldn't do it. Right? I just showed you the rotation and he couldn't do it. I'm going to show you what the buffs on my Augusta and my stats are looking like. And you still can't clear it in 0 seconds legally, right? Watch.
I engraft you new. Stake loading with style and grace. Her future, is that all? The moon is full. See the moon.
Oh, she died. We got to bring that back. I'm going to show you what she looks like with all stacks on her. That's what I'm saying. They have modifiers on their shit to enable. Because, like, when we look at my Augusta stats, right?
Understood.
Bro, we're talking about a crazily built Augusta. 55 heavy attack. 55 heavy attack. I have 142 electro damage on me. Maxed out crit rate. Maxed out crit damage. What are we talking about? You know what I mean? Hold on. I want to show you the max amount of stacks that I have. Hold on. I don't think I have the thing ready. It's not ready. No, I'm not denying that you saw it. What I'm telling you is that it's not possible that it legally happened. Right? So they can do it. It doesn't mean they don't have some fucking modifiers in their game. Like I said, I've seen someone beat Hecate with SK in like 2 minutes. You can't do that. You can't beat Hecate with SK in 2 minutes. Just SK, bro. Like, that ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? And they had their damage numbers turned off and everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I seen another one do it with damage numbers turned on, but everybody was like, how the fuck you dealing that much damage with this character? It just doesn't make sense. Alright, let me do it again, and I'll show you. Boom. Astral modulation.
Now watch closely. Causality, overturn.
Let's do this.
Taste my resolve. Freeze me.
Can you land, bitch? Please?
See. Surprise. Miss me already? You, my friend.
Hold on, I want to show you this. I want to show you this.
Where my blades leads.
I think I can get more attack stat, actually. We're sitting here with 4,600 attack, 175 crit rate, 478 crit damage, right? 95 heavy attack, 142 electro damage bonus, and hold on, we have all 10 stacks of YOOOO, right? So we're sitting here as well with Blessing of the One Light, all 10 stacks of Blessing of the One Light, which Resonator gains 4% all damage amplification for 10 seconds. So I have 40% damage amplification, but hold on. We also have S2. The Resonators in the team with 10 stacks of Blessing of the One Light gain an additional 40% damage amplification. So I have 80% damage amplification. 80% damage amplification, right? On top of everything I just showed you, right? On this Augusta, right? We have SK Max duped, right? 40% attack. We have a food buff on us that gives us another 40% attack. And I'm telling you, we can have more attack on this Augusta. I just don't know why it didn't stack up to 5,000. I must have missed something, right? And we still not one-tapping with those stats. We're still not clearing it in 0 seconds. So I don't know what you saw. I don't know how they do it, but they really can't do it. You really can't do that. You know what I'm saying? If these stats ain't clearing, yeah, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what was going on there, because these stats be looking crazy, bro. Look at that. Come on now. And she's the only character that can freeze the timer like that, where she can freeze the timer and on top of it do that much damage. You know what I mean? I had lost all the stacks, by the way, because I was pausing and everything. That's why I didn't hit hard enough. Nah, bro. It was apparently it was an S6 shorekeeper, but the funny thing is, in that video that I'm talking about, the dude didn't show his stats. He didn't show his build, nothing. He just beat it with the shorekeeper. And an S6 shorekeeper is still not doing that, because the biggest damage that a shorekeeper can do comes from introing, bro. And you're not introing with an S6 shorekeeper. So, like, bro, I have an S6 shorekeeper. You could build her on damage, maybe, but we wouldn't know because he didn't show his damage numbers. So I don't know how that would go about, right? Like, it would be weird. But clearing in 0 seconds? I've heard of those 0-second clears on these holograms. And I've heard of those 0-second clears before Augusta came out. Yeah, the UID is hidden. They don't show their builds. They don't show their numbers. Nothing. And some do. Some people do. But it's still like, yeah, they definitely have. They could have modifiers in the game to make the boss take more damage. Lower the defense or HP stats on the boss with modifiers. And that's how they do that, bro. But in reality, hell no. SK is not designed to attack. Exactly. I don't know what the rest of the message said because you deleted it. But yeah, bro. That's what I mean. Like, you're not really out here able to beat holograms with S6 SK in a couple of minutes with just SK on the team.
Stay behind me.
Finally beat the Dirt's final stage. I want a cookie. I got you with a cookie, bro. I'm happy with my clear time. Shit. Alright, hold on. Let's do some reacts, boys. Let's do some reacts. Wait, actually, I haven't done shit in the game, bro, have I? Nope, I'm actually capped out. So let's go ahead and get our cookie. You got more BLT sandwich. And you ain't sharing, Latrell. You ain't posting pictures on the food channel. That's crazy. We have a whole chat for food. Did you post a picture? That's insane. Latrell wouldn't want to share with us. Port cleansing, baby. Let's go ahead and do these. You did post? Okay. Okay, I respect you now, Latrell. So, like, y'all realize how many buffs I have on Augusta to give her that much damage, bro? I'm even rocking this shit, bro. Which, right here. Upon using Yontra skill, increases the attack of the next resonator, and the next character's damage dealt will be boosted by 12%. On the stats, you can see a 12% damage boost, or Yuno's 80% damage amplification from Blessing of the One Light. So we have all those things, and still not being able to clear with freaking Augusta's Liberation? Yeah. Ain't nobody doing that, bro. And if you are, you realize how your stats and your echoes gotta be? Like, look at my echoes, bro. On my Augusta. They're not the best. They're not the best. But, attack, crit damage, heavy attack, crit rate, right? Crit damage, crit rate, heavy attack, right? Crit rate, crit damage, heavy attack. Crit rate, crit damage, heavy attack. Crit rate, crit damage, heavy attack. So, yes, you can probably do it. Maybe. But you would have to have high rolls on every single thing. You would have to have crit rate, crit damage, heavy attack, attack percentage, and flat attack on every single piece. Maybe not even flat attack. As long as you had heavy attack, crit rate, crit damage, and attack percentage on every single piece, maybe then you can do it. Maybe. Because that would be a huge boost. If you had all these stats, if it looked like this on every single piece, but just high rolls on every single thing, I could see you doing it. I'm not gonna lie. If you had like 10% attack and 21% crit damage on every single piece, you could one tap in 0 seconds any hologram, or not any, but at least that one. Other than that, you ain't gonna do that, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. But at that point, bro, getting those echoes like that, shit, God bless you. Go do the lottery. Quit gachas. What are you doing? Alright, let's go in here.
Loading. Diminish.
Well, I don't know. Only, did you see how close I got? I did like 3/4 of the health.
Entertain me, foe. Be my prey. I shall bear witness. Nonsense.
Whoops.
Causality?
Oh shit, I'm on support. Hell no.
This is my
We're talking about on my particular build. On my particular build, we're talking about adding another 40% damage. Or another 40% attack buff. That's kind of a fucking lot, bro. What's this? Plus, I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt, you feel me? Mind battle. Mind battle.
Cycles.
I'm in battle, ain't I?
Remain the anchor.
Not. Where am I getting? I don't know. But, hey, maybe. That's why I said maybe, man. Who knows? Another 40%. And not only that, I'm talking about another 40% attack and another, like, 25% crit damage, bro. Maybe. Maybe that all adds up. Who knows? But like I said, it's unrealistic that you'd get a player with max rolled echoes on every stat. Like, that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? Any plans for ZZZ con? I might stream ZZZ on Twitch, bro. I think I have ZZZ open right now. Yeah, I have it open right here. I just never have enough time because right now I'm doing a bunch of shit. I'm trying to react to a bunch of videos. And then on top of that, they want me to do the tower defense mode. So I just haven't had a lot of time to actually do ZZZ content. And since I got an account that's actually like out there, right? Like it's actually already started, it makes it a little bit harder. Where the fuck's the door? It makes it a little bit harder for me to understand what's going on with the game. I have obsession with beating hologram before a big patch happens. Like when 3.0 is here, I want to beat all my holograms before. I feel you on that. Alright, now I want to make sure I go and do some of this because I'm poor. I gotta have 5 million before Galbrena gets here. Bro, I feel like you gotta micromanage your goddamn stats so carefully before a character drops, bro. Like, right before a character drops, you gotta micromanage everything, bro. If you're pulling every character, that is. Oh, Crizzle, can you see if you can maybe do the stream element stuff and it'll work? If it doesn't let you, that's fine. I'll try to do it while I'm on stream. Galbrena kiss. Yo, Zeno, how's your funds for characters looking like? Your summon funds. I just got like stunned or something.
Present your offerings. On you go.
Gotta get me some currency. Bro, I think that they should definitely do the double drops event every week. Like, 1 week should be double tacit field drops. The other week should be double, like, regular materials. You know what I'm saying? Like, it should just alternate. But every week, they should have something going on, bro. Maybe at least 3 weeks out of the month. And then the last week, they take a break or something. I don't know. I'm back at 29k CJ even after pulling, you know. God damn, y'all are rich, bro. Y'all are hood rich right now. Y'all got more than me. I mean, I probably saw your comment, but, you know, I don't have it at the top of my head, bro. Shit. There we go. Exit. Have I done view? I'm doing viewer account reviews, but we're doing certain people that already like. I actually want to do that this week. Actually, maybe we'll even do that during 2.7 because it's gonna be dry as hell. So I actually will do some account reviews.
Keep up.
I did review one account so far. I will say that, and I helped it out a little bit, a lot of it. Lad had a hella bricked account, but Lad's been pulling his shit together, bro. Lad, do you have the monthly thing, right? Ruby Rex, what it is. Alright, hold on. I think we're done for the day in terms of the grind. We're gonna react a little bit, and then we might do tower, even if it's just for like an hour, and then I might go because we got so much content to react to, chat, that I actually don't know if I'll be able to do Zenla Zone Zero today, ZZZ. But yeah, and then I'll show you my account, and you guys can tell me what to do. Let's see where this is at. 4.2. I still have a couple of days, so I should be able to get 5 mil by then. And then tomorrow I'll organize my materials to see if I have enough. Because, bro, look, I barely have enough for pistols right here. I have 5. But I do have a bunch of these. And then I have a bunch of the blue ones of that as well, right? So we should have enough, but we'll have to see. I just need to know what the hell. We don't have the what weekly material. Oh, hold on. What weekly material do we need for Galbrena, chat? I have not farmed those. Oh shit, I'm cooked. Yeah, what weekly materials do we got? I got the perfect video idea. I do a video on the most breaked accounts you've seen. Boom, it's brilliant. That is a brilliant thing. 14K? That's not bad, though. That's not bad. Hecate? Are you sure it's Hecate for Galbrena? Actually, I have this shit open right here. It is not Galbrena. It is this dude. I mean, it's not Hecate, it's this. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, interesting. When I meant weekly, I don't mean like, I meant like actual week, like the ones you get 3 tries every week. It's this. Blighted Crown of Puppet King. That's what it says we need. From the stuff that Kuro dropped. Look. I'll show y'all real quick. Resonator Ascension Materials. Blighted Crown of Puppet King. I don't mean this. I don't mean the Curse of the Abyss. I meant this thing. Yeah, we gotta react to this thing in a second. I always try, but it never works. But I'll try again. Thank you. All right, we're good. Now let's go over and do that thing because I haven't done them, bro. So look. Weekly challenges. I still have all 3 of them. Oh, no, never mind. Who do I use these weeklies on, bro? Who do I use these on, bro? Oh, that's gonna be a pain, bro. Ling Yang, I'm gonna ban you. Oh, that's gonna be a bitch, bro. Yeah, I don't know who I'll use these on. Let's see what character I'm missing.
While the moon cycles,
I gotta farm a little bit of False Sovereign, but right now, who the hell do I level up? Let's see. 10. Oh, I guess I could level her up. Anybody that's not maxed is getting worked on. Just that's not right now. At some point, though. Dun dun dun. All 10s. All right, so it's you. You get some love today. I have 6 of you. Fuck. Okay. Well, let's go do some fleur-de-lis real quick. I think wait, I think SK actually. Hold on. Maybe maybe you're right. I think if I don't have SK already at 10, I might do SK.
While the moon cycles,
SK most definitely should be at
understood.
10.
I am here to serve
SK is
your
getting
will.
love right now. SK is getting love. Let's go to WUWA. Yes, sir. Good call out on that. Prophecy. Good call out on that. That was a good call out, bro. Damn, the fact that I actually got to do this freaking stream elements myself so it stays putting my thing is kind of freaking annoying.
Fate.
Because we got to do it when we're live, so we'll see.
Be my prey.
Oh, hell nah, bro. She just took a dump on WUWA's chest. Was that level 90? Was that level 90, chat? I don't even know. Was that level 90? What the fuck? Was that level 1? What just happened? That was level 90. Oh, no. Oh, no. She got bullied. Oh, no. WUWA got bullied, bro. There's a new Sentinel Resonator.
On you go. Fate in my mark.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's crazy. That's actually disrespectful, bro. That's a whole Sentinel right there. That's a whole Sentinel, bro. Homie ain't even know what happened. He hadn't even done doing his intro animation. Homie said, hello. It's me you're looking for. Instantly got doo-dooed on. That's crazy. Alright, let's do it again. I got 44 of what?
On you go. Well, at my strength.
See, that's what I mean, bro. Like, she's just sniping, dude. Homie don't even know what's going on, bro. That's crazy. That's insane. Oh, the weight. Yeah, I don't ever really use the weight plate refills, bro. What about with this one? This one's gonna be different, bro. Because this one takes longer to build up. Oh, I'm stuck in its back. Yeah, see, like, this is longer, and then this one I can just go boom, and then that's it. It's crazy how S6 YOOOO feels like she deals more damage than Augusta. Just because she just blitzed so fast, bro. It's actually insane.
Stay behind me.
Damn, D, you gonna do that right as I start reacting. That's crazy. Alright, hold on. I gotta pee. And then we're gonna start doing some reactions. Then we're gonna talk about Galbrena's kit, chat, because we gotta break it down. There's some interesting stuff to talk about. Crazy thing is, I can't really work on SK right now. So I just have the materials now saved for SK. I need 3 here and I need 4 here, so that's fine. Pretty much almost everything I need, but it's too expensive for me right now. After I finish Galbrena, I'll do that. I'll do that with her. Now let's see. Let's look in the stove. Point shop. Anything I could buy. Nothing interesting. Here's nothing interesting. And nothing interesting. Alright. Have a good time on the toilet, bro. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna be quick. Homie said enjoy your time in the toilet. Who sent me a friend request? Jake from State Farm. Alright, I'll be back. I'll leave y'all looking at YOOOO.
While the moon cycles,
There you go, I'll be back.
remain the anchor.
Get some pizza? Okay. Alright, hold on. Oh, but we have food from the stuff my mom brought. Alright, hold on, chat. Give me a second. How can I be so rich in astrites? I have... Did you see my astrites, right? I had 5,000, bro. How am I... What do you mean rich? I have 600 astrites, bro. I'm poor. Saint uploaded a detailed explanation on Galbrena's kit. See, the thing is, while I do reactions to a lot of other CCs, and I've reacted to Saint as well, I can't react to a kit breakdown, right? I gotta do that on my own, because if I end up reacting to someone else's kit breakdown, it's like I'd rather give y'all guys my own take on the kit breakdown. Saint didn't mention the rotation though. I mean, how can Saint mention the rotation when the character's not out yet? He can't do that. He has to play it and, you know, learn and peek the rotation himself. I got 90 astrites. I'm hood rich. Homie said he hood rich. That's insane behavior. I hope the elements work. I made all the things hella short to see if that will work. Hopefully, you don't have to make it into a YouTube video. Can just be a chill stream content. I don't have to make it into a YouTube stream video, but it's one of those things that we're about to get Galbrena, so the more videos on Galbrena that I put out, the better it's for the algorithm for my channel, because people are looking for Galbrena. So, like today, I have actually 2 videos, I believe. Let me double check if it's... I have 2 videos that I'm going to react to about Galbrena. One is Galbrena Bus Sitter Weak Beginner Pool, and the other one is how free-to-play friendly is Galbrena actually. So, two Galbrena videos. The Galbrena breakdown, the weapon breakdown. So quite a bit of stuff that I'm going to be reacting to just to get the content out there. You know what I mean? Mount Firmament is such a nostalgic place in 1.0. Mount Firmament was amazing when it dropped. Like, I thought this place was so cool. The dragon head, everything. It was such a peak moment for WUWA for me. All right. Let's go here. Let's go right here real quick. We'll watch when I go to bed. Appreciate you. I love this map. This map is beautiful, man. Alright, let me queue up everything. Me too. Her rotations is click, click, and then breakdance. That's crazy. Homie said her rotations is breakdancing. That's insane. Right, let's go here. Let's go here. Bada bing, bada boom. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Every now and then, turn around to look here and tell me if you've replied. Okay? I'm gonna leave it like that. Alright, what do we do first? Do we do this one? Or do we do this one? Actually, I want to do this one. Let me close this shit. I'm gonna do this. Boom, boom, boom. Galbrena's kit is basic attack advancing at its peak. Yeah. Do I play any other games? On my spare time, I play Etheria Restart. I play Lost Sword, very casual on that game. I played Destiny Rising a little bit. quite a bit, but I'm taking it slow now. I just got into ZZZ, and I'm gonna be playing Blue Protocol and Duet Night Abyss. We'll see. He does tower defense. I hate y'all, bro. Y'all are mean to me, bro. Straight up harassing me, man. Alright, boys, today we're going to be breaking down Galbrena and checking out her kit. Kuro has given us the opportunity to check out her kit and everything it does, so I really want to break it down. But before we do that, I really want to take a look at her Combat Resonator Showcase because people have been saying it actually looks pretty damn good. So let's go ahead and hop on in and see what Kuro cooked for us. Kuro Games. Oh. The graphics look kind of weird. Hey, yo! Okay. Oh, okay. Why is she aura farming in every single scene?
Galbrena, ready to join the hunt.
Oh, okay. Woo. Oh, okay.
Let's settle the score.
She's so fire. Woo.
By my trigger. Enter Hell's Gate. Rise from Hellfire.
Bro, let's be honest. We can say what we want about Galbrena. You could be skipping her or anything, but they cooked when it comes to her visuals. Woo.
Tainted Hellfire.
Bro, she's so toned. She looks so good.
Who's my next prey?
Did you see the Saints painting?
Oh.
They really opened up their covers.
Oh. Okay.
The usual.
This is the upfront. Finish the job
Just
and
tell me. Is it a...
She's a G, bro. Straight up. Just tell me who I gotta slay, and we gon' slay him with no problem whatsoever. She's a straight up G, bro. Straight up. I really like her character. And I love her belly, bro. That shit toned as hell. It look good. Alright, but now, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta move on over and talk about Galbrena's kit, because Kuro have blessed us. This is probably the last bit of information we're gonna get before her release. We are gonna get her Resonator trailer, but for now, we have her entire kit. And there's a lot of people talking about it. Some are saying it looks bad. Some are saying it looks good. So we're going to break it down. We're going to talk about it. And I myself want to see what they have to offer. So without further ado, let's hop on in. First off, look at that belly, bro. Look at that stomach, bro. Looks good, man. God damn. Galbrena. The Fiend of Ever-Burning Flame. The Discord Slayer. Call me what you want. I'm going to call her mommy. Just point me to the monsters. Okay. All right. Here you have all the stuff you need to prepare and start getting for her, so pretty damn good. We do have the Curse of the Abyss. That's going to be, you know, an upcoming material, and she does have the combat roles of main damage dealer and heavy attack damage. So once again, a nice little main damage dealer and heavy attack damage is going to be one of her main damage typings. Now when it comes to the normal attack, deals fusion damage. Heavy attack, consume stamina to deal fusion damage. Mid-air attack, press normal attacks to consume stamina to perform plunging attack when in mid-air, dealing fusion damage. Hold normal attack to continuously consume stamina to launch a barrage of shots at targets below, dealing fusion damage. No shit. Dodge counter, press normal attack right after a successful dodge to attack the target, dealing fusion damage. Okay. The Resonant skill. Edge Transcended. Charge forward, dealing fusion damage. This is one of those things that I like about the current character rosters and the recent characters. They have a lot of ways to gap close, and this is really good for characters because currently our enemies have been moving quite a bit, ladies and gentlemen. So this is pretty damn good, and it allows her to be very, very good in the long run. Resonance skill, Ascent of Malice. At full Synth Flame, Resonance skill is replaced with Resonance skill, Ascent of Malice. Slash at enemies with her wings, dealing fusion damage. Upon casting this skill, Galbrena enters Demon Hypostasis. Synth Flame is converted into an equivalent amount of Purging Flames. Okay. Resonance Liberation. Right here, she look good. She got the snake all across her back and up in the gun. Attack the target and deal fusion damage. Gain damage multiplier increase for various enhanced moves during Demon Hypostasis. So that's a very important thing to know. Learn your modes when it comes to her gameplay. Forte Circuit. This is where it's going to get juicy, chat. Beyond the Threshold. By default, Galbrena is in Threshold state, and in this state, she accumulates After Flame and Synth Flame. Demon Hypostasis. While in Demon Hypostasis, basic attacks, heavy attacks, mid-air attacks, dodge counter, and resonance skill are enhanced. During this period, attacks consume Purging Flame on hit. While in Demon Hypostasis, the more After Flame Galbrena has, the more damage enemies take from various enhanced moves. When Purging Flame depletes, Galbrena exits Demon Hypostasis automatically. Hellstride. Press dodge while in combat action to deal fusion damage. This skill does not interrupt the hit counter of basic and heavy attack stages. Okay. Burning Drive. Casting intro skill, Hellstride enhances basic attack stage 4, and all resonance skill increases Galbrena's attack and resistances to interruptions within a certain period of time. So far, it seems pretty straightforward, honestly. Seems pretty damn straightforward, pretty easy to understand. Forte Gauge, After Flame, and Synth Flame. While in the Threshold state, Galbrena recovers After Flame when nearby resonators in the team cast Echo skill. Echoes with the same name can only trigger this effect once. This effect resets while Galbrena exits Demon Hypostasis. All After Flame is removed upon exiting Demon Hypostasis. While in Threshold state, hitting an enemies with various skill types recovers Synth Flame. So from what I'm seeing so far, it's going to be a very easy, mechanic to keep up her Demon Hypostasis, to overall do her rotations and deal her damage. It doesn't seem as complex as some of the other characters we've gotten, and overall it just seems pretty damn straightforward. Let's go on ahead and see what her intro skill has to offer. Intro skill, Hellflare Overload. Attacks the target dealing fusion damage. Okay, continues to be very straightforward. What about her outro skill? Ashen Pursuit. Attack the target dealing fusion damage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you, she's a very straightforward character. She sounds pretty easy to understand for most people, and so far she seems pretty straightforward with her entire kit. So I have no problem with any of that. I will say, from what we're seeing, she is going to be dealing some pretty good damage, and her rotations are gonna be still to be tested, but it seems that she's gonna just get her damage rolling relatively fast. Now, I will tell you, I personally have played with Galbrena, not myself, but we've been in there testing Galbrena, and she is exactly as they're describing her, as you guys have seen so far. She's a very straightforward character. She jumps into the fight and she's instantly dealing her damage. She's able to get the stacks on not only herself but also her echo set and all that good stuff relatively quickly. Moving on over to the combat guide. When resonators in the team cast Echo skill, this is very important because it's a big part of her kit. Galbrena obtains After Flame, which increases the damage dealt during the next Demon Hypostasis. Press dodge during combat actions to cast Hellstride. Casting this skill increases Galbrena's attack and resistance to interruption within a certain period of time, and does not reset the attack cycle in action for a short time. Okay, pretty standard. While in Threshold state, Galbrena accumulates Synth Flame when her attacks hit a target. When Synth Flame reaches 100 points, press Resonance skill to enter Demon Hypostasis. In Demon Hypostasis, 100 points of Purging Flame are obtained by consuming all available Synth Flame. Okay, so 100 points and 100 points here. Pretty normal, pretty good. While in Demon Hypostasis, the more After Flame Galbrena has, the more damage enemies take from various enhanced moves. So far, that seems just very straightforward. I'm telling you, I'm really liking the fact that even though I'm not going to be maining this character, if people are just hopping in, she is going to be a character that seems pretty basic to play. And we're going to go deeper into the characters you can run with her. So that's another good thing, that she does have a lot of options. And a lot of other characters don't usually have as many options to still be out here dealing some pretty damn good damage. Skills, normal attack, Slayer's Trigger. basic attack. Performs up to 4 consecutive attacks, dealing fusion damage. Basic attack stage 1 to 3 damage are considered as heavy attack damage, okay? And basic attack stage 4 damage as echo skill damage. So once again, we're here focusing on her main damage typing, which is going to be heavy attack damage and echo skill damage. Now, when it comes to this particular scenario, the echo skill damage part of things, that's a little bit more iffy when it comes to characters you can pair her up with, because we don't have a wide roster of units that offer echo skill damage buffing. So keep that in mind when it comes to this particular character, even though there are other units that I'm going to talk to you guys about that you can pair with her to do some pretty good damage. Press normal attacks right after performing basic attack stage 4 to perform basic attack stage 2. Heavy attack, volley of death. That's when you see her at the top doing the whole spinny Rooney. Consume stamina to attack the target and perform up to 3 consecutive attacks, dealing fusion damage. Stage 3 damage is considered as echo skill damage. Once again, we're going back to echo skill damage. So from what I'm seeing, she is going to deal quite a bit of echo skill damage. Press normal attack right after performing heavy attack, volley of death, stage 1 to perform basic attack stage 2. Press normal attack right after performing heavy attack, volley of death, stage 2 to perform basic attack stage 3. Just basic stuff. I know when you guys hear some of these things, y'all are over here thinking it's actually really complex. It's not. It's pretty damn basic. In particular, this seems pretty straightforward, right? Mid-air attack, Ash Falls Barrage. When in mid-air, press normal attack to consume stamina to perform a plunging attack, dealing fusion damage, considered as heavy attack damage. While in mid-air, hold normal attack and continuously consume stamina to launch a barrage of shots at the target below. Once again, the little spinner Rooney attack. Dealing fusion damage, considered as heavy attack damage. If Galbrena does not land when interrupted during the barrage, she cannot immediately cast this skill again. Okay, so from what I'm understanding from that is, you know the little spinner Rooney attack? You pretty much can't continuously be at the top and then recast it and continue spinning at the top. You're going to have to land and then do it again, right? Release normal attack during the barrage to cast plunging attack. Press normal attack right after casting plunging attack to cast basic attack stage 3, which, as we know, all of these are going to be pretty much heavy attack damage and echo skill damage. Dodge counter, blood for blood. Press normal attack right after a successful dodge to attack the target, dealing fusion damage, considered as heavy attack damage. Press normal attack right after casting this skill to cast basic attack stage 4. Pretty straightforward, right? Resonance skill, Edge Transcended. Resonance skill, Encroach. Dash forward and leap into the air, flip backwards upon hitting the target, dealing fusion damage, considered as heavy attack damage. So once again, that's going to be the bread and butter of her kit. So for those of you that are thinking if you can run her with some heavy attack damage buffers, you can. You indeed can. Resonance skill, Ascent of Malice. Upon reaching 100 points of Sin Flame, Resonance skill is replaced with Resonance skill, Ascent of Malice. Slash at enemies with her wings, dealing fusion damage, considered heavy attack damage. Upon casting this skill, Galbrena enters Demon Hypostasis. Sin Flame is converted into an equivalent amount of Purging Flame and can be followed by a basic attack, Seraphic Execution, stage 2. Resonance Liberation, Hellfire Absolution. I'm not even gonna lie, some of these names for her attacks are absolutely insanely cool. Attack the target and deal fusion damage, considered echo skill damage. Gain 85% damage multiplier increase for basic attacks. Seraphic Executions, heavy attack. Flame Wing Verdict, mid-air attack. Hell Sent Barrage and dodge counter. Purgatory Scourge for 14 seconds while in Demon Hypostasis. So that's a pretty nice increase to all those things while she's in Demon Hypostasis. So once again, you're going to get a big portion of your attack from that. But from what I'm seeing from her kit, you're going to be able to hop into it like that. Like very, very quickly. You're going to be able to hop into that state and start dishing out pretty damn good damage, right? Press normal attack after casting Resonance Liberation to cast basic attack stage 2 while in Demon Hypostasis. Cast basic attack Seraphic Execution stage 2 instead. Can be cast in midair close to the ground. Forte Circuit. Oh boy, the Forte Circuit. Y'all know they be yapping when it comes to the Forte Circuit. Beyond the Threshold. Threshold state. By default, Galbrena is in Threshold state, and in this state, she accumulates After Flame in Sin Flame. So by default, she's already in the Threshold state, and she's accumulating After Flame and Sin Flame. Demon Hypostasis. While in Demon Hypostasis, basic attack, heavy attack, volley of death, mid-air attack, all of these type of things are replaced with basic attack, Seraphic Execution, heavy attack, Flame with Verdict. So pretty much she's going to have all of her names and abilities kind of change when she's in Demon Hypostasis. So keep that in mind. And during this period, Ravage, which would be consumed on hit. While in Demon Hypostasis, every point of Afterflame increases the damage of basic attack. Seraphic Execution, Heavy Attack, Flame with Verdict, Mid-Air Attack, Hellsent Barrage, Resonance Skill, Ravage, and Dodge Counter. Purgatory Scourge by 1.5% up to 60%, which is removed upon exiting Demon Hypostasis. To make it simple, Demon Hypostasis, you go into that mode, you burst down the enemy as fast as possible, you get all these buffs, all your abilities are going to be enhanced, you're going to be dealing as much damage, and then it'll all be removed once you exit Demon Hypostasis. Pretty damn simple, pretty normal when it comes to the way a lot of these other characters work. When Purging Flame depletes or after staying in Demon Hypostasis for over 50 seconds, Demon Hypostasis ends automatically. So once you do all your damage, all your rotation, and you pretty much, your Purging Flame depletes, you're going to get out of it. Or if you're on it for 50 seconds, it'll end automatically. Pretty normal. Basic attack, Seraphic Execution, performs up to 5 consecutive attacks. That's actually huge, the fact that her basic attack, Seraphic Execution, is performing up to 5 consecutive attacks, dealing fusion damage. Consumed Purging Flame on hit, dealing 1 to 3 damage, are considered heavy attack damage, and stage 4 and 5 are echo skill damage. She's going to be a very interesting character when it comes to the way you build her, because like we said earlier, there's not really a lot of ways to buff that echo skill damage. There are some ways, which I'm pretty sure it's going to be her weapon, and I'm pretty sure it's the echo set that's going to work with her, which we will talk about in a second. But heavy attack is going to be able to be buffed quite a bit, so quite interesting when it comes to that, right? Moving on over to heavy attack, Flame with Verdict. Consume stamina to attack the target and perform up to 3 consecutive attacks, dealing fusion damage. Consume Purging Flame on hit. Stage 3 damage is considered echo skill damage. I'm telling you, when you look at all of these things, everything is considered echo skill damage or pretty much heavy attack damage. So just keep that in mind. You guys can read this. Pretty damn straightforward. Mid-air attack, Hellsent Barrage. This one's a very interesting attack because it looks like it's going to be a big part of her rotation. Is going to be able to get her going relatively quickly. And I wonder why they didn't allow us to just chain them together. I don't think it's going to be like that insane, but hey, maybe it just looked wonky. While in midair, press normal attacks and consume stamina to perform aerial attacks, dealing fusion damage, considered heavy attack damage, consume Purging Flame on hit. While in midair, hold normal attack and continuously consume stamina to launch a barrage of shots at the target, dealing fusion damage, considered heavy attack damage, blah, 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 blah. It's just the same thing. She cannot immediately cast this skill again. That's the main thing you guys got to know regarding this thing. Once you do it, you can't chain it right after each other back to back. You're going to have to like either land or do the plunging attack to then go back into it if that's what you really want to do. If you're feeling like Dante, right? Dodge counter, Purgatory Scourge, press normal attack right after a successful dodge to attack the target, dealing fusion damage considered as heavy attack damage. Press normal attack right after casting this skill to cast basic attack, Seraphic Execution 4. Resonance skill, Ravage. Dash forward and leap into the air. Flip backwards upon hitting the target, dealing fusion damage, considered heavy attack damage. Consume Purging Flame on hit. Resonance skill, Ravage, and Resonance skill, Encroach, share a cooldown. Okay, so they do share a cooldown, obviously, like most other attacks that are similar. Hellstride. Press dodge on the ground while casting Galbrena's own skills to cast Hellstride to deal a fixed amount of fusion damage, considered basic attack damage that does not bear any effect from damage buffs. Okay. Hellstride can trigger successful dodges. Hellstride cannot be cast consecutively. Casting this skill does not reset the attack cycle within a short period of time. That's kind of interesting. Burning Drive. Casting intro skill Hellstride, normal attack, Seraphic Execution. Basic attack stage 4. Resonance skill Encroach. Resonance skill Ascent of Malice. And Resonance skill Ravage increases Galbrena's resistance to interruption and attack by 20% for 4 seconds. You guys know me. I'm not a big fan of them short, timed buffs. 4 seconds is relatively short, but gaining resistance to interruption is kind of nice. I do like that. A lot of characters have, big windows where they can be interrupted, so we're really going to have to see how that works. Afterflame. Galbrena can hold up to 40 points of Afterflame while in threshold state. Galbrena recovers 8 points of Afterflames when resonators in the nearby team cast Echo skill. Okay. Echoes with the same name can only trigger this effect once. This effect resets when Galbrena exits Demon's Hypostasis. All Afterflamers remove upon exiting Demon Hypostasis. Normal shit. Sin Flame. Galbrena can hold up to 100 points of Sin Flame while in threshold state, hitting an enemy with basic attacks, heavy attack, volley of death, blah, 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 blah. Recovers Sin Flame. Alright. Intro skill, Hell Flare Overload. Attack the target and deal fusion damage. Hold normal attack after casting this skill to cast heavy attack Volley of Death stage 2. While in Demon Hypostasis, cast heavy attack Flamewing Verdict stage 2 instead. Press normal attack right after casting this skill to perform basic attack stage 2, which is replaced with basic attack Seraphic Execution stage 2 if Galbrena is in Demon Hypostasis. Outro skill, Ashen Pursuit. Attack the target dealing fusion damage equals to all it is of Galbrena's attack. Now, her inherent skill, let's see. Oathbound Hunt. 1 stack of Fated End is inflicted on the target when the following skill hits. And then you have all the skills right here. A whole bunch of the skills. Ravage and Resonance Liberation, up to 4 stacks. Each stack amplifies the damage directly dealt by Galbrena's normal attack. Damage amplification is really good, and it can go up to 4 stacks, which is actually really damn good. Resonance skill, Forte Circuit, Resonance Liberation, intro skill, and outro skill by 5% for 5.5 seconds. That's a whole lot of damage amplification from that inherent skill. That's really good. The same type of skill can trigger this effect on the same target once every 5 seconds. Resonance skill, Encroach, and Resonance skill, Ravage are considered the same type of skill. So, hey, yo, that's actually really good. I do enjoy that type of thing on her inherent skill. Now, her second inherent skill, Sin Feaster. Casting basic attack stage 4, basic attack Seraphic Executioner stage 5, heavy attack Volley of Death stage 3, and heavy attack Flame Wind Verdict stage 3 recovers 10 points of stamina. Now, from what we're seeing, right, this was a whole lot of yapping right here. This was a whole lot of yapping. I know a lot of people might not even like, bro, y'all lost me when you started yapping, but I'm gonna just keep it simple. You're going to be pretty much rotating into your Galbrena, doing a couple of her basic attacks. Boom. You're into your stage. You do your rotations relatively quick from what I'm seeing in her kit. You're going to go into her actual mode. Devil Trigger is what we'll call it. You'll deal all her damage. You'll get out of your mode. You'll rotate out. Pretty damn simple. Once she drops, we'll have an entire, stream, several streams testing her rotations and all of that. But what I can tell you is from personally seeing her gameplay, she does seem very simple. Don't let all of this actually confuse you, because I gotta be honest, she does seem like one of the most straightforward characters so far, right? Now, there's something I want to talk to you guys about. When we talk about characters that you can go ahead and pair with her, there is several options. Yes, you're going to want to pair her up with Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan is going to be her absolute best in slot character. But you can pair her with YOOOO. YOOOO is going to be a decent pairing with her. She's going to increase that damage quite a bit. You do have Shorekeeper, which always gets paired up with these type of characters, especially now that they're doing the whole, 1-2 combo. So Shorekeeper is going to be there. YOOOO can be paired with her. And then obviously the old reliable Mortefi is going to be able to be paired up with her. Now, that's just a straightforward partners, but there is more to her. You are going to be able to run her as a dual DPS with Shangli. Shangli, as we know, is very quick swappable. Galbrena has very fast-paced gameplay, so you can run her with Shangli. Shangli is going to be able to go in and out. She's going to be able to buff a bit, right? Because we all know that Shangli kind of works that way, and she's overall going to deal that extra bit of damage if you decide to not pull Shi Yuan. Now, there's another character you can also rotate into here, which is the homie Brant, another fusion character that once again is going to be able to pair pretty damn good with her, offer her some, even if it's not the best, some buffs, and deal his own bit of damage. Now, you can also pair her up with Lupa if you so desire, get a little bit of buffs from her, and deal a little bit less damage than the other two options, but you can slot her in there. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you guys is she can have a spot in a mono fusion team if you so desire. Now, I'm sure there's going to be other characters you can pair her with, but from the testing we've done, these are the characters that pretty much work the best with her. But once again, Shi Yuan is going to be her best in slot partner. Now, I just want to let you guys know, she is a very strong character. At S0, from what we tested on her, she was out there as one of the strongest DPSs in the game. At S0, with her and Shi Yuan, she was neck to neck, sometimes even faster than Augusta, than Cardathea when it came to clearing all sorts of endgame content. She's really fast to build up her damage. She's not like a character like Carthea or Augusta that you gotta like build up their stacks, and it takes quite a little bit to actually get into their main damage sources. Galbrena goes quick. You rotate into her, and by the time you rotate into her, you do a couple of things, boom, you're ready. You're dealing big damage. Very, very good character. Can't wait to see when we actually get her and we test her out to see what she brings to the table, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, let me know what you think about Galbrenicus in the comment section below. Will you be pulling for this character, or will you be skipping her? That's going to be it for the video. Thank you guys for watching, and peace. All right. I just can't imagine taking YOOOO away from Augusta, hence why I use Era Rover on my Erosion team. Nah, I feel you, I feel you. She is going to be very free-to-play friendly. She has a lot of options, bro. That's the thing that I like about her, is that she does have a lot of options, bro. I didn't even talk about the Echo set. I fumbled. I didn't talk about the Echo set. But yeah, the Echo set that you're going to run with her is pretty damn good. And it's also going to give you another option to pretty much get that damage popping. Let's see if I can get some dinos right here. Yeah, bro. The Echo set right here. This is going to be her best in slot active Echo. Bro, yeah, bro. That was I hate reading these type of things. I'm more of a like actually talking about the characters and their builds. I don't really like breaking down these things because they're too long. But yeah, this is what you're going to rock on her, bro. The Coronosaurus. The Resonator with this Echo equipped in the main slot gains 12% fusion damage bonus and 20% Echo skill damage bonus, which is freaking huge, bro. Like, that's actually huge. And that's just the two-piece, right? That's just the two-piece. So just the two-piece when you rock this is going to give you 22% fusion damage bonus. And then the rest of it from this being your active Echo. And this is going to be on the... She is also going to have a Coronosaurus in her Echo set that's coming out. So that's pretty good. But if you happen to have farmed some Coronosaurus, like your boy, you're going to be able to maybe prep before she actually gets here, okay? Now moving on over to the weapon, because a lot of people wanted to talk about the weapon. A lot of people wanted to talk about the weapon, and for that, I want to go into the gallery weapons. Let's go up to pistols. Oh boy, this is gonna be something. That's a lot of dinos. Yeah, I've been farming them dinos. I've been on it, bro. Kimbo, come on. Good boy. Come on, Bubba, my little donut. There you go. Good boy. All right. Let's do this. Let's do bada bing, bada boom. Let's start here. Let's go here. Yeah, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that Kuro has blessed us with Galbrena's official weapons. We're going to take a look at what they have to offer, their stats, the skills, and all that good stuff. And we're going to see how good, how bad, or how mid these weapons might be. A lot of people have been messaging me, telling me that these weapons are going to be a problem. So I want to see what they cooked up with these guns. Now we have Lux and Umbra, which kind of reminds me of two other guns that go by the name of Ebony and Ivory. If you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. But hey, they look really damn cool. I gotta say, these guns look absolutely great. They cooked with the fact that they made them two different colors. I think that's freaking amazing. And they look different at that as well. They're not just two different colors, right? Let's go on over and check them out. Now, we ain't reading all this crap. When it comes to the base stats, ladies and gentlemen, we have 587 attack with 48 crit damage. Now, it seems that it is going to be one of those weapons that is on the heavier side when it comes to attack. Now, there's a lot of other weapons out there that are usually a lot weaker when it comes to the attack, but that crit damage is actually pretty decent. I'm not gonna say it's like one of the best. Have y'all seen Carlotta's? She has some crazy stats. Let's see if we can open it up right here real quick and I'll show you guys. Right, we got Carlotta's weapons right here, but as you can see, it has a lot lower attack when it comes to Ebony and Ivory, or I mean Lux and Umbra, right? But that crit damage is absolutely insane, right? moving on over back to this weapon, I do think it's not bad when it comes to having higher attack. It's pretty good for the overall damage, but me personally, I do like my crits being higher. I will say though, I would have preferred if it was a crit rate main stat, because it's just easier to build when you have crit rate on your weapon than it is when it comes to crit damage, because of the way forecast have their stats. Now, these are just the base stats. Let's move on over to the actual weapon skills. We're going to be taking a look at this in Syntonization rank 1, okay? Attack is increased by 12%. Pretty basic. Upon dealing echo skill damage, gain 24% heavy attack damage amplification for 6 seconds. Now, I really like damage amp. Damage amp is so much better, in my opinion, than just flat out increase to the damage, because this is actually insanely good. And it lasts for 6 seconds, which, even though you guys know I'm not a big fan of those short buffs, because you got to manage not only this, but then you got to manage usually the echo set buffs, then you got to manage the timer on the other buffs of all the other characters on the team. It still works pretty well, because from what I'm seeing, she's actually dealing some pretty damn good damage. Upon dealing heavy attack damage, gains 24% echo skill damage amplification for 6 seconds. Once again, with the damage amplification, 6 seconds. So pretty much, you're going to be doing your rotation. You're going to be triggering her entire kit. You're going to be triggering the buffs of heavy attack damage amp and echo skill damage amp, which is pretty good. Honestly, that's really good. Damage amplification on each attack is capped at 24%, while both effects are active. Dealing damage ignores 8% of the target's defense. Ooh, bro, I'm gonna be honest. This weapon is actually pretty damn strong, bro. It's giving heavy attack damage amp, echo skill damage amp, damage amplification on each attack, right, which is capped, but still pretty damn nice. And it's giving you 8% defense ignore. That is absolutely solid. Now, let's talk about the other thing that I know you guys want to talk about. I feel that this weapon is going to be very, very good on her. Now, I can't sit here and tell you how strong this weapon is going to be in comparison to the other weapons on the roster, right? I feel that from just looking at it, from the testing that we've done on this character, this is going to be around 20 to maybe 30% higher than the other options on the roster for Galbrena. So if you want to main Galbrena, please do yourself a favor and get yourself this weapon. The second part of this thing that I want to talk about is that this is kind of a very specific gun right now, right? This is a very specific weapon that you're really only going to get for Galbrena. There is no other character in the game that uses a gun that is really doing heavy attack damage and echo skill damage. And you really don't want to get this gun just because of the defense ignore. So I think this is one of the, few weapons in the game that we have that you're really only going to get for the said character. And while you can run this on maybe another character, like maybe you might think, yo, the heavy attack damage amplification might be good for my Siakona. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. If that's what you're thinking, might as well just get Siakona's weapon. I don't think you should get this weapon for Siakona or for any other character outside of Galbrena. And if your reasoning is, yo, I might get this weapon for future characters, because it can happen, like we saw, I believe it was with Roshia's weapon, that it was very, very specific, and we thought it was going to be just some doo-doo specific for Roshia, and then you could use it on Zani. Yes, Zani's weapon is still better for Zani because it is her signature, but you can still use Roshia's weapon. This might be a thing that in the future, maybe another character comes out that deals heavy damage and echo skill damage, but honestly, I wouldn't bank on that, and I wouldn't pull the weapon specifically for that reason, right? So don't get that. This is a very specific weapon that is pretty much going to work on Galbrena, and that's pretty much it when it comes to the weapon. Now, I do want to say, what are other options that we can be looking into for Galbrena in particular? And I gotta be straightforward. There might be other options, and I'm sure people are going to talk about other options, but for me, when a weapon offers something that caters to a character so much, I don't really even consider the other options, guys. So if you're someone that's willing to pull for Galbrena, this weapon is going to give you quite a bit of longevity for your character. So once again, you guys know me. I advise you guys to pull this weapon. But for the sake of the entertainment, let's go ahead and look at other weapons. And we do have other pistols like the Woodland Aria, right? That is going to give you, once again, some relatively low attack. And it is going to give you some crit rate, which is not bad. I do see this as a stat stick for the most part. I don't really see anything else in here actually working with Galbrena. And in my honest opinion, when I look at a weapon like this and I compare something like this with something like this, I personally don't like going for a different weapon. I just don't like that. So you can run this with a stat stick, but I would still go ahead and get her weapon. You still have the Last Stance, which offers an insane amount of crit damage. Once again, lowers attack. It increases, you know, your attack like normal. But she doesn't really work around Resonance Liberation or skill damage, so I wouldn't go for that. Static Mist, you got the crit rate. You got the attack, which pretty damn good. Energy regen. And you got the whole buffing aspect of it, but I don't really like it. And then Solar Flame is going to be a weapon that you can go ahead and use on her because it does offer a nice crit rate. It does offer heavy attack damage increase, but you miss out on the second part of her kit, which is going to be the whole Echo skill damage amplification. So if I were you guys, stick to getting her weapon. While there are other options, I wouldn't look too deep into them. Her weapon looks to be a very, very good option, but very, very specific to her. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I know some people here don't really like weapons that are very specific to a character, and we will be doing testing to see how much of a difference this weapon is to something like, you know, the Woodland Area, the Last Stance, Static Mist, and maybe even Solar Flame. So be sure to tune on into the live streams. But for now, that's my take on Lux and Umbra. Appreciate you guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, hit that like button, subscribe, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace. Y'all were giving me diabetes, bro. Y'all were over there in the chat talking about some bullshit. All I kept saying was that shit going up and up and up, and I'm like, bro, what's going on, bro? Giving me straight up coronavirus, bro. Let me see what y'all were talking about. I was like, are these... I'm over here recording a whole video. I'm like, are they even talking about what I'm talking about in the video? God fucking damn it. Hold on, let me read, bro. Let me actually close this down and see what the fuck was going on. There's a clip here. I ain't even gonna lie, Jet. Yes, because every time you come into the chat, you don't even talk about the actual thing I'm talking about. What are you guys talking about? Let's see. I don't even know what y'all talking about. Oh, hell no. Y'all talking about for too long about some random shit. You told us to say dumb... I didn't tell you to say dumb shit. What the fuck? I hate y'all, bro. I'm gonna start banning everybody, bro. That's insane. I'm gonna start putting the whole chat in timeout, bro. If that was the Twitch chat, I'll put it on emote mode. I'm disabling the chat next time I record a video, bro. I can't be out here recording a video talking about some shit in my chat talking about fucking bibbity bobbities, bro. Man got gaslit. I didn't get gaslit. I know I ain't tell y'all to say shit. On the hologram clears, mother... Does this look like I'm hologram clearing right now? I'm banning you, bro. Hold on. I almost banned stream elements. Hold on. How do I start timing out everybody, bro? There we go. Hold on. Everybody getting timeout, bro. When I timed out my mods, bro. Hold on. There we go. Everybody getting time lit except stream elements. Jose, you just walked into the chat. You're getting timed out too, bro. Hold on. Boom. Bro, the whole chat got timed out, bro. over here on some bullshit. Almost, bro, legit, almost made me lose focus. I was like recording and I kept seeing the chat going up. I was like, what the fuck is going on, bro? There is no way y'all getting that active when I'm talking about a weapon, bro. Ain't no way. All right, everybody got gulag, bro. I was making a good point. I don't know what point y'all were making, bro. But did it have to do with the character and the recording and the stats and the weapons? And you proved their point by calling her guns ebony and ivory. I mean, I do think she's very inspired by Devil May Cry, bro. To be honest, you did tell us to be active in the chat when you record. I love y'all sometimes, but I hate y'all sometimes too, chat. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just letting y'all know. I just kept on topic. I was trying to make it to like stay on topic, bro. Bro, that's why I ended the video quicker. I'm not recording until we chilling, bro. Until everybody on point, because I got 2 other videos to record. 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, actually, no, I'm done with this. So, yeah, 3 other reactions. I can't be out here talking about a specific thing and then the chat starts talking about bibbity-boppities, bro. Unless we're bullying Cremoni. We were making a huge comparison of her and Dante. Who wins, her or Dante? I'm sorry I'm so interesting. All right, let's see. But yeah, I think I broke it down pretty damn well. I maybe lost track a little bit towards the end, so I didn't go deeper into the actual weapons. So hopefully people don't start calling me out on that. If anything, I'm blaming Jet. But yeah, I think I covered... I don't know if I missed a gun. Where the fuck are the guns? I brought up the 3 here, and I brought up Solar Flare, Solar Flame. What other weapons could we talk about that I might have missed? We ain't talking about no Thunderbolts, bro, and we ain't talking about Nova Burst. This shit sucks. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that could be brought up. Maybe. Yeah, nah, I think we're good. I think we covered everything, bro, honestly. I think Solar Flame is the only 4-star you want to apply. Woodland Area, inflicting arrow erosion. You're going to get nothing from here. When it comes to the Last Dance, you ain't really going to be getting any buffs from here because Resonance Liberation cast and, you know, Resonance skill damage bonus are not her main typings. And then for Static Mist, increasing the Resonator's attack on your team is not part of her priority. So I don't think that's something you guys got to worry about. They're just stat sticks. So yeah, I covered everything simple as hell, so that's fine. Oh shit, hold on. Nope. 1 second, chat. Got a call. I was trying to stay focused, but I seen you in the corner. I'm like, oh, what is he doing, bro? I know you, Jet. Yo, by the way, bro, I hope you're doing good, dog. If you ever need to talk, hit me up, Jet. You know I got you. If you need me to punch somebody in the neck, just tell me, bro. I won't even ask who. I'll just punch him in the neck straight up. Also, Crystal, you were here the whole time, and not once did you say anything? She might have been pooping, bro. Why you gotta bully her? That's crazy. Honestly, if you're going to get Gal, just get her. Just get her. Yeah, honestly, if you're going to get Galbrena, just get her weapons. A lot of people have been asking me if I'm going to get Galbrena. Right now, I don't even have enough to guarantee Galbrena, bro. Like, I don't even have enough to like, if I lose that first pity, I'm cooked. So we're going to have to wait and see if I can get... I just want to get her at S0 R1. The plan is to get her so I can do my showcase and everything just at S0 R1, but we'll see. If I can't get her weapon, I don't know what I'm doing. I might ask someone else to let me use their account, but the problem is that everybody from my fucking community outside of one person is skipping the character. So I don't know who I would ask to build this unit. So we'll see what we do. But hopefully I get lucky, you know what I mean? Is she even worth the max? So look, Jet, she is gonna be very strong, but I don't think she's worth maxing out because I already have full fusion team, right? Right now, what the hell was that freaking flame? There was like a weird light on my screen right now. What the hell? Whoa. What kind of Ebola is going on here? But I just want to get her at S0R1. Same with the character after her so I can at least team build and make the videos. But the way things are set up right now, you know what I mean? We don't have enough for one pity run. Like the actual pity run and the weapon. Hold on, I'm trying to call my mom because she called me. And I missed the call because I was talking crap about a weapon. I was over here recording a stupid weapon video and my mom called me, so I gotta make sure she's cool. When you stream the polls, I'll try to help you, guarantee it. Alright, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. She comes out in like... When does she come out? I think in like 3 days. 2 days. 2 days and 15 hours. Ugh, I gotta do that. The tower event, bro. The tower defense event. Jet only is out here bribing me. He's like, yo, I'll give you $50 if you beat the longest, most tedious event. And I'm dying, bro. Your mom's calling and you're gonna tell her Jet was distracting me, mom. I'm sorry. I'll blame Jet, bro. I wanted to get Galbrena, but was underwhelmed by her gameplay animations. That's what I'm saying. Right now, I need those 50 bad, so I'm gonna try it, bro. But when I tell you, Jet, it's like a 8-hour game mode, bro, of like just tediousness. All right, let's see. Hold on, this shit got no audio. You guys are just watching me with no audio. That's crazy. There we go. There we go. I'll add another 50. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's 100 bones. That's 100 bones. Yo, really? Oh, my goodness. Now I really got to do it.
But still, one
that's insane. Fusion and Arrow be getting all the love from Kuro. Yeah, right now, look. The only characters that I feel that I'm really lacking on my account are... Glacio and Havoc, and then I think my account would be once I get, because I have a full fusion team, I have the full Glacio team or Arrow team. I guess we could say we have a Electro team with Augusta, right? But we don't really have a solid functioning Havoc team right now.
Would you
my account
with convention, then conquer?
100 if you under 8 hours. I just told you it lasts 8 hours. That's crazy. All right, we're good. We're good. All right. I might change that message, make it more YouTube personality. What message? What are you talking about? Jet, the event takes at least 8. That's what I'm saying, bro. And that, bro, it takes like 8 hours, and I haven't even gotten to the part where I can do the like unlimited shit. I gotta beat this to then do the. I think I gotta beat this to then do the unlimited one. Oh no, this is the unlimited one, or is this the unlimited one? No, I gotta beat these to then get to the unlimited one. I think. Is this the unlimited one? Jet is a worse villain than me. I'm gonna be out here struggling, bro. I have 2 days too. The sub and join message. Oh, so it's actually working on YouTube, Crystal, but it doesn't work on Twitch, huh? Oh, nah, I'm cooked. This is the one that's gonna take me forever. And then these two, I haven't even done. Oh, nah. You guys are gonna have to coach me. Coach me. Put me in, coach. Get the 99 levels. I'm gonna be out here looking like a skeleton, bro. I'm gonna be out here looking drained. Looking all kinds of messed up, bro. Alright. You can finish those 2 in 1 hour. Yeah, and then I gotta do the other shit in 7 hours. And I know I'm gonna mess up and have to reset. So, shit. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? What do we have here? We're gonna do... Hey, we got 2 Galbrena videos, chat, I suppose. And I actually... I like this video because y'all sent it to me to react to it. And I actually think it's a pretty good...
A
video.
faint's power. But still.
Get 99 level in under 8 hours, and you'll do 100. Okay, so that's 150 if I'm able to do this. All right, we're not sleeping today, chat. I'm gonna be out here looking like a crack fiend. Okay, I don't know if I could do that. Huh? No, hold on. Hold on, chat. All right. I gave CD like 5 days to do it, but yet given him 8 hours. No, he didn't give me 8 hours. He said like if I do it, if I fully clear it in under 8 hours, which is, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna even be able to do it, but I'll try. You know what I mean? Jet wants to see himself, or why? I'm a good noodle, bro. That's crazy. All right, we're gonna look at a video, chat. We're gonna look at a good video, okay? I think this one's gonna be interesting, but let me just make sure that we have no audio here. What the fuck? There we go. Did I already use my stamina? I did use my stamina, okay. And then, oh shit, almost fell off the mountain. And then I don't have. By tomorrow, I should be able to have enough. Whatchamacallums? What are these? Shell credits, bro. And I'll give you, depending on how much you clear, I'll send an amount depending on that, and I'll give you a handicap. You have until Galbrena releases. Okay, so I have 2 days. So, because I don't want to kill myself today, I'll try to get to like floor 30 or 40 today, and then we'll see. Because from what they were telling me, it gets really, really hard on certain floors. So they're gonna have to definitely stick with me as I do all this, because it's long, bro. All right, we got everything. Got to do everything right now to make sure we can get Galbrena so we can make some good videos. The title will be gone on Galbrena's release. Oh my goodness, bro. All right, let's record this video, chat. We have 3 videos to record. I know I'm worried about the PC blowing up, to be honest. Bro, Jet, I don't know if you heard. I was on stream. Chat, was it yesterday? Was it yesterday that I was on stream? Bro, I was on stream. My whole computer like literally just fried itself on stream. Like my camera froze, my fucking OBS crashed. They could still see me and hear me but not see me moved. Only half of it was working. I couldn't get anything to work, and it was like that for like 5 minutes, and I was like, what the hell is happening, bro? It was such a pain, bro. And then out of nowhere, it just I was literally, my finger was on the off button and it fixed itself. I don't know. It was yesterday, yeah, yesterday when it all froze, it was mad. Yeah, I was not expecting that, bro. Shit was crazy. I didn't think it was gonna actually fix itself. All right, let me just make sure everything is Gucci. There we go. I'll let you record the videos because apparently I'm too funny to be around you to record. You don't gotta go, man. Alright. Guys, I will say though, try to drop some comments regarding this video though as I'm going. Like regarding Galbrena. Because that's what this video is going to be about. Okay? But see, nobody wants you to go, bro. I'm surprised that PC still lives. It's hanging on there. I'm just worried that the PC will die when like 3.0 is going to come out. Because if my PC dies when the biggest update we've had in the last year drops, I would be depressed because I wouldn't be able to cover it. But we still got a little bit for that, so we're cool. All right. Y'all ready? The PC has a jet black love for real, bro. The OG. It was because of this that I've been able to create content all this time. Oh, shit, I got coffee. What the fuck? All right. Let's see. Does it sound good?
Is Galbrena a good...
That shit just blew up my ear hole. Ladies and gentlemen, how y'all doing today? We gotta talk about Galbrena. Today we got more content on Galbrena, and this video is titled, Is Galbrena a busted or weak beginner pull? Shout out to Juice for this video. We're gonna see what she gotta cook up in this one, but I just want to tell you before we go deeper into it, Galbrena is a very good character. I personally believe that she is a very good beginner pull. Now, when we say beginner, we're talking about people that are just hopping onto the game. They don't have a wide roster. They don't have a lot of characters. And I think Galbrena is going to be a good option for those players. Now, we're going to go into the video and see what Juice has to say, but I just want to get my thoughts out before we hop in there. First off, I think Galbrena is a very strong DPS character that's going to be a hyper carry, and she's going to be able to deal her burst and her damage really quickly. That's a big factor to why I think she's really good. I also think that she's going to have a lot of options for people to pair her up with. You're going to be able to pair her up with YOOOO. So if you're just starting out before she drops and you happen to have YOOOO, you can pair her up with YOOOO. You can pair her up with Mortifi. You can pair her up with all the other fusion characters pretty much. Brant, Lupa, Shangli, and she's going to be able to slot herself into the mono fusion team, which is pretty damn good. That's already given her, what, like 5 characters, 6 characters you can pair her up with. And then she has Shi Yuan, which is coming relatively soon right after her, which is her best in slot partner. That is why I think she's going to be a very good option for beginner players. The fact that she's relatively easy to play, the fact that she's a hyper carry and she's going to be able to get those new beginner players and take them to the next level. And overall, her gameplay is pretty damn simple. So those are my particular thoughts after having played the character quite a bit, after having seen the gameplay quite a bit, and after, you know, theory crafting and breaking down all there is to know about the character in the beta servers. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and see what Juice cooked up.
Is Galbrena a good beginner pull or not? Let's talk about it. My name is Juice, and let's get into it.
Okay.
So, let's say you're just starting out, and you're considering getting Galbrena. Is she going to be an actually good investment for you as a new player, or are there better 5 stars that you can go for instead? Now, in my opinion, I think Galbrena honestly has quite tough competition in this regard. She's coming hot off of the heels of YOOOO and Augusta, both of...
What the hell just happened? Hello?
Both of which are honestly very viable beginner pulls, due to numerous different reasons. And we of course have absolute bangers in the game like Phoebe, that are literally able to form teams out of completely free characters.
Okay, so here's the thing. When I think of beginner pull, right, I don't consider people that already have characters like Peeps, people that already have characters like Augusta, right? I consider this people that are either starting off in 2.7 or people that started around, you know, the second half of 2.6, right? And even if you have a character like YOOOO and Augusta, I don't see, you know, Galbrena as a bad option, so you can start forming your second team. But if you are starting off in 2.6 and you happen to have, you know, Augusta and YOOOO, you might want to save your astrites to make sure you can get a better team composition later down the line. But if you already have characters like Peeps, which hasn't reran in forever, you've had the opportunity to get yourself multiple characters, right? And I also don't think that Peeps is a better option as a DPS when you compare her directly to Galbrena, because Galbrena does deal more damage. She has a lot more options and premium characters that are going to enable her team to do pretty damn good. And when it comes to Peeps, you're either going to run her as a support with Zani, or you're going to run her as a main DPS with Spectra Rover. So that comparison, I don't know, right? We're considering Galbrena as a beginner pull option, right?
So, how does Galbrena hold up against those characters, and is she going to be worthwhile if you're somebody who's just starting out? Well, I think that if you're literally just starting and you don't really have many DPSs, Galbrena's value ends up being pretty high.
Yeah.
But this is more so by nature of you not having any strong DPSs.
Agree on that, right? If we're comparing it from the beginner point of view and you don't have a lot of DPSs, I think Galbrena's value is pretty damn high. And I dare say that even if you had a couple of DPSs, right? And we're just considering the fact that you had to pull currency now that you're struggling to get it, Galbrena's value is pretty good. She is definitely one of the top damage dealers in the game when we're comparing everybody with their, you know, premium teams and signature weapons. Galbrena is hands down a very strong character. She is going to be one of the strongest characters out there when it comes to team compositions, and she is a character that has everything that a new character, you know, should have. Everything you'd want them to have. She has a, you know, follow-up attack. She has the ability to close gaps. She has the ability to attack in range. So all those pesky bosses that be moving all over the field, that be getting away from you, she has no problem following up, chasing them, and hitting them from range to deliver her damage. So you will be able to pretty much tackle every single current sort of content in the game, which is really, really valuable. And some other characters out there don't have the ability to do that as easily as what I've seen Galbrena be able to do.
The thing is, the more progressed your account is and the more main DPSs you have, the less and less you're going to need more DPSs, especially if you're somebody that already has triple fusion or has generally just got good investment into the fusion team already.
That's also another thing, but once again, I feel that we're kind of, you know, going in different directions, right? If we're talking about an account that already has the fusion team, that's not a beginner account, but yes, if you already have the fusion team, I don't think you should invest in Galbrena, and it's not because Galbrena herself is not good and the fusion team is the absolute best team in the game, but simply because I feel that people should build their roster, build their characters, and build different elemental units and different elemental teams. So if you already have 3 premium characters added as the premium fusion team, going for another fusion unit is not ideal. But if we're sticking to the topic of beginner players, I do think she's an amazing value unit.
But if you don't have any modicum of investment in this regard, then Galbrena ends up being a pretty good first pickup. Another thing is that she's actually quite reliable to get, because every 2.x DPS is a really good choice.
Yeah.
Some of them are more expensive than others in terms of cost, and that is something that we have to discuss with Galbrena too. However, generally speaking, they all have a really good damage baseline, and you can safely invest into basically all of them.
Yeah.
In Galbrena's case, I personally believe that she's going to be a pretty safe character to get, because she's a traditional hyper carry.
Yep.
Yes, she does have abilities that are based around echo skill damage, but I personally don't think that archetype is anywhere near as niche as something like negative status is.
So here's the thing. So far, we have seen that negative statuses are a little bit more niche, but that's because we haven't expanded the roster. Now, I think that eventually maybe either Kura completely forgets and stops releasing character with negative status effects, or they start releasing more and then it will no longer be that niche, right? When it comes to echo skill damage, I do see it as something that's going to be more common because we already have several characters that revolve around the whole echo damage or, you know, echo skill damage system. So I do see that being a thing, but there's more to Galbrena than just that. She does deal heavy attack damage. She can be paired around with a lot of characters, and not just paired with these characters as like suboptimal and like crappy compositions. She can do very damn well with her main DPS supporter, which is YOOOO. She's going to be dealing some insane damage as an absolute hyper carry comp. But if you pair her up with like a Brandt and a Shangli, she's now going to work as like a triple kind of DPS comp where everybody's going to be dealing a bit of damage and it's still going to clear everything with no problem whatsoever beautifully. So I think on that regard, you shouldn't look at her and be like, damn, but she deals echo damage and see it as a problem, because I do see this being a less niche type of damage typing than, you know, negative statuses.
Look at Frolova. While she does really enjoy Cantarella, a character that's able to provide her with many echo-based benefits, she's still completely fine just using Donjin for her outro skill, because it gives some Havoc damage amp. And sure, that's something crazy, but it's good enough for her. And I personally expect Galbrena to follow suit. You're likely just going to be able to stick more Teffy with her and get by just fine.
You will be able to stick Mortefee with her and she'll be doing just fine, kind of like we have Augusta, even though Mortefee is like perfectly slotted on Augusta and not so much on her, she's still going to be able to take a lot of benefits from Teffy. And then one thing that I do want to point out that maybe Juice is going to cover is that Galbrena's value for beginner, players, beginner pools, doesn't just go when it comes to her. It's not just about her. In her banner, if I'm not mistaken, you are going to be able to get Mortefi and Sanhua. So if you're a beginner player, those are the 4 stars that are on rate up on that banner. So as you summon for Galbrena, you can get some Mortefi dupes, enabling your Mortefi to get stronger, enabling your Sanhua to get stronger. So overall, her banner has a lot of value. I do gotta say that her banner has a lot of value for beginner players, and pulling on that banner can set your account for success, as it will give you some dupes on your Tefi and your Sanhua, which are characters that you're going to rock on a lot of teams until you eventually build up your roster a lot more and get your premium teams going.
Going to be your absolute strongest option? No, not by any means, but I think that if you're lacking a new DPS to start the game with, then you're gonna be fine anyway, and it's definitely gonna feel stronger than whatever else you're gonna have available to you. The only other thing that you can really do if you're just starting out is after getting your Verena off standard, you'd want to get an Encore then, otherwise you're just not really gonna have access to a strong DPS. So she ends up being a good beginner pull simply just because DPSs are inherently good to pick up while you're just starting out. However, what about her actual cost? Is she a good DPS to get in particular, or is there somebody else that would generally be a bit more desirable? And there's also the consideration that Lupa's going to be on banners next to her.
Okay, so regarding that topic, right, I feel that we got to stay on topic, where the whole gist of this video, right, is beginner pulls, right? I will tell you this personally right now. Even though the longevity of a character like Lupa and maybe even Shi Yuan will be longer and maybe even better, because those are support sub DPSs that will be able to support characters for a lot longer than maybe even Galbrena will be a main meta DPS. If you're just starting out, if you're a beginner, which is the whole concept of this video, why would you pull Lupa, right? You're not going to have any other fusion DPS unless you're running Encore, and Encore Lupa is like playing with rocks. So you're not going to enjoy that, right? If you're going to skip her and get Shi Yuan, you're not going to have a good time. And if you're going to skip all of those and get Zani, you're going to be in a very bad position, because Zani plays like an absolute brick without having your peeps, okay? So if we're talking about beginner players, if we're talking about 2.7, we're talking about building your roster, I think she has the most value. Now, you could say, well, I could just pull Lupa and eventually get another fusion DPS. Yes, you can. And Lupa will be great for that fusion DPS. But until you get him, you're going to be stuck with a character that will not be able to carry your account, will not be able to clear a lot of content, because Lupa's damage is just not that good at all. And the same goes for Shi Yuan, right? So personally, if you're a beginner player, I think that Galbrena's damage is absolutely the best, and her value is much better. Now, if we're talking about, what about getting Galbrena and Lupa, and then we talk about what would happen a year down the line where you could have pulled another 3 characters and 2 of them could have been fusion units, maybe your Lupa could have been a better investment, but I'm sure by then Lupa could have reran a couple of times. So, I don't know.
Well, I think that Galbrena's in a position where she's not exactly cost-friendly, but she's not exactly expensive either. What I mean by this is that if you've been playing the game for any amount of time, it's likely that you're going to be able to give Galbrena a somewhat decent team. What I mean by this is that you have multiple options you can solve with her, but most of her team options are 5 stars. That's more so just because WUWA doesn't really produce 4-star characters these days, but either way, the point still stands, because there are DPSs out there that are able to utilize 4 stars better than Galbrena would be able to utilize 4 stars. In her case, you ideally want either Branton Lupa in general, so that you can have Lupa into more Tefi, or you would get Cho Yuen later on, who's going to be releasing some time after Galbrena's release. In any of those given situations, Galbrena is going to end up feeling quite strong, and is going to have a pretty strong team. So, does that mean that if you're new, you should pull for Lupa and Galbrena if you're able to? Or should you even consider just saving up for Cho Yuen down the line whenever he drops eventually?
I'm gonna be honest, if you're brand new, I would, if you're considering pulling Galbrena, that statement she just made between pulling Galbrena and Lupa, I wouldn't do it. Now, once again, we're looking at the situation where, yes, Lupa holds a lot of value for all fusion teams, but I personally believe in getting yourself your premium team. So if you're a brand new player, you're just starting out, you have all the maps to explore, you have all these events going on, all these things that you might have missed that you're able to do now. I will get yourself Galbrena, right? I would get yourself SK from that beginner banner that you're able to choose, and then I would go ahead and wait and then get Shi Yuan. That means that by the end of 2.7, you would have an absolute premium team that will definitely carry you anywhere in the game. That one team alone will be able to clear any content you put it in. And at that point, you can begin saving for the upcoming units and make your, decisions regarding what you want to get. In 2.8, you have another option of a new character instead of, going in into getting Lupa, getting yourself into a brand new meta with the 2.8 character, or even waiting to see what they tease us with in the upcoming 3.0 and forward characters, which we will be able to see those characters during the 2.8 banner duration at some point. So, personally, I don't think getting Lupa and Galbrena is the play. I would rather get Galbrena and Shi Yuan, get them going smooth with your Shorekeeper, and boom, your account is starting to move in the right direction.
Okay, so I would say that it kind of depends. The thing is, 2.7's banners in general are very niche. The banners and characters on offer are strong, however, they're definitely stronger or weaker depending on what direction you want to take your account in. Yes, you could get Galbrena just so that you would have a strong DPS to carry you through the early game and just have a good character in general. She would never necessarily fade for you, and you could always use more Tefi Shorekeeper. That is going under the assumption that you're picking Shorekeeper as your 1.x 5-star character that you're able to pull for from the beginner wish.
Yeah,
however,
you should.
Investing more into Galbrena, here's the thing. There's two possible avenues that you can take here. You get Galbrena, you build her up, and you use more Tefi for the time being, and then you get Cho Yuen. This will be lower cost than waiting to get more Fusion 5-stars. This is because you're likely able to use Shorekeeper on the end, who's permanently available from the 1.x beginner wish if you're somebody that's new. Substitute her for Verena if you didn't pick her up as your first 5-star. And then you're gonna have yourself a very strong and complete team as your first proper core. Yeah. However, if you choose to invest into Lupa instead, you do get a character that's going to end up being very strong overall for all of the fusion characters that you get on your account. And she's gonna be good for Galbrena too. Like I said earlier, you can go Lupa into more Tefi into Galbrena, and that's also going to be a strong setup for you to provide the avenue to invest into Brant Wuthering Waves later on, who is—
I'm gonna be honest though, I don't see that being an actual good thing to do. Right? It's just my opinion, right? I've played the game a lot. I continuously talk to so many people on this, game. We theory craft, we test, we get on VCs, we talk for hours, yada, yada, yada. I don't think that if you're going to get Galbrena, you would want to get Lupa, because you can just get Shi Yuan instead of Lupa and have your Galbrena team done, right? If you get Lupa, you would have a suboptimal Galbrena team, and why would you get Lupa to then get another fusion character like Brant when you already have Galbrena as a hyper carry fusion character, right? It just makes no sense to me, right? Unless that's what you want to do, but in theory, what I'm telling you, it would make no sense, right? You would pull your Lupa with your Galbrena, and then you eventually pull Brant. Now you're sitting here with 3 fusion characters. And what's going on? You have no variety. They're all fusion, and it makes no sense, right? Get Galbrena and get Shi Yuan. Don't get Lupa for your Galbrena. I don't advise that. And while Lupa will hold more value for more fusion characters, if you already have Galbrena as a fusion hyper carry unit, why are you worried about other fusion characters down the line? You don't need to do that. But that's just me. That's my thought regarding that particular offering and that particular strategy behind maybe pulling Lupa.
Also a very strong unit, though keep in mind that those units really want their signatures, and this is where cost comes into play. What I mean by that is that you're going to want to invest into more 5-stars than you would if you went for the Cho Yuen Shorekeeper team, or Verena of course. You get the point. Essentially, Lupa's own damage and Brant's own damage are very relevant, so you would ideally want their signature weapons. And if you don't have Brant Sig, then he drops in value drastically, because it becomes so much harder to build him. You can put him on Blood Pact's Pledge, but you're still missing out on everything that Unflickering Valor gives him within the passive. That weapon is completely tailor-made for him, and we never ended up getting an event weapon that was able to remedy his need for a signature.
And here's another thing, right? Let's say you get Galbrena. Let's say you get Lupa. At that point, let's just consider that you have Shorekeeper at that point, right? While that would be a team, in this scenario that Juice is planting, we would want to get Brant to go with your Lupa, right? that means you would still theoretically have to get another character. But if instead of getting Lupa, you got Shi Yuan, your Galbrena team is done. You don't got to get an extra character, an extra signature weapon. Your team is done. And this is coming from someone that is an absolute Brand Glazer, probably the #1 Brand fan out there. I love that character, absolute monster of a unit. But if we're being honest and we're being practical and we're actually taking things from an absolute value type of perspective, getting Lupa to then eventually plan to get Brand just so you can rock them with Galbrena when you can just get Shi Yuan and have that core premium team be done just makes no sense. So don't make that mistake, guys. At the end of the day, waifus is what matters, but this is not about what you like. It's about, you know, optimizing your resources.
Really needs it. So you'd have to consider that that's a character that you would have to fully commit to. Lupa's another one where if you take away the signature, she also loses a lot of her value. So you generally really want signatures for everyone in the team. And Galbrena herself, well, it's a main DPS character, and those generally want their sigs the most in this game. Any character who has damage as a large part of their value really wants the sig. And this is why DPSs are basically non-negotiable when it comes to whether you want to get their signature or not. There are some where they can fare better than others if you don't end up managing to land their signature in time. However, in most cases, you really want to get it.
Yeah.
Whereas with the Cho Yuen team, Galbrena is mostly the main star of the show, and while you would ideally want Cho Yuen's weapon, you can still get away with not having it. And sure,
Yeah, at the end of the day, when it comes to building your teams, I'm going to just tell you guys right now, you want your main DPS's weapon. Stop listening to people and content creators and anybody out there telling you, well, actually, this weapon is only 10% weaker. Like, bro, tell them to shut up. These weapons are specific for your characters. You want them to have longevity. You want them to perform at their utmost potential. You want them to be as good as they can possibly be for as long as possible. So get their signature weapons. It doesn't matter if it's only 10% stronger than the second best option. Eventually, that 8% will add up. Will add up if you don't get their second best in slot character, right? Their premium team. And eventually, you'll notice the decline of your unit. So definitely get their weapons. And as you guys know, we did talk about Galbrena's weapon today, and we have a video on the channel, so do be sure to check it out. And Galbrena's weapon is pretty much tailor-made for her. It synchronizes with her kit beautifully. It's going to enable a bunch of crap. It's going to give her heavy attack. It's going to give her skill amplification, skill damage amp. It's going to give her defense, res, reduction, or, you know, it's going to be able to skip the defense a little bit. So it's going to give you a bunch of crap that is going to synergize with Galbrena so good. So just do yourself a favor. Always get your signature weapon for your main DPS. Sub DPS and support, you can get away with running like 4 stars or second, third best options. But yeah, don't do that. Yeah, there we go. Heavy echo skill and defense ignore, which is quite a bit when it comes to a character that revolves around that. So definitely get her weapon for sure.
Keeper's another one where you can just give her variation and you'll get by just fine.
That's another reason why you don't want to get Lupa, right? Because you're talking about getting 2 characters and then you'd have to look into getting their signature weapons. Whereas if you only get Galbrena, you're able to get the signature weapon and then you can save the rest of the pads, continue to explore, continue to get all the rewards and all that good stuff, and then get Cho Yuen. It gives you a good amount of time. Let's say you get your Galbrena day 1. From that point forward, you got all your login rewards during the entirety of her banner, all the events, you know, like the 2 or 3 events we're getting in the 2.7. And then you have all the duration of Cho Yuen's banner to go ahead and get him. So I think it's much better in every single aspect. I don't think there's any scenario where getting Lupa is better for a beginner player than getting Cho Yuen if you're pulling Galbrena.
The cost is inherently lower, and while you are pulling for a more niche unit, he's still going to end up being a good pickup for Furlova. So if you end up being a Furlova fan down the line, then that's another situation in which you're able to use him. And by having a lower cost team to invest into, you're more readily able to prepare yourself to invest into different teams down the line, thus allowing you more flexibility in general. Now, if you're not particularly interested in investing into Lupa or any fusion characters, or you don't really want to invest into Cho Yuen because he might be a bit too niche for your tastes, then I actually wouldn't get Galbrena as your first DPS.
Look, she said it. I've said it. Anybody that tells you the opposite, don't be like them. Listen, if you're gonna pull a hyper carry DPS, if you're gonna pull a premium DPS, always pull their best in slot characters and their weapons. You can play however the hell you want, and Wuthering Waves is relatively an easy game. But if you're someone that either has a skill issue or is very casual and don't want to stress, or someone that just wants to clear content as smoothly as possible, always get the best in slot character for your premium unit. So if you're one of those that looks at Show You and is like, that's a guy, I don't want to pull him, just skip Galbrena. Do yourself the favor and skip Galbrena, right? Keep on saving. You might lose out on a little bit of, asteroids for not being able to clear, certain aspects of the game like Tower and, well, Whimpering Waste, but just do yourself that favor. Always try to get yourself your premium unit, their weapon, and their best in slot character. And Show Yuen, while he might not be the most versatile character, he might not be a unit that's going to give you a bunch of utility on multiple different teams, he is a character that's going to be perfectly synced with Galbrena.
Yes, she is strong, and I think that she's not bad by any means. But I would say that there's definitely better DPSs you can go for. Augusta just passed, and she works amazingly with Mortefi. She does enjoy using a YOOOO, of course, but she doesn't need her. She ended up being a fantastic, viable, beginner-friendly pull.
Yes, Augusta will probably work better for a beginner player than Galbrena, because Augusta, like she said, synergizes perfectly with Mortefi. But the thing is, if you're a beginner, what are you going to do? Wait for Augusta's rerun 6 months from now? No. So, does it matter that Augusta's better? No. Right? It really doesn't matter. You might as well pull Galbrena if you're a beginner player. I'm going to just keep it a stack, right? We might see in 2.8 a character be a main DPS and be better. We have Chisa, right? She might be a better DPS than Galbrena, but the reality of it is that if you're a new player and you get yourself Galbrena, you're not going to regret it. She's going to clear a bunch of content. She's going to allow you to get a bunch of astrites from the tower, from maybe the first few stages of Whimpering Waste, giving you more currency as time goes on, and you'll pretty much be done with one team. Being able to be done with one team in this game, if you get her and Show You on, is a huge thing. It allows you to start planning and setting up for future teams, and I think that's a much better option. It doesn't matter if Augusta's a better option than her. You're not going to wait for reruns. It doesn't matter if, YOOOO is a better option. If you didn't get her, you're not going to wait, 5 months until they rerun her. Same for any other character. You might hear that Cardathea might be a better option. Well, you're not going to wait until she reruns. And even if she reruns next, what about Siakona if you don't have her? Don't listen to those people that tell you can run your Cardathea with Sanhua. Just block them from your YouTube feed. And at the end of the day, guys, I think that as a new player, Galbrena is definitely the best option you can do, because her banner is great. Show Yuan is good for her. And even if you don't get your Show Yuan, eventually you're going to be able to get characters like Brandt, which will go great with her. Eventually on another rerun, maybe even Lupa if you want. But honestly, I wouldn't go that route.
While she does ideally want a 5-star teammate to work with, much like Galbrena, her options are far more versatile, and she has so many different teams in which she's able to work well. Very strong character that's even able to act as a main DPS herself and offers you multiple investment avenues. I find that with Galbrena, whenever you get her first, it's pretty rigid in which direction you're able to go. Now, both directions are good, but you should also keep in mind that you just generally have other options when it comes to fusion characters. For example, if you do end up getting an Encore, you could get Lupa instead, have her as your fusion support for a hot minute, it's going to work just fine for you, and then...
That's a crazy thing to say. I'm gonna be honest, look. I feel that whichever, I don't know. It could just be me. It could just be my way of seeing the game. But I do not think that pulling a Lupa for your Encore is a good thing. Like, the way I see it, right? You would pull Lupa for an Encore. You would play like shit until you eventually get a rerun on Brandt. At that point, you would have had to pull 2 units, both of which are not main DPSs, right? Brandt does damage, especially with the Lupa on the team, but let's be real, Brandt and Lupa together are not going to deal the same damage as, for example, Augusta YOOOO. And most likely, they won't deal the same amount of damage as probably Galbrena and Show Yuen. So, I don't see any place where getting... Bro, look, y'all know me, but I honestly don't think that getting Lupa in this scenario for a beginner player, in any sort of scenario, is a good choice, right? It doesn't matter, like, it like the simple thing is that if we're talking about that, you can get Galbrena and then you can pair her up with like a Verena and you'll clear content a lot smoother or a lot easier than if you were to get Lupa for your Encore. It's more important to get a solid functioning main DPS than a sub DPS and wait down the line to get another character. So just don't do that, bro. You do not want to be playing with Encore at max level. You don't even want to waste the resources to level up your Encore when you have another strong fusion option on the team. That's just me. Any way that I see it going for Lupa, it almost makes me want to do a whole video as to why you shouldn't pull for Lupa if you're a beginner player, right? And we could argue about that. There's gonna be people in the chat, in the freaking comments coming at me. Well, Lupa has so much value. Look, listen, shut the fuck up. I'm telling you exactly why I don't think that's a good reason for a beginner player. Feel free to come to the stream. We can chat it up, and we can see what you're cooking. It probably gonna stink like shit, and it's gonna be burnt, but we can see what you're cooking. But in all reality, I don't think that there's any scenario where pulling Lupa right now as a beginner player with no other fusion characters on your account holds more value than pulling a Galbrena. I can't possibly think of an option. But if you guys can, let me know in the comments.
Eventually complete the triple fusion core down the line, and you're gonna be pretty happy with that. It is a very strong team core. She's definitely no Phoebe. I feel
Okay, so completing the triple fusion core. I'm gonna be honest with you. You gotta pull 3 characters. You're gonna have to pull Lupa, you're gonna have to pull Brant, and you're gonna have to pull Shangli. That's the triple fusion premium fusion team right now. 3 characters that you gotta summon for, right? Whereas if you pull Galbrena and show UN, that's the team. That's the premium Galbrena team, and then you could go ahead and run it with your Shorekeeper that you're gonna get as a beginner player from your beginner banner. So pulling 2 characters versus pulling 3. On top of that, you can go ahead and not get the signature weapon for Shorekeeper, maybe not even get the signature weapon for Show UN, and only get the signature for Galbrena. Whereas if we look at the premium fusion team, you most likely definitely want to get the premium weapon for Brand, you want to get the premium weapon for Lupa, and you probably want to get the premium weapon for Shangli to make sure her damage is up there, because her damage as a main DPS is already lacking a little bit. But once again, I'm telling you, I'm ready to dismantle anything regarding why Lupa would be a good option if you're a new player. And I have Lupa S6R5. I love Lupa. I would eat her butt, and she's a furry. I don't care. But it just makes no sense.
feel like we're just never really gonna get another 5-star character that is as free-to-play friendly as Phoebe, because the stars simply aligned for that character to be ridiculously viable for a new player. Yes, she does suffer in WUWA without Shakona in Absolution form, however, she is still generally just so solid with how she's able to use freaking Spectro over on Sanhua and actually get away with it. But you also have to consider that there's more realistic cases like Augusta, or even like Carlotta, who's able to use Static Mist and still feel extremely strong, that can honestly end up feeling like better beginner pulls.
Bro, I don't know. There's a lot of things I'm not agreeing with in this video. Look, listen, Carlotta was the first 2.0 character. Carlotta is great. Carlotta feels smooth to play. Carlotta has the ability to freeze their target and then style on them hoes. Carlotta is great. But she was the first 2.0 character. And no matter what other people tell you, as these units have, progress and have dropped, the reality of it is that certain units, you can feel the way they're performing. You can see their damage and feel that they're starting to, slow down, fall behind a little bit. Even if it's not a lot, they are starting to, fall behind. And I will always advise people, for the most part, to always pull the newest units for longevity, right? If we talk about 6 months from now, which unit, for the most part, do you think will have more longevity? The one that's a year old by then, or the one that's only 6 months old? For the most part, the one that's 6 months old will still be kicking and clearing content with no problem. So I don't think Carlotta is a unit that you should go for over something like Galbrena. And on top of the fact, we don't know when her rerun is going to be. So once again, as a new player, you're sitting here waiting for all these other better options to rerun, and you don't know when that's going to happen. Galbrena is absolutely the best option from 2.7. Without a doubt. It's just that simple.
Do I think that Galbrena is worth your asteroids if you're somebody that's newer or you just generally don't have a lot of teams? The thing is, you want 4 strong teams for TOA anyway, so yes, she's just going to end up being worth it by virtue of you needing more DPSs. But I think that whenever you consider her investment in the long term and how her investment path is a bit more niche compared to some other DPS's investment paths, perhaps you might want to reconsider. Obviously, you don't really want to go weeks and weeks without having a good new main DPS, understandable. And I will say that if you have literally no good limited 5-star main DPS, Galbrena is going to be fine. You have a Shorekeeper, hopefully. You'll hopefully have a more Teffy. It will work. Because
another thing I want to add is that people shouldn't worry about how niche a specific unit is nowadays, right? Because the reality of it is that if we're talking about endgame content and you're using a unit to clear any of the endgame content, let's talk about tower, you would use that one character to clear one side of tower. If we're talking about middle tower, you would use that unit to clear 2 floors. You use all your units to clear the other content, right? The other side of the tower or the other 2 floors. So even if a character is very niche and you can pair it with a bunch of other, it's not like you're going to be doing that anyway. Unless you just want to have fun and are experimenting and doing like random holograms, random tower. But in all reality, you're going to get your character, you're going to run it with the 1 or 2 best in slot characters to run with that unit, and that's it. You're not going to be sitting here trying to like create, oh, I'm going to run Augusta with Cantarella and see how that works. No, it doesn't matter if a character can run with 5, 6, 7 other characters. You're usually going to want to run it with their best in slot or the second best in slot option, and that's it, right? And while Galbrena might not have a lot of characters that can give her both heavy attack and echo skill damage buffs, the reality of it is that she has plenty of characters that can give her heavy attack buffs, fusion buffs, and she is going to have her premium character running relatively soon. So there's a lot of options for Galbrena if you want, right? If you end up skipping Show Yuan, once again, you can go down the line and get Brent, right? And I think getting Brent for your Galbrena team is a better option. I understand wanting to pull like Lupa, right? But if you use Lupa with Galbrena and you use it in one side of tower, you're not going to have energy to use it on the other side of tower. If you use it to clear 2 floors, you're not going to have energy to use that Lupa in another team. So I don't know, man. Personally, I think that that particular aspect of it being very niche shouldn't matter. We're at the point where characters like Augusta, while she does have options she can run, she has very specific teammates that you want to use with her to maximize the way she plays. The same with YOOOO. YOOOO is an amazing character that can rock in multiple teams, but she has a niche teammate that you want to rock with her to maximize her potential. So I don't think that's a problem, the fact that she's niche. I think it's absolutely fine. I don't think it's ever been a problem apart from very few characters like Zani, because Zani's kit is kind of bricked. But yeah.
Zani on the second half just isn't going to do anything for you if you don't have Phoebe.
I said Zani right away and she went into Zani, bro. So
I am really going to stress that. If you're not sure who to get between those two in terms of a main DPS, please just get Galbrena. It is not worth pulling for Zani unless you are certain that you can get Phoebe next time. And
even then, guys, even if you get Zani because you like her design, not only are you going to be actually struggling and not having a good time playing because it's a lot more restrictive and a lot more sweaty to play with Zani and S Rover, but you don't know when Peeves is going to rerun, and 2, you have the option between a very solid DPS that I already know plays very good, that has a lot of options to run with, versus another DPS that has like one really good option and then the second option is stressful to play with. So there's no scenario where getting Zani is better than getting Galbrena. Like I told you guys, in terms of value, I would dare say, if we're looking at it like this, all the 2.7 units, number 1 is Galbrena, easily. Number 2 is Lupa. Number 3 is Show Yuan, and Show Yuan could even go lower if you don't get Galbrena, right? And then number 4 is Zani, and that's very simple. It's very straightforward, just like that.
Is just not going to feel good for you until you're able to get that Acolyte, because Confession Phoebe is such an integral part to Zani's main team. So if you're that strapped for a good DPS, then yes, just get Galbrena. Don't even look at Zani if you're not going to get Phoebe down the line. But Looking at things from a wider perspective, at least I personally think that while she's not exactly as beginner-friendly as Augusta and YOOOO ended up being, she's definitely not on the unfriendly side either. I think she is good, she is a fine beginner pickup. Just keep in mind that there are particular 5 stars that you would like down the line if you would like her to eventually reach her top potential, and she will always be relevant for you if you're just getting her as one of your first few DPSs, because side towers are a thing, she will always have a use case, but if you're hoping to keep her in middle towers, do prepare to make some more niche investments down the line.
I'm gonna be honest, I think that's really all that needs to be said regarding the video, and I think that I spoke my mind as best as I can, right? This is a beginner video, right? For beginner players. Just get Galbrena, right? You can go ahead and skip her if you don't like her design, if you don't like her gameplay, it's absolutely valid. But if we're talking about you considering which unit to pull and you're dead set on pulling a character, by all means get Galbrena, you won't regret it, right? Don't worry about the whole niche thing. The way we're going, all characters are going to end up being a lot more niche. And it's not even like that shit is something new. Look at Zani. Zani, you want to run her with Peebs. It's simple. Cardathea, you want to run her with Siakona, and stop listening to the people that tell you, yes, there's more options to a lot of these teams. There are. You can run Spectre Rover with Zani. You're not going to have fun. You can go ahead and run Sanhua with, you know, Cardathea. That shit kind of ass. So, honestly, all characters are heading in a direction that they're being more niche. They're making sure that characters synergize very well with each other, so that's not a problem. Once again, Lupa is not a character you want to pull if you don't have any other units. You don't want to pull Lupa to pair up with your freaking Encore, because that team's going to feel like crap, and honestly, Encore's already, you know, she ain't going to be doing it like that. You don't want to pull Lupa to, you know, wait, I don't know, 2-3 months, I don't know how long until they rerun Brand, because Lupa Brand is probably going to be a worse team than Galbrena Shoyuan in terms of clearing content, even though that one team, you know, Lupa Brand can still clear content. I'm pretty sure that, you know, Galbrena Shoyuan can clear it better. And yeah, that's just it for me, guys. Let me know who you're pulling in the 2.7 update. I actually do think that Galbrena is a great investment for new players. I think her banner holds a lot of value because of the fact that you can get Mortefi and Sanhua. So there's a lot of things going on when it comes to this character. Could she be bait? Maybe. We're right around the corner of 3.0. In 2.8, we're going to get to see what characters are coming in 3.0. But yeah, man, that's it for me. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Woo! That was something. How y'all doing, mate? How y'all doing? My mom messaged me while I was like recording, and I got confused, bro. I almost like rare. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be honest. And it's not even that. I feel like, bro, in my latest video where I talked about, in my latest video where I was talking about, it was another Juice video. I think it was the one where she was ranking the characters. She ranked Lupa at S and Galbrena at A. Someone commented, let's see if I can pull it up for y'all. Let's see, hold on. Someone commented on that video. They were like, I was listening to you until you said that Lupa is not a better pull than Galbrena. And I was like, what the fuck? In what world do you think that pulling Lupa is better than pulling Galbrena? Right? Within the context of what I was saying, right? Let's see if I can... Hold on. Let's see if I can pull this comment up. I even cooked the person in my reply. Let's see. Let me see if I can show y'all. I was willing to hear you out till you said Lupa has less value than Galbrena. Lupa, basically the backbone of every fusion team, has less value. Shake my head. And it's motherfuckers like this that end up spreading misinformation, because I never said that Lupa has less value than Galbrena. The whole concept of this was very well explained in the video. Why the fuck am I moving over here, bro? Okay, there we go. It was very well explained in the video, which it's like, if you're a new player, right, and you don't have Shang Li, and you don't have Brandt, why would you pull Lupa? Why would Lupa have more value than Galbrena? Like, just explain that to me. And if your reasoning is, well, I'll just wait for Brant's rerun so I can pull Brant so he can go with Lupa, and oh my god, I'm cooking. You're cooking what? Like, what are you cooking at that point, bro? Now you have a team of a support and a sub DPS clearing content, as opposed to Galbrena, a hyper carry DPS, and Show Yun, a support sub DPS to clear content. What are you talking about? And on top of that, you have to wait until Brant's rerun to have a good team like Lupa Brant to be able to clear content, as opposed to getting Galbrena and shit, Shorekeeper, Mortifi, Show Yun to start clearing content now. So like, in what world does Lupa have more value than Galbrena? And even then, if you want to say, well, I think Lupa has more value because I can run Mono Fusion. If you're a brand new player without Brant and Shangli, now you gotta wait for 2 reruns. You gotta wait for Shangli's rerun, and you gotta wait for Brant's rerun to pair with Lupa, which puts you at having to summon 3 characters, as opposed to getting Galbrena and Show Yun, which only, you know, leaves you at pulling 2. So it just makes no sense, you know? Just get S6 Lupa. I mean, at that point, get S6 Lupa. Yeah, great. Or get S6 Galbrena and shit on everything with no problem whatsoever. S6 Lupa ain't doing shit. S6 Galbrena can probably solo all the content in the game. What are we talking about? Like, you know? S6 Lupa might be able to clear all content struggling, and you're gonna be here like, fuck. Whereas S6 Galbrena will just destroy everything. You know what I mean? And yeah, and 3 signature weapons along with 3 units, as opposed to 2 units and 2 signature weapons. So there's really no scenario where Lupa holds more value than Galbrena. That's simple. The only way that Lupa would hold more value than Galbrena, ladies and gentlemen, is if you already have Brant and Shangli. And at that point, you could be like, okay, pull Lupa to finish your Mono Fusion team over Galbrena. Other than that, no. Other than that, what's the point? You know what I mean? And it's crazy that we're actually talking about that, because I have Brant, Shangli, and Lupa. And I have a huge love for Brant and his playstyle. But the reality of it is that it just absolutely makes no sense to do that. In any scenario. It don't matter if fucking, you know, Lupa is amazing for the Fusion team. That really honestly does not matter. Hold on, let me grab this. Let me get this. Let me get this. I'm about to, oh, wait, is that there? I already have it. Cool. Let me get this. Let me get this. Brant is amazing. True. I think WUWA is the only gacha of the big 4 where you benefit a lot more investing vertically into characters because of the way the game is set up. I mean, WUWA is really easy. Whether you invest vertically or horizontally, you're going to clear all content, like, literally no problem. Like, no problem whatsoever. It's just very easy to clear content and honestly progress in WUWA. It's the only way to really, like, fuck up in WUWA is if you don't pay attention to the characters, if you don't pay attention to the game whatsoever, if you don't learn rotations, or if you go out and get like, I'm gonna pull Augusta because she's great, and then the next character, I'm gonna pull Cantarella because she got titties, bro, and then you try to pair Augusta with Cantarella, and then you're just here like acting weird. That's the only way that I could see you actually struggling, but other than that, bro, WUWA is hella easy. Had Shangli first and then got Brant on his rerun, then got lucky on Lupa's banner, going for Lupa's signature on her rerun. Absolutely fair. I would easily build out more teams over heavily invest into just one, just my thinking. I mean, you want the good solid starter team, but as soon as you have that built out, yeah, for sure, 100%. See the vid of the dude that modded Augusta into Elden Ring? I have seen the video, yes. Just straight up, if a person pulls Lupa as their first premium DPS, they will feel uncomfortable and have a bad time compared to pulling Gabby. Absolutely. If someone pulls Lupa, if you're a brand new player and you pull Lupa at the very start of the game, you're going to be fucking yourself over. You're not going to enjoy the game, and you're probably going to want to quit after a while. right? Because let's be honest, if you pull Lupa right now, maybe we'll get a, I don't know, a Brant rerun with like Chisa, maybe. But until then, 2.8, you're gonna be cooked, right? If they don't do a Brant rerun, what are you gonna get? Chisa, Havoc, or Glacier or whatever unit, you're cooked, right? Your Lupa just sitting there. You're gonna run Lupa and Encore, please. You know what I mean? And Lupa's not doing damage. Lupa's just sitting there looking at you. So I don't think that's a solid option, right? It's basically akin to pulling Yinlin over Gion back in 1.0. Take that from someone who did that. I pulled Yinlin over Gion, bro, and I was running Yinlin and Calcharo, and I cleared all the content in 1.0. And all the in 1.1 to everything with Yinlin, Calcharo. But yeah, Gion would have been a lot easier to clear content. Cardathea, I mean, some of the rumors is that Cardathea is going to have a rerun with the 2.8 character. And at that point, I even, like, once again, it's like you're going to pull Cardathea, which is a great unit. But then you skipped Siakona because you didn't get her. When is it going to be Siakona's rerun? Right now, as a new player, you have the opportunity to get Galbrena and get yourself Shi Yuan, which is going to be an amazing pairing, and you're done with the team. You're done. That's the thing. People need to understand it. You'll be done. You pull Cardathea in 2.8 because you skipped Galbrena, and now your ass got to wait until Siakona reruns again in like 3 months, bro. I don't know. Lupa only does damage when she is S3 to remove mana requirement, but it's still bad. Yeah, even then it's still bad. I have S6 R5 Lupa. You're not going to, like, main DPS Lupa. That's just the reality of it. Also, taking the fact that it would be a S0 Lupa and maybe not even with her signature, I'm not sure on how much currency new players get nowadays. I mean, if you're a brand new player and you're clearing all the content, keep in mind you got all the maps to clear. You got all the login rewards during the whole patch. You have all the permanent events that you can do that are going to give you a bunch of rewards as well. So you're definitely going to be, like, if you're doing everything, you're 100% sure going to be able to get yourself, you know, Galbrena and Shi Yuan, unless you're the most unlucky person and have to go to max pity twice because the first one you lost it, and then you lost the second one. You know what I mean? That's the only case that I could be like, damn, they got cooked. But other than that, I think you'll be fine. All right, let's see what our next video is going to be about. Huh? New players sharing all content is unknown from my knowledge. I mean, we're not talking about like all content that's in Tower and WUWA. We're talking about all content that's in like actual clearable content, like exploring the maps, right? Doing the permanent events like the, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh card event and the fishing event and all those events that are still around that they can clear. Not so much the hard combat events. But even then, if a brand new player pulls Galbrena and they'll be able to get some good characters. Need something? You'll be fine. Rip one. Yeah, I don't see people pulling 1.0 units like ever again, honestly. Like, why would you ever pull a 1.0 character? I think those are going to be the banners where people are going to be able to rest. I think where I started to shake my head is when I heard it mention the possibility of pulling on both Galbrena and Lupa. Like, no, look. If we're talking about a brand new player, you could possibly pull Galbrena and Lupa. But honestly, I don't think you should do that, bro. Because you're a brand new player. So you pulled for Shorekeeper. Now you're pulling for Galbrena. And now you're pulling for Lupa. With no breaks in between, right? So I personally think it's much better to pull Galbrena, chill, grind, gather up your login rewards, skip all of Lupa's banner duration, right? Or not Lupa's banner duration, but skip Lupa's banner, right? Then you have Show Yuan's entire 20-day banner run, which you're going to be getting login rewards, a little bit more events, getting your currency, and then getting Show Yuan. And even if, let's say, for some reason, as a new player that has explored 100% all the maps and done all of that, and you still haven't been able to get Show Yuan, bro, you're fine. You can run like, I don't know, Mortifi, you can run Shorekeeper, and that team right there is going to clear content. You're going to be able to clear an entire side of tower, and you're going to start getting resources from the very moment your Galbrena is built. So glad I pulled all my 1.0 characters the first time around. Yeah, I honestly would not ever pull a 1.0 unit at this point, apart from Shorekeeper. To be fair, I cleared all region and story 100% with just Spectral Rover, saves pulls, but doesn't feel great though. Yeah, exactly. You can clear all the story and 100% all the regions with just Rover, bro. I can see someone pulling I can see people pulling Shang-Li. Yeah, Shang-Li probably because, you know, Gunner material, and she's hot. Contrary to popular opinion, most of 1X characters are still future-proof sub-DPS amplifier. I mean, they can improve the 1.0 characters. They can go ahead and give, you know, what's her name? They can go ahead and give Jin Shi a great sub DPS. They can do the same with Jian, but do y'all really see them doing that? I think it's more likely that they'll buff a character like Jin Shi and Jian over giving them a very specific sub DPS. They might give them a sub DPS that works with another unit that can then be slotted with that character. Example, the case of Jian with Siakona and YOOOO, which Siakona, YOOOO, Jian is a team that does work and does clear content, but I personally don't see them giving them like a straight up character that works perfectly with them. You know what I mean? I would still pull for Jian if you reran. Hey man, there's always personal preference. If you want to pull a character because how they look and you're already clearing all content, by all means, why not, I guess, you know? There's no real reason not to. New players are so spoiled. Back in my day, I had to main Calcharo. True.
Pokemon Nuzlocke are fun.
Oh.
Wondering Ways has been progressing.
Click the most random video about Pokemon by accident. All right, there we go. We got a very interesting video. I want to see what this is all about. This could actually go, this can go with what we're talking about, chat. So let's go ahead and take a look at this and see what this video is all about. Because y'all send me this, and this could be a good video for the channel as we're going into 3.0. So this could be a great video, and we are kind of talking about this at the moment, okay? Have the WUWA devs ever buffed the unit already in the game? The WUWA devs haven't directly buffed the unit, but they've indirectly buffed units. The Nightmare Echoes is a good way to buff old characters. A lot of old characters got buffed via Nightmare Echoes, right? And they could do that with maybe other sets, right? Now that the 3.0 Echo sets are a thing, they could drop the 2.0 Echo sets. Maybe a 3.0 Echo will end up pairing very well with like Jian or like Jin Shi or something like that. It will be an indirect buff, but it would be a good buff nonetheless. Who made this video? Bars. Okay. We'll see what this video is all about. All right, I need you guys giving me your opinions regarding new players. Hold on. All right, guys. Today we got to talk about the best way to play Wuthering Waves as a new player in 2025. This is a progression guide for beginners. We're going to talk about the best way to actually progress in the game. Shout out to Vars for uploading this video. I want to see what he has to say and what he has to cook. Personally, we have a lot to say. We just finished recording some videos regarding the 2.7 patch and some of the things coming in the future and how we feel that new players should progress. But I really want to see what Vars has to say and what he thinks is the best way to progress. There's a lot of tips I'm going to be dropping as we go. But without further ado, let's hop on in.
Wondering Ways has been progressing well into version 2 at this point, and with the game progressively gaining more attention and praise for its story, combat, quality of life improvements and whatnot, there has been a steady influx of new players joining the game, and while most Day 1 beginner guides should still have good information, in light of all that's changed and all the new stuff we have, I wanted to make an updated step-by-step progression guide for any new or returning player in Wuthering Waves. In this
Okay.
video, I'll be giving a quick overview of what you should do during all stages of the game, from when you just start out all the way to endgame, as well as offer some tips on how you can best manage your resources and plan ahead for a smooth experience.
Perfectly put. I just want to say this before he goes on to his own tips. I'll give you some of my own. I've dropped several videos already. Do be sure to check them out. Check out the channel. Check out the shorts. I've even done some shorts telling you guys some tips that will absolutely set you in the right direction. It's very simple. You can go about asking different people and they'll tell you different things. But the best advice I can give you when you're starting this game is don't spread your resources too thin and don't spread the characters you're pulling for too thin. Don't go ahead and get yourself all these random characters that don't work together simply because you like them. If you like a unit, go ahead and pull it, but try to get their best in slot partners, try to get their signature weapon, so forth and so on. And if there's another unit that is running at the same time or right after it, if it doesn't work with the characters you've already pulled, just remember they'll have a rerun. Don't be out here pulling characters like Augusta and then pulling Cantarella simply because you like the way they look, because your teams will start feeling a little bit too cooked, right? They'll be all over the place. So stick to getting your premium teams going. Settle for making one team. Once you got that team finished, get yourself a second team, and once you have two teams, you're able to start clearing more content, and then you can start seeing what other characters you can go ahead and get. So let's see what else he got to say.
Understand this will be a general guide video, so there's only so much time I can spend on any one part. If you're looking for detailed character or team building guides, I recommend you check out my other content. But anyway, let's not waste any more time and begin. Acting under the assumption that you're just starting out or are relatively new to the game, we'll tackle the early stages of WUWA to kick things off. My first and foremost step when it comes to handling the early game is resource conservation. A massive pitfall inexperienced gacha players run into is that they overinvest materials and whatnot into characters and items that may not necessarily offer the best return.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, guys. Do not be out here investing your resources in a bunch of characters, especially if you're just starting out, because let's be honest, standard banner characters at this point have fallen off heavily outside of a couple of ones. You know, 4 stars, you only want to really build up Sanhua and Mortefi. Any other characters you're not really going to want to use, so don't spread your resources too thin. And the reality of it is that even characters that can help you push content at the very start of your journey, like, you know, Encore and Calcharo, will eventually be benched because they will be replaced with premium units. So don't spread your resources too thin.
On investment. For example, let's say you get a copy of Jinshin. At first glance, she appears to be a solid all-rounder, and to her credit she is, no denying that. However, her longevity in the late to end game leaves a lot to be desired, and with how
Jiang Xing is a brick. I'm gonna be honest with you. Don't be like John. Don't build Jiang Xing. Look, anything can clear at the very beginning stages of the game. You can use your feet, your eyes closed, the light off. Matter of fact, turn off your computer and you can play with freaking Verena and clear the very beginning stages of the game with your foot. Just because Yang Xing is going to be clearing those beginning stages of the game don't mean that you should build her. She's a brick, and even though she has some random, very niche units, you will eventually bench her. She will become a brick in your account, so just don't.
gacha games, WUWA included, intentionally constrain the amount of resources you can grind for. You'll end up hurting your progression in the long run if you spend recklessly. As such, the main priority is to only use what you absolutely need to as you progress through the early stages of Wuthering Waves.
Yeah.
From the main story questline to overworld exploration and basic combat, the game should be relatively easy for you to take on without spending that many materials.
Honestly, a character that you guys can go ahead and level up, and you, for the most part, will not regret, is Rover. You can go ahead and spend some resources on Rover because if you level him up, his level applies to all of his forms, whether you're rocking Spectro, or you're rocking Havoc Rover, or eventually Era Rover, the level pretty much carries on. You don't need to invest too heavily into the skills, but Havoc Rover is a pretty decent damage dealer at the very beginning of the game, and even Spectro Rover, and you will be able to clear the whole beginning, middle, and some, you know, later stages of the basic parts of the game, like story and overworld exploration with Rover, as well as being able to slot Rover into some teams until you get other premium units. So Rover is generally a unit that you can, you know, put some resources into, and you'll be absolutely fine.
Obviously, as you progress in account rank, the world difficulty will increase at a commensurate rate, so what you're going to want to do is focus on completion and accumulation. I'm not saying you need to rush your early game experience and binge everything to the point where you burn yourself out, but the faster you unlock everything, the more efficiently you can make use of your limited supply of items. The main way to acquire a bunch of free materials, experience, what have you, is by doing every possible thing the game has to offer. Complete any and every quest you can find, both the ones mandatory for story progression as well as the world quests, of which
That's a big thing that I'm going to tell you guys. When you hop into the game, obviously as you progress and you get a little bit stronger, start clearing everything. Start clearing the overworld, explore, get all the resources, right? Start doing all your quests, your side quests. And then another thing you guys want to do is you want to make sure you go out here and check your event tab, right? So like as you're in the game, you're going to have all these events going that are going to give you a bunch of currency, a bunch of resources. And then at the bottom, you're also going to have your permanent events. And a lot of these events don't even require you to have characters. They're events that have no requirements for you to have characters, and you're going to be able to do them and get yourself a bunch of rewards. So go ahead and do these events as well. There's a lot of events here. There are going to be some, right, that are going to require you to have some units where you actually fight, where there are going to be others that you're not going to need characters to fight, but they're going to give you some rewards, some asteroids, and some materials. So by all means, go ahead and do these events and get yourself the resources. No problem at all, and you can do a lot of these very early in the game.
many are necessary for unlocking certain parts of the overworld exploration.
Yeah.
On that note, while it may be tedious, exploration is inextricably linked with the game's overall progression. Unlike in Genshin, for example, where exploration is sort of an optional side thing you can do, world option is absolutely crucial for your progression in WUWA.
Yeah, you want to make sure you explore the game. While it's not like an obligation, you can go ahead and be like Clasher and have like 12% exploration on your maps. But the reality of it is that you're going to be missing out on an insane amount of currency, an insane amount of resources. So go ahead and explore. There is not a lot of things that are truly like locked if you don't explore like every single bit of the game in terms of the map exploration. But the amount of currency that you're going to be able to get, the amount of resources from doing all these quests and all these things in the different areas of the game are going to be absolutely vital for your progression in the game.
Because 1, the game is a Pokédex of sorts. In order to gain access to higher tiered echoes, the game's equipment system, you'll need to collect any and every unique echo type in the game.
That's a very important part of the game. You want to make sure that you collect all these echoes, so it is very, very valuable that you go ahead and fight everything. Once again, in itself, exploration is not like an absolute game changer that's gonna like stop you from enjoying the game or progressing. And when I mean exploration, I don't necessarily mean hunting down the echoes. I more so refer to like hunting every single little chest, doing every single little overworld mission, like the puzzles and things like that. That's what I refer to exploration. But definitely you want to make sure you get the echoes, because as you get these echoes, you're going to be able to unlock higher ranks that is going to give you better echoes. And with that, it ties to your resources. If you're starting the game, you're going to be getting green, blue, purple echoes. You don't want to be leveling up any of these echoes, even the purple ones, to like 20, 25. You want to invest as little as possible into all of these things. Eventually, once you get enough echoes, you get enough of these little monsters running around the map, you're going to be able to start getting gold echoes, which are the best types of echoes. And to always get those echoes, to guarantee you get those echoes every time you kill stuff, you gotta pretty much, like he said, fill out your Pokedex, get all the echoes, and level up your rank in your data bank, which is going to give you better drops.
The only way to do that is by going through the overworld and killing everything you come across. Kill everything that moves and pick up everything that can be interacted with, whether you think you'll need it or not, because one day you might. Many day one players like myself basically spend a good week or two running from corner to corner, unlocking everything and collecting echoes to get our data banks to level 20. The sooner you do it, the faster you can get higher tiered echoes that will ultimately gear you towards the end game.
And now more than ever, it's super easy to get that level 20 data bank, because back in the day we only had a certain area to do so. But now if you progress through the story relatively fast doing those quests and beating the story missions, you unlock more areas that have more variety of echoes, pretty much meaning that if you do the story, you unlock the map, you have all these echoes all over the place, and simply by running around a little bit through all the maps you've unlocked as you do the story, you're going to reach that level 20 data bank relatively quick, a lot quicker than it used to be back in the day. So definitely do that. The faster you get your data bank to 20, the better, so you don't waste materials leveling up all these other random, lower tier echoes. For now, use your resources, focus it on leveling up your character, leveling up your weapons, and when it comes to weapons, don't level up blue or purple weapons unless they're very specific weapons, like, for example, Variation. Variation is a weapon that you're going to be able to run even at endgame on characters like Marina and Shorekeeper, but for the most part, most 4-star weapons are absolute trash that you will never ever touch. And pretty much the same with blue weapons, they're just trash. So don't waste your resources and your currency and your time farming these random things that you're going to be replacing for a long time.
In addition to upgrading your databank level, your union level, aka your account level, is top priority. Part of why I recommend you do every single quest possible is to, of course, gain union experience to increase your account level. In doing so, you'll obtain access to higher level domains that offer better quantity and quality of rewards per waveblade, WUWA's energy system. I know for a new player it may seem overwhelming to have to do so many quests and explore so many areas, but realistically, there's no other way to go about it.
Honestly, on top of that, it's really not overwhelming. When you hop into any of these games, you might feel like, oh my god, there is so much to do, it's so confusing. Wuthering Waves is probably one of the easiest games to get into. While there is a lot of content, it's relatively very linear. It's simple. You start the game, follow the story. As you're, going from point A to point B, as you do the story, if you see any echoes, any monsters roaming around, kill them. If they drop an echo, save it. Increase your data bank as you're moving from point A to point B in the story. Any quests that you see that you can complete, go ahead and do them. And eventually you'll get to the point where you can't progress no more in the story. At that point, simply run around, do all your echo hunting that you can on the new echoes that you've never seen, level up your data bank. Once you level up enough and all that good stuff and you're able to continue the story, continue doing that, save your astrites, and summon on the characters that will make your game much easier and will allow you to do certain events and certain activities that maybe you couldn't clear before. That's
could opt to go for a more slow burn route by simply using your daily supply of energy, but doing quests, the guidebook, daily missions, whatever events are taking place at the time, and especially world exploration can help you get that much further ahead. Not to mention, that's where the bulk of the game's free asteroids are found, so it will be a bit of a grind, but it will pay off in the long run. Incidentally, regarding waveblades, honestly just use only the ones you accumulate over time. Do not use any crystal solvents yet.
That's a very good tip. Very good. Do not use any crystal solvents. Now, the reason you don't want to use this is because at the very beginning of the game, like I told you guys earlier, you're going to be farming things like low tier echoes that you're going to replace, right? So you don't need materials to level those up. You just use a little bit of what you get. You also will have lower tier dungeons, which will give you lower tier rewards. So you save these cubes, and eventually once you get to like UL 60, if I'm not mistaken, and you've unlocked most of the content and the highest tier of content, maybe a little bit higher on your, union level, that's when you start doing this. Once you get your premium characters that you want to build, then you use these cubes. Other than that, do not be using your solvents. Save them, and by the time you get to endgame, by the time you're really set and you have a better understanding on your account and you have like 20, 30 of these, you will be very thankful that you didn't use these. It doesn't matter if you're stressed because you don't have stamina. If you're a new player, you should have plenty of things to do where you shouldn't even bother about refilling your stamina.
For what to spend your waveblades on, best use of them in the early game is to farm the resource domains and or take on world bosses to level up your units. Don't bother going to tacit fields quite yet, except for trying to get echoes to level up your data bank. I recommend
do not do tacit fields, pretty much. Like, you could do a couple of them, maybe, right? You could do a couple of them to give you some echoes for your data bank, 100%. It could be a smart way to get that data bank leveled up faster, like maybe do one run on each one of the tacit fields. But in all honesty, if you're brand new, just explore the game, have some fun, hunt down some echoes, and you'll be absolutely fine.
Making liberal use of the Wuthering Waves interactive map, as it will give you the exact locations of quite literally everything in the game. That way you won't have to meander aimlessly and waste precious time. So, to summarize the early game, basically go through the story quest and get as far as you can, only using experience materials and whatnot to get your characters, whomever they are, to just good enough to complete the obligatory fights. Then you'll want to take a bit of time to explore and complete every possible world quest you have access to, during which kill every enemy you come across and work towards achieving Data Bank 20 and leveling your account rank as well. Now that you've begun your progression, we have made it to mid-game, at which point you might be asking, when do I get to start spending resources and gearing up my characters? Technically, you were able to do it from the very beginning, but the reason I advise waiting until now to start thinking about that is because, like I said, you'll get more resources and wherewithal to upgrade the characters in question once you get higher quality gear. For example, there's no point investing in green, blue, or purple echoes. Wait until you get gold ones. First thing you want to do is begin planning out a proper team. Wuthering Waves might have one of the most generous new player experiences of all time.
Yep, I gotta be honest with that. Look, when we started the game, it was a lot different. Nowadays, new players have a beautiful, beautiful start to their games. They have a beginner banner that's going to feature a bunch of characters you can go ahead and summon on Shorekeeper, make your life easier, summon on Shorekeeper, right? You would pick Verena from the standard banner, and right then and there, you have your 2 supports that can go on both of your teams as you start the game. And then you would save your currency to start pulling a main DPS. It's quite simple, really. That's pretty much what you want to do. You start the game, they have that selector banner. Once you've explored and gotten yourself some currency and all that good stuff, you summon for your Shorekeeper, you get your Shorekeeper, and you pair Shorekeeper with pretty much any character you've pulled so far. You can go ahead and pair her up with your Calcharo, your Rover, your Encore, and now you're pushing a little bit more content. Same with Verena. You can start using Shorekeeper and Verena for your 2 teams that you'll eventually use to clear tower once you unlock it and you get to that point. So very, very beginner friendly when it comes to the start of WUWA for new players in 2025.
Especially following the anniversary. Here's what you have access to if you're just joining the game now. The Novice Discount banner enables you to pull a 5-star character very quickly, as all standard pulls are 20% off on it, letting you get access to a standard banner unit vest. Then once you finish the banner, you can select a 5-star to have as a guaranteed pull on your next time getting a 5-star.
Now, first off, you should not select anything on this banner until you pull something on the other banner. Last thing you want to do is pull a Verena and then, you know, get Verena from this here banner. You don't want to do that. Right? You don't want to get that. You want to pull on this banner, and depending on the character you get here, you select one on the other banner.
% off on it, letting you get access to a standard banner unit vest. Then once you finish the banner, you can select a 5-star to have as a guaranteed pull on your next time getting a 5-star. Among the 5 to go for, definitely pick Verena. Verena is by far the best standard 5-star character to go for and will be a mainstay in your roster for a long while to come. Now, on top of the choice banner, you're also able to flat out receive a free standard 5-star upon completing the beginner event. If you selected Verena for your choice banner character, I recommend getting Encore for this one or vice versa.
So basically, once again, you would get the character from here, you would get, let's say, Verena, and then you would use the other banner, the one you can select the character, to pull another character that you're missing or that could help you out. Pretty damn simple.
Of course, the second best standard 5-star character and also DPS unit, so right away you have access to a strong attacker and a very strong healing support. But that's not all you'll get. New accounts will be given the opportunity to pull on the starter banners, a character and weapon banner that enables you to select any 5-star character and weapon that came out of version 1 as your guarantee. Go for Shorekeeper. She is unequivocally the single most crucial character in Wuthering Waves and definitively the best support in the game by leaps.
It's that simple. You pull Shorekeeper, you get Verena, your account is set to start off in the right direction. At that point, you can just pull any DPS and it'll absolutely carry you until you get everything sorted and settled down.
And bounce. No other unit comes close. Trust me, it'll thank me later. As for the weapon, Stringmaster, by far the best weapon in the game as it's usable across all manner of rectifier characters, one of which being Encore, so you already have an attacker who can make the most of it.
I'm gonna be honest, while yes, Stringmaster is definitely the best choice to pull on that banner, is it worth putting your resources into getting a 1.0 weapon right now? Even though, once again, Stringmaster is a very solid choice, and you will not regret that, personally, I would save my currency until I get a character that I really like, and then I'll get their signature weapon. With the way things work nowadays, yes, Stringmaster is a great option to have on many different units, but with so much currency that you can get as a free-to-play and brand new player, should you even do that? I don't know. I don't know if you'd do that.
Definitely the best pull value out of any weapon. To repeat, Shorekeeper and Stringmaster should be your choices for the starter banners. It goes without saying, depending on when you see this, your options for what characters to pull for can differ based on who is available. For the sake of posterity, let's assume the only units you have available are Shorekeeper, Verena, Encore, whoever you got for your guaranteed 20% discount 5-star, and all the free 4 stars you get throughout your adventure. Sanhua, Baichi, Yuanwu, Chisha, Yangyang, and of course all versions of Rover.
How you gonna forget Mortefi in here? Honestly, the only characters you should really be leveling up from here is gonna be Rover, Sanhua, and Mortefi. And while yes, you have characters like Shishia that could do work, and you have characters like Donjin, unless you're an absolute tryhard sweaty balls, you're not gonna be using Donjin, right? Or, you know, Shishia, I guess, could do work, but it's really not worth it. I personally would only level up Sanhua, Rover, and Mortefi, and those characters will still be used, you know, relatively into mid-game and even late game. There's plenty of teams, even nowadays, from people that still rock Sanhua and still rock Mortefi, so those are solid investments that you can do.
Decent early game team you can make that will hold you down for a very length of time is Havoc Rover plus Dungeon. Dungeon is not available for free, so it could depend on what 4 stars are available on banner, but theoretically,
I think it's worth it. Stringmaster is goated. Okay, so here's the reason that I personally don't think that getting Stringmaster nowadays as a brand new player that's starting in 2025 is worth it. While yes, Stringmaster served us very well for a very long time, and Stringmaster will probably remain a very good secondary option, the reality of it is that if you're a brand new player starting in 2025, you have an insane amount of Astrites. You have a very solid amount of Astrites that you're going to be able to use to get the right characters. You have the beginner banner that's going to give you Shorekeeper, and you can get Verena, right? You have your 2 supports. At this point, why should you settle down for getting the second best in slot, you know, Rectifier on any character, right? If you want to use characters with a Rectifier, you just completely save all the currency that you would pull on the Stringmaster and get that character's signature weapon. In all reality, with how fast the game is moving and how much currency we technically get, you can just get the best signature weapon for the, you know, Rectifier character that you're going to use. While swapping weapons is really good, let's be real. Let's be real. If you're someone that has been playing since day one, nowadays, you don't really switch weapons. You've gotten plenty of currency to get plenty of characters and plenty of signature weapons, unless you're one of those that just pulls characters and completely ignores the signature weapons. But most people have gotten the characters and the signature weapons, and the way that the game is going and the fact that these are brand new players, you personally shouldn't do that. That's at least my take. It's very easy if you're playing as a brand new player in 2025 and you know you spent 4 or 5 months playing the game, that by that 5-month mark you'll have 2 or 3 teams where most of them have the main characters, their sub DPSs, and their signature weapons. You're not going to really be swapping weapons around anymore. That's something we did when we really didn't have that many options and the income of resources was relatively dry.
technically you should be able to pull at least 1 copy of her if you go through your standard pulls. There aren't that many 4 stars in the game. Havoc Rover, Dungeon, and Shorekeeper or Verena make for a very serviceable team. You're gonna want to get Rover to 90 anyway, and Dungeon can be worth leveling as well on account of her being a good secondary unit for several Havoc DPS units.
Yeah.
Another team you can go for is Encore, Sanhua, and Shorekeeper or Verena. Encore is a very solid unit and everyone gets a free copy of Sanhua, so putting these 2 together alongside Shorekeeper or Verena, whichever of the 2 you aren't using in the Havoc Rover team, can give you 2 very accessible and decently strong parties to get you through the mid-game. Once you get access to gold echoes, you can now start working on gearing up those 2 teams. Since we're still not at the end game, you're gonna want to be as sparing as possible. Don't overspend echo experience and tuners trying to get the best substats you can. 3 out of
Do not do that right now, guys, because even though you can do it, none of these characters, apart from Shorekeeper, is going to be a mainstay on your account. Verena and Shorekeeper are probably going to be the longest used characters in the long run, right? We're talking about 6-7 months from now. You're probably going to replace Donjin 95% of the time. You're probably going to stop using Rover, and Rover has many, so far 3 different, you know, typings or sets, and you're definitely going to replace Encore. So it only really leaves you with Verena, Shorekeeper, and maybe Sanhua. And in all reality, these 2 use very similar builds that you do not need to be mid-maxing. Very simplistic builds, energy regen, and all that good stuff. And you're good to go. You do not need to be out here sweating to mid-max either one of these 2 characters. And then Sanhua is another character that you're going to run on Moonlit. And once again, even my Moonlits nowadays are relatively mid. As long as you have the 3 costs with energy regen and maybe 2-3 energy regen rolls, you'll be absolutely good. You shouldn't really focus on hyper-specific builds, like maybe getting Glacio damage on your Sanhua's 3 costs. Bro, just run a typical, you know, cookie cutter, works on every support Moonlit build on your Sanhua, and you're good to go. And for these two, just run their healing builds that are going to support anybody, and you don't need to mid-max these. So don't waste your currency on re-rolling substats or any of that. Or not re-rolling substats, but, you know, rolling echoes to get better substats.
And decently strong parties teams. Since we're still not at the end game, you're gonna want to be as sparing as possible. Don't overspend echo experience and tuners trying to get the best substats you can. 3 out of 5 will do just fine. Remember, your target is to reach endgame as quickly as possible. Instead of trying to min-max echoes, it's more preferable for you to focus on character level, weapon level, and skill level. Those offer guaranteed value. To figure out what order to prioritize, take some time reading through or watching guides on each individual unit. Prime One's a good place to start. They offer you information on every unit in the game, along with some other general guides. While working on your starting teams, be sure to continue exploring the map, collecting echoes, and getting your account level up as much as you can. By late game, your characters should all be getting close to level 90 with a full set of echoes and weapons. The majority of late game will be spent getting ready for you to take on the endgame, that being Tactical Hologram, Tower of Adversity, and Whimpering Wastes. There's no rule saying you should wait until you max out your units before so much as attempting them. I suggest you do so actually to try to get as many rewards as you can, such as the lower difficulty holograms or doing as much of Tower and Whimpering that you're capable of.
Absolutely, a lot of people see this as the end game, right? And they hear, yo, it's end game, and they get scared. Honestly, once you're around mid game, or even earlier, you can already tackle some of these things. You can do some of the earlier floors, you can do some of the earlier holograms, and once again, you start getting your currency. Holograms will always be there, so you don't necessarily have to tackle them at all until you feel comfortable, because they don't reset. But when it comes to Tower of Adversity and Whimpering Ways, they do reset every so often. So if you're hopping into the game, as you're progressing, you want to be able to push as much as you can. So let's say you're just starting out, you eventually feel comfortable, you go in and you clear 1 or 2 floors of Tower, and you see that it's resetting in 10 days, try to push your account a little bit more without wasting resources, and maybe try to get another 2 floors in before reset, and then you would have gotten some good resources and some good Astrite income before the reset that happens every so often. And the same applies to Whimpering Ways. You don't need to have max teams or max, you know, investment to already get some currency from these 2 game modes.
Don't have to perfect clear all towers or all stages of Whimpering to get rewards. So the end goal of Wuthering Waves is to have as many characters as possible, to make as many teams as possible, to account for as many scenarios as possible. Once again, what you have access to differs from one person to another depending on when you see the video. And no matter what, whether you're a free-to-play player or a spender, it will take time for you to achieve that. For the time being, we'll focus on the minimum requirements for each game mode. By this point, you should have collected a solid amount of stuff from questing to exploration to farming and whatnot to level up and upgrade a decent chunk of characters. In order to fully clear every tactical hologram, you'll want to have at least 2 bossing parties. I say 2 because in the event a hologram resists a certain attribute, you can play the second party. The vast majority of limited 5-star characters are decently capable of taking on tactical hologram, considering the only condition to achieve all the rewards is to kill the boss. There's no time limit or anything. That is, unless you're a tryhard. Realistically,
there's no time limit.
No time limit or anything. That is, unless you're a tryhard. Realistically, you can kill max difficulty holograms using a 4-star attacker like Tenshin if you're dedicated enough, but for the purposes of this video, the aforementioned Encore and Havoc Rover teams can do just fine. Tower of Adversity is a bit more nuanced than that, as you'll need 4 teams to clear all 3 towers. Technically, through character manipulation, you actually only need 3 parties to full clear, since for the first 2 or 3 chambers on the side towers, you can honestly run any combination of units or even an incomplete party to get through them. For simplicity's sake, just assume you need 4 teams. Once again, the Encore and Havoc Rover teams are still usable in this situation, but you'll still need a 3rd and 4th party. To repeat for the umpteenth time, whatever is available can vary greatly, but let's assume you're watching the video right when I uploaded it, in which case we have YOOOO available. Even without Augusta, YOOOO is a worthwhile tower character, and you can easily run a team with herself, Chinchin, and Shorekeeper. It's not the best use of her, but considering you have access to no one else, you're gonna have to make the most of it.
Yes, guys, look, when you're playing the game, right, regardless of when you're watching my video, right, look at who's on banner. If you're a brand new player, ideally, what you want to invest your summoning currency on, your Astrites, is going to be a hyper carry DPS. If you're going into the game and you're just starting out and you see characters on there, look up some videos, tune into some streams and ask YouTubers what they think, and maybe they can give you some good answers. If you tune into my streams, I'll definitely help you out. But if you're just tuning in, for example, during 2.7 and you want to see the characters that are there and they have a character like Galbrena or Lupa on banner, you want to make sure you get yourself a hyper carry like Galbrena, because if you're starting out and you get a character like Lupa, you might take a lot longer to start getting, you know, on track, start moving faster, and start clearing content. So once you start off and you get yourself that Verena, you get yourself that Shorekeeper, the character you want to make sure you summon for is going to be a hyper carry DPS. There are exceptions to it with units like YOOOO and Brent, which are not hyper carry DPSs, but they're sub DPSs, supporters that actually deal a lot of damage. But there are other options out there that don't function the same. There are support or sub DPSs that don't deal as much damage, so don't make the mistake of starting out getting those characters. While it won't break your account, it will just take you a lot longer to start clearing more content and pushing through set content faster.
That actually brings me to an important point. Understand that it will take a fair length of time for you to actually get enough parties built up to clear the endgame. Even with all the free stuff new players get, it will undeniably take a while for you to simply get enough units to clear the game, for the sheer fact that you straight up cannot get 4 separate teams built up in the same version. As a day 1 player myself, I wasn't able to comfortably clear Tower of Adversity until I believe version 1.2 or 1.3, because I simply just didn't have the characters to complete it.
Yeah, it was the same with me. Look, unless you're a whale and you're like max duping the characters and you like max dupe 3 characters like the first month of you playing, you're not going to clear Whimpering Waste. You're not going to clear Tower right away. Take your time, and it's better to spend your currency and your resources in a smart way than try to build all these random units and, you know, spread yourself too thin just to get yourself a little bit more Astrites from pushing a couple more floors in Tower or in Whimpering Waste. So take your time, and eventually, if you've spent your currency right and if you saved your resources for the right moment, you will see that you can clear content absolutely fine with no problem whatsoever, and you won't regret having like a level 40 Zhang Xing or a level 30, you know, YOOOO just sitting in your account. So just keep that in mind.
So don't feel too bad if you're like a month into the game and Tower feels impossible to take out.
Yeah.
You're going to hit that wall just like everyone else. Don't worry about it. That is why I recommend focusing on planning for endgame as soon as possible to minimize the time it takes for you to actually clear it. Back to the point though, while new releases will almost always outperform old ones, you'll still want to keep an eye out for strong supports and attackers that get featured in reruns. I have a ton of videos talking about the best attackers in free-to-play teams, so after watching this one, I highly recommend you watch my other ones to get more information. For the time being, Augusta, Phoebe, and Camellia are 3 very strong units to get and relatively easy to build as well. All 3 of them handle Tower pretty competently, and Augusta and Phoebe can take on hologram bosses with ease. Camellia, on the other hand, is a phenomenal option for Whimpering Wastes. Unlike Hologram, which focuses on bossing, and Tower, where you're expected to take on a small number of enemies, Whimpering mandates you to take on multiple clusters one after another, so you'll want someone with enough sustained attack strength and area coverage to get you through it.
I'm actually surprised he advised Phoebe, Camellia, and he didn't bring up other units, like, for example, Carlotta. Carlotta's an amazing unit he should have mentioned here, because you can run her with a lot of other characters, right? Even as a, you know, free-to-play teams. And she's going to be very, very friendly to, you know, free-to-play characters and new players, as she does have things like freezing the enemy where they won't move for a couple of seconds. She does deal some pretty good damage, and you can pair her up with other units, right? Augusta, absolutely amazing character, because you can pair her up with Mortefi, which is an amazing partner for her, like, fits like a shoe, right? Now, Camellia, if we're talking about the usage in a game mode like Tower, yes, she is, or, you know, Whimpering Waste and Tower, she is good. But if we're specifically talking about her in Tower, you can pretty much just pair a character like Frolova and slot her in here. And Frolova's probably going to be a lot better for Whimpering Waste, right? So that's another character to keep in mind. And then we have a character like Cardathea, which, even though you will want to get Siakona for her, Cardathea is also a lot more solid in the long run, because with a character like Phoebe, With Phoebe, you're only going to really be running Spectra Rover, and eventually that's also going to hit a wall because Phoebe, in the long run, is going to want to be ran with your Zani as a sub-DPS support, whereas if you get Cardathia instead of Phoebe, you'll be able to clear everything pretty damn easily, and eventually you'll be able to get, you know, your Sia Kona as your premium support sub-DPS and clear content as well. So I'm actually surprised he didn't mention those other units, and instead he mentioned Peebs and another 1.0 character, which is Camellia.
During Waste requires 2 parties. One section can easily be handled by a simple Camellia, Sanhua, and Shorekeeper or Verena team. For your other party, if you pulled Augusta, you can run Augusta, Mortifi, and Shorekeeper or Verena to handle that section. If you're watching this down the road, there will no doubt be other characters to pick from, so in the event of that, be sure to brush up on information.
If there's anything you guys want to know, feel free to go ahead and actually ask me on stream. Join the Discord, ask us on there, and I'll tell you guys what's worth summoning from the current banners when you're first watching this video.
Check out my character analyses, and or you can go over to my good friends Brax and Iwin Deleuze to check out their guides as well. Once again, Pinewin's a great resource if you're a bigger fan of reading guides instead of watching them. Either way, to summarize, your target is to work on 2 bossing parties, 4 tower parties, and 2 whimpering parties. That doesn't mean you need 8 different teams. Characters can work for multiple game modes. For example, Augusta can be good for all 3. Practically speaking, you only need 4 parties, but of course the longer you play, the more units you'll get and the more parties you can make. That about wraps it up. TLDR, spend the early game unlocking and progressing through as much of the storyline, quests, and world map as you can. Kill and collect every possible thing you can find, and be sure to level up your Echo databank and account rank as quickly as you can too. Then, once you reach the main game, work on getting a couple decent parties using the free units you acquire and the guaranteed stuff the game offers you as a new player. Only spend what you need to as far as materials go, and continue progressing your databank and account level. Then, by the time you're able to get your units to level 80 or 90, now you can start working on gearing up teams for the endgame. Be sure to watch as many guide videos as you can, whether mine or other channels, to understand what the best teams and units are in the current time period. From then on, you just grind and keep getting more materials, more units, and there you go, you have now caught up with the rest of us. Now, despite me emphasizing progression and getting to the endgame as quickly as possible, above all else, be sure to have fun doing it. Take your time and go through the game at your own pace.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything there is to know, ladies and gentlemen. That's as clear as you can put it. You don't need to rush. Just make sure that as you're moving forward, you're making the right decisions, right? You just save your materials when you first start the game. Don't spread your resources too thin. Make sure that when you summon a character, you ask other people, other YouTubers, streamers, what they think about the current character. Feel free to join my Discord, join my community, and straight up ask me, look, I got this, this, and this. What do you think are my choices? Don't build too many of the starting characters, because honestly, you're not going to use them. Once you build a character like Calcharo, and then eventually, let's say down the line, you get Augusta, you will not want to play with Calcharo again. And that applies to a lot of these other characters, right? You'll build yourself an Encore and eventually get yourself, like, let's say a premium fusion team or a Galbrena, and you will not want to play with your Encore anymore. So don't build these characters too much. It's better to save your resources and push content as much as you can while saving said resources, and eventually it'll all pay out. And you know, a month, 2, 3 months down the line, your account will be looking beautiful in a much better spot, and you'll be able to clear all content. But that's gonna be it for me, guys. Shout out to Bars, he did a great video, and I hope my input also helped you guys out. And once again, always feel free to join my community or ask me on stream any questions you guys might have. For now, thank you guys for watching, and peace. All right, that's it. Yeah, that was a pretty good beginner guide. Homie plugged his videos like 15 times. He doing work. All right, that was quite something. Let me see if I have that on my here. There we go. 1, 2. I might actually have to. I have one more video that I want to react, bro. Did I already react to this one? Bro, I'm telling you, Juice does mad videos on a character, bro. Like, it's actually crazy. Is Galbrena a busted or weak beginner pull? And then how free-to-play friendly is Galbrena? Actually, that's literally like the same video. And she still be managing to put out, like, 5, 6, 7 videos on the same characters before they drop. That's some advanced technology, bro. Holy shit. Man, I'm going to skip the next patch. Got YOOOO. I'm going to build her to replace Arrow Rover on my Cardathea team so Rover can go Spectral for my Zani. Still waiting for Peep. Okay, that sounds solid as hell. That sounds solid as hell, honestly. Don't get caught up shilling for curring banners. It's going to make sense what you go for. Yeah, exactly. I got so many clips for it. Got a lot to do after stream. Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate you for getting those clips. All right, let's see. We got one more video, and I don't think I'm going to do Tower on stream. I think I'm actually going to get off stream after this last video because I'm already at fucking 5 hours, chat. And I got to edit these videos. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do, and it's fucking 10 p.m. Holy shit. I'm going to do one more video. That puts me at like 5 videos. I got to drop 2 videos tonight, which is going to be the Galbrena guide and the Galbrena weapon guide. And then I'll start dropping all these other videos tomorrow. I got shorts to do. And then tomorrow we might do like a fucking 8-hour stream doing Tower, okay? You know what I mean? Yeah, we got to do mad videos, bro. We got... Right now, like, bro, honestly, these reacts end up, like, I wasn't a big reactor before, but people have told me that they enjoy my reactions because I add a lot of value to the videos that I watch. Like, you'll have a creator drop a lot of knowledge, but sometimes they might have things that aren't really well explained. So, you know, I gotta do that. Isn't the Galbrena Resonator Showcase coming soon? Yo, is the Galbrena Resonator Showcase coming today? Oh, fuck, I think it is. Yo, does the Galbrena Resonator Showcase drop today, chat? Or is that shit dropping tomorrow? Because, fuck. I'm actually kind of cooked if that drops tonight. Aishin's like, you ain't getting off the stream. What you talking about? You got the Galbrena Resonator Showcase to watch, bro. Shit. Okay. Let's see, we got one more video to react to. Today I'm on a roll with these videos, bro. We pumping them out. I appreciate everybody that's here. We doing overtime. We really are, bro. Probably tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, no, and I'm telling you, I'm going to start dropping more content myself as well. And then more reactions because we just need content, bro. We're going to be dropping content. All right, this is going to be our last video reaction for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see what they are actually cooking with this one. All right, I want to see what they're cooking with this one. Because it's pretty much the same video. Did I already react to this video, bro? It feels like it's the same fucking video, bro. Did I react to how free-to-play friendly is Galbrena actually? Or did I record the other one? Which was, I'm pretty sure I recorded the other one. These videos from Jews be getting me confused. Is Galbrena a busted or weak beginner pull? No, that's the one I did. Is Galbrena a busted or weak beginner pull? That feels like the same shit of how free-to-play friendly Galbrena is. But you know what? We farming today, so we gotta do it. Right? It just feels the same, bro. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. But man, I guess we're gonna farm, so might as well. It's the same photo. Some streamer. Facts. Normally it's like a day or two before they drop. We are 2 days before Galbrena drops. So it's either tonight or tomorrow with the Resonator Showcase. I was pretty sure it was tonight. Since I still have about 30 minutes left of the stream, someone could tell me. Juice is like old McDonald with the farming. Yeah, Juice be farming, bro. I be farming too, shit, but damn. I was pretty sure this was the same video as the other one, so we're going to say a lot of the same shit we said on my other video, but whatever. It is what it is. All right, let's go. Let me drink some juice, and then we'll see. Check my own story? What do you mean my own story? On Twitch? Do I have a story on Twitch? Only? Or what are you talking about? Synovius, what it is. What it is, Synovius. Yo, we did get a lot of clips today. Holy shit. Oh, my own history. Okay. Oh, to know what video I watched. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, but these things are open, so I don't know. Is Galbrena a busted or weak beginner pull? Okay, yeah, that's the one we just watched. We're good. We're good. This man Latrell really said that YOOOO's banner. This man Latrell be wilding. I don't even know if he's still in stream. I would roast him right now if he was on stream. This man said, yo, I'm like 20 pulls away or like 30 pulls away from getting YOOOO's weapon. I'm not going to be able to get her before she leaves. Meanwhile, he's spending thousands of dollars in Pokemon cards. Bro, spend like 20 bucks and get yourself your YOOOOO weapon. That's like 2 packs of Pokemon cards. What are we talking about, Latrell? God damn. I use Mono, Arrow, Cart Team for clearing content. You gotta love Lat. True, Lat is Big Latralius for a reason, bro. Alright. You gotta get those. You know the thing, though? 95% of the cards you pull on them packs gonna be, like, used as bonfire wood. Alright, let's record this last video, because I'm honestly, my neck is hurting, my throat is hurting, goddamn. Nine's Pride win is cool, right? Has Nine's talked in a while? I know he was here earlier. I don't know if he's still around. This man, John, said something at the very beginning of the stream, then absolutely disappeared for like 8 hours, which is actually insane, bro. John be hating on our flow, chat. Alright, let's see. Let's record this video, guys, so we can get the hell off, unless they drop that trailer. Before we do that, let me refresh so it actually loads right. I'm unsure some of the links ain't dropping on the elements, but glad most of...
How free-to-play friendly is Galbrena
We gotta check which ones ain't dropping. Oh, I gotta do so many thumbnails and everything today. I'm fried. What's good, guys? CJ here, and today we gotta react to another video regarding how free-to-play is Galbrena, right? How free-to-play friendly Galbrena actually is. And y'all know today we've been talking about Galbrena quite a lot. We've been giving my take on this character, and we have several videos on the channel breaking down pretty much everything you need to know about Galbrena. We did test her for 2 weeks extensively on the test servers, and we have a lot of insider information regarding this character. But as y'all know, when the character officially releases, we'll do even more testing. There is a lot of things y'all want to know regarding Galbrena, and I have a lot of opinions regarding this unit. So without further ado, let's hop on in and see what Juice cooked up with this video.
How free-to-play friendly is Galbrena actually? Let's talk about it. My name is Juice, and let's get into it. Okay, so, as we all know, Galbrena was recently revealed by Kurobot Games, and we have a decent amount of information on her now. So now we must beg the question, is Galbrena a free-to-play friendly unit? And if so, then why? And if not, then also why? Well, I would make the proposition that she is free-to-play accessible. It just kind of depends on where you've put your investments.
I'm gonna be honest, I actually think Galbrena in her entirety, so counting Galbrena and her banner, are pretty free-to-play friendly. Now, the reason I say that is because Galbrena is going to be able to be slotted in with multiple characters, and they're going to produce premium teams. A lot of other units that you get, you can slot them with other characters, but they don't produce premium teams. So for example, you can get a Zani and slot her with Spectra Rover. That's not a premium team. It'll perform, but it won't be premium. You can get Cardathea and slot her in with Sanhua and clear content, but it will not be a premium team. Whereas a character like Galbrena, you can slot her in with her best in slot, which is Shi Yuan, and that'll be a premium team. You can slot her in with a Brandt and a Lupa, and that'll be a premium team. You can slot her in with a Brandt and a Shangli, and that'll be a premium team. And then you have the other characters that won't be premium teams, like, for example, slotting her with a Mortefi. So she does have quite a few characters that you can slot her in to generate premium teams, as well as other units that you can slot her in to generate pretty good teams, right? So I think that's a valid positive thing from this character. And then on top of the fact that if we look at her banner, you're going to be able to get Mortefi and Sanhua from her banner, which is absolutely amazing for multiple other teams and multiple other situations. So that right there is pretty free to play friendly, if you ask me.
What I mean by that is that if you've been playing for a while and you have a certain set of 5-star characters, then I feel like Galbrena is going to feel very accessible to you. But if you haven't invested in that set of characters, then she's probably not even going to feel that inaccessible because she's still going to have options, but perhaps you might consider getting someone else. Essentially, I'd say that if you've invested a lot into fusions, you have a Lupa, you have a Brant, but you don't have the full triple fusion team, then yes, Galbrena is worth your time. Now, I do think that if you already have a full triple fusion team, then there's just not really much reason to get her, but that's besides the point. We're talking about our free-to-play friendliness here, and in terms of free-to-play friendliness, if you're somebody who has collected a couple of these units, then you're able to use them over using Choyuan. However, the thing is, most of the really good fusions are 5 stars, and because of that, that ends up not being that free-to-play friendly. Sure, Lupa is going to be running alongside her, and Brant Wuthering Waves has had numerous banners by this point, and there's also been an adequate amount of time to get Changli multiple times as well. However, the fact of the matter still stands. Those are multiple 5-star characters, and if you're collecting them all, chances are you're going for triple fusion. So, that's not exactly the most free-to-play friendly approach, and that is why I say that it's more so something you can consider if you've already invested into that direction. Though I assume that if you're investing into that direction, you already had something that you were planning to do in the first place. But either way, it's something you can consider, but it does dock some points for her free-to-play friendliness. Because no matter how good of a pull the individual fusion units are, the fact of the matter still stands that she primarily wants 5-star teammates. And if you're not getting those 5-star teammates, then you can consider getting Choyuan, who is also a 5-star teammate. Her teams just don't end up being that accessible. However, you have to remember, as long as it's not a negative status character, not having a 5-star teammate is not that bad of a detriment. Is it?
I don't personally consider, you know, a free-to-play character as a character that can just run with a bunch of 4-star units, because the reality of it is that most teams that can run 4-star units relatively well are already kind of underperforming compared to other teams, right? There are exceptions like Augusta with Mortefi, right? But for the most part, most other teams that you're pairing up with 4-star characters are already doing, you know, kind of mid. I think that a character that is free to play friendly is a unit that has many options, right? And in this scenario, while she doesn't have a bunch of 4-star characters, let's be honest, what 5-star character has a bunch of 4-star options? Most 5-star characters will either be running with Sanhua or Mortefi. That's it. You ain't gonna be running no characters with no random ass Yuan Wu, with no Lumi. While some can, you're really not doing that. Most characters only really have one viable 4-star option. So the fact that she does have a viable 4-star option in Mortefi, and then she has a bunch of different 5-star characters she can run with, gives her variety. If you're someone that has pulled Brant before, you can pair her up with Brant. If you're someone that has pulled Shangli, you can pair her up with Shangli. If you're someone that has pulled Lupa, you can pair her with Lupa. If you're someone that just pulled YOOOO, you can pair her with YOOOO for the heavy attack buff. So there are many options to Galbrena and the character she can run with, right? In the 5-star department, which cannot be said for a lot of other units, right? If you have a Cardathea, you're normally going to want to run her with like a Siakona or not really that much else. There are other options, but they won't work as well, and it's the same for a lot of other units, right? So I do think Galbrena on that regard is pretty free to play friendly when it comes to team building. And even if you have 1 or 2 of the other fusion characters, while you can aim for the mono fusion team, you can also just slot them in with Galbrena and you'll be absolutely done with a premium fusion team.
A detriment, absolutely, and I'm not going to say that it's always a small one. However, it is undeniably going to be better than if you didn't have a 5-star teammate for a negative status character. You're still going to be better off. For example, in this case, you can still use Mortefi with her and use Shorekeeper in the 3rd slot. Is it going to be as strong as using the fusions or Choyuan? No, most likely not, but most people have Shorekeeper.
It's not about most likely not. It will 100% not be as strong as using her best in slot or premium 5-star characters, right? If you run her with her best in slot, she's going to have the best results. So while running Mortefi is going to be a placeholder, don't compare that and don't expect the same results as running her premium partner.
Accessible to literally every beginner player that starts the game, provided that they decide to pull for Shorekeeper as their limited 5-star that they can get from 1 decks. And she's also had another rerun banner recently, so I feel like a majority of people should have her. Otherwise, Verena's obviously going to work, as she always has.
Yeah.
So whenever you consider that, yes, she is going to have a free-to-play friendly team option, but how strong it's going to be, we'll see. I don't really think this is going to be an Augusta case where we have that perfect level of balance. And that's because we just don't really have a 4-star character that is on more Teffy's level, but is able to help out Echo scale damage characters.
Yep, exactly. That's true. While Mortefi will be able to run with her, it will not be a perfect fit like Mortefi with Augusta. That was a perfect case scenario. And like Juice just said, we don't have a character that can buff that particular aspect of Galbrena.
If we ever did get that, that would be awesome, but I don't think we're going to do that, because then that's going to make Choyuan redundant. And if you're a free-to-play, unless you're just a big Choyuan simp such as myself, you're probably just not really going to be interested in getting him because he's on the more niche side. Is he a good unit? Absolutely.
I've already covered this a lot, guys. Stop thinking like that. Stop thinking about niche and all of that. It's just, who's your main DPS? Who's the character you like as your main DPS? Who is their best in slot support or sub DPS? And you get them. It doesn't matter if that character is very specific to your main DPS. If they're a team, if they're synergistic, if they're meant to run together, if that's what you got to do to extend the duration of your main DPS that you really like and you want to see him carry you for a long time, you get that character, right? While you can run other units together, like for example, like Juice was saying, you can run Mortefi with Galbrena. The reality of it is that you want to run your best in slot units to give that DPS more longevity. It's that simple.
I don't want you thinking that Choyuan is bad. I have seen some people getting a bit worried that he's not really that good. Don't get that idea. He is a good character, but the issue is that he's definitely more on the niche side.
Let's be honest, we don't know anything about Shoyuan. We've seen a little bit in the dev stream. Other than that, we don't know his multipliers. We don't know his skills. I mean, I know them because I, beta testing, but saying that he's a good character before we officially globally get information on him, we see what his official finalized stats and, multipliers and everything is a lot. I would advise you guys to wait and see until the devs give us more information. Once 2.7 launches and we get Galbrena's banner in the gallery of the game, we will have the information of Shoyuan. So at that point, we can, look into it, see what he has to offer, break him down, and then you guys will have the information. But for now, officially, we don't have that information.
That's his personal job done well, but if you have no interest in that personal job, or you just think that it's too niche of an investment, and you're not really that big on Frolova or Galbrena, then he just ends up not really being all that worth it. So Galbrena ends up landing in this awkward position where she's not necessarily anti-free-to-play by any means, but she's definitely more on the costly side in terms of teammates. And that is why I say that it kind of depends on how long you've been playing. Wuthering Waves' pull count per patch is generally very good, and I do think that because of how many fusions we have, at this point you probably should have at least one, and if you don't, that's completely fine. There is much reason to have skipped them for whatever reason that may be.
That's a good way to put it, the way she said it, right? She is more on the costly side regarding her teammates, but once again, not a lot of characters get full usage of their 4-star, partners. They only really get 1 or maybe 2 specific bonuses to them, but it's rare that you'll have an Augusta Mortefi situation.
And you can save yourself making that investment by just going for Choyuan. And you could argue that it's nice that she's able to work with those other fusion characters, because it removes the pressure to go and invest in that direction. You don't have to get Choyuan. If you've already invested in the fusions, you're going to be fine. And I think that's generally a good thing.
That's actually true. Like, it's 100% true. The team will now move from a absolute hyper carry Galbrena, if you get Galbrena and Shoyuan, to more of a team damage oriented comp if you run like Galbrena with like Brandt and Shangli. It'll still perform really good. It'll still clear really good, but it'll just clear differently, if that makes any sense.
Is good on Kuro Games that they've made the unit accessible in that sense, and in that sense, you're also going to be able to save more Ash Strites and just invest more into Galbrena personally if you didn't already have any interest in Choyuan. You can also squeeze in the fusions in other ways. For example, Lupa into Mortefi into Galbrena, if you do have Lupa but you might not have the other two. There is ways to go about it, and there are workarounds, but I'm hesitant to call them free-to-play friendly, because generally speaking, when we say free-to-play friendly, what we really mean is the unit able to work cheaply? Can they work well on a 4-star and not feel really bad to use? I don't necessarily think Galbrena is going to feel bad on a cheap setup. I just don't think that's going to be the case. I'm sure she's going to feel just fine. But is she going to feel significantly weaker? Probably.
But that's the case with every character, isn't it? Where they feel significantly weaker with a 4-star on their team than their best in slot 5-star character.
I think Augusto is probably the most well-balanced unit in this sense. Mortefi is absolutely excellent for her, an amazing 4-star heavy attack buffer that is able to compensate for not having YOOOO. However, YOOOO is a fantastic unit and is a more than sufficient upgrade to your teams, while also just being a really good pull for your overall account if you have some certain teammates. So I would say that they did that amazingly, because that was a situation where literally everybody won. You could comfortably skip YOOOO if you didn't really want her, and you could comfortably invest into her if you wanted your YOOOO to reach max potential, and I personally think that's a very good thing. In this situation, it's kind of awkward to pull for Cho Yuen if you're not really committed to the Echo archetype, and if you're not really into that, then he just kind of ends up feeling a bit redundant to get on his own, especially if you have more limited resources, and Galbrena is already a somewhat redundant addition to the roster. Sure, she could end up being really, really strong, but you have to consider, basically every DPS is good these days. If they make a new DPS, they are going to be good. This is generally a very well-balanced game, and you can consider basically any DPS released in the last year or so, or if you want to push it a bit, then sure, the last 8-9 months, but generally, you get the point, they're going to be good. Simply having good damage is becoming less and less of a focal point for a character's value. Sure, it can definitely define a second slot teammate's value, because most of the time the damage is what makes them so flexible. Brent Wuthering Waves absolutely feels so much worse without a signature. And that's because it really gimps his damage. You're not able to build tide breaking as easily. Obviously, you can just use Blood Pact's Pledge, but it's still not going to be anywhere as good as using Unflickering Valor. So in that case, yes, damage does count a lot. And in YOOOO's case, damage does count a lot. That is a very large part of her value, and it's why she's able to freaking carry Gion in some cases. However, for a main DPS character in WUWA, you can basically always be rest assured that they're going to be good. So I wouldn't really say that you should pull for damage anymore, because we have plenty of high damaging options. That isn't really the only thing at this point. So I would say it's better to prioritize other things: Whimpering Wastes coverage, TOA coverage, Fusion Elements coverage, element coverage in general. You get the idea. There are plenty of different factors to cover here. And to put it into perspective for you, Carlotta released quite a while ago at this point, and she is still a very high damaging character. Seriously, they are never going to release a main DPS that is just bad. So if damage is your only concern, yes, she is going to do damage. And even if you're on a really cheap setup, I'm sure if you put in enough time and effort, you can compensate for your lack of investment with skill. Wuthering Waves has that nice quality, where if you're not really all that invested, you can still compensate for a lot of your damage loss by simply being good at the game, and just knowing good techniques and whatnot. But either way, you get the point. I wouldn't really put too much emphasis on the fact that she may have good damage, because, wow, big shocker. And we're very close to WUWA 3.x, and I guarantee you we're probably going to get even stronger DPSs when we head there. WUWA has very natural damage progression. The reason why I'm saying all this is because, sure, she might not have the free-to-play friendliest teams in the world, but I wouldn't really want damage to be used as a justification for it. Sure.
I don't know. I feel that while that does hold some truth, it also varies on who you're talking to, right? If you're a brand new player, damage is why you should be pulling a unit, right? You should already have a shorekeeper and a Verena. So at that point, you need a character that can do damage to carry you through tower and to carry you through, you know, Whimpering Waste, so forth and so on. But if you're talking more so to, you know, a veteran or someone that already has a strong roster, that already has units like Augusta, Cardathea, Frolova, you know, those type of units, then yes, damage is not what we're specifically looking for, because we're already dealing enough damage. At that point, units that can, you know, work with multiple characters, units that have longevity in their kits are going to be more valuable. But for a person that's just building the roster, a DPS that can deal that much damage is definitely going to be ideal and a big first step to their account. So it really depends on who you're talking to. And yes, obviously, as we go down into the game, 3.0, 3.5, 4.0, units will naturally get stronger. That's not a reason to skip a character right now, just because eventually down the line they'll be stronger, because we know they will. They'll also become more, you know, supportive and work with more characters eventually, unless they really decide to go down this very strict path of making characters be absolutely restrictive to another pairing, like maybe Show UN will be with, you know, Galbrena. But other than that, I do think that if you're a new player, or, you know, a newer player, right now damage is something you should be looking for. And if you're a veteran player, somewhere that's more, you know, into the game, that has been playing for a while, damage is definitely not something that's vital. Also, she's tooting that butt in that pause screen. That's crazy.
It could be very good, but even if it is, yeah, sure, but everyone's damage is good. You could go for somebody that's far cheaper in cost, and you wouldn't.
That is a very good way to put it. Damage is not a factor when there is no time DPS checks. All endgame has timers, so damage is crucial. Absolutely, absolutely true on that. Every endgame in Wuthering Waves has a timer on it. So if you're a player that has, like, I don't know, Encore, and you're clearing with an Encore, and then you happen to get a Galbrena is going to change your perspective of the game and the way you progress and clear content dramatically. So once again, if you're, it's one of those things that we got to take it from a very specific point of view. We're talking about free-to-play players. If you're a free-to-play, if you're relatively new, Galbrena with her damage, she's coming in, she's going to be great for you. And obviously that doesn't apply to people that already have, even if they're free-to-play, very well-built accounts and teams.
Even be missing out on that much DPS. Now in Galbrena's case, if she does end up having very favorable damage, I will say that at least she's not negative status. Zanya and Cardathea are, and those two are like some of the top performing DPSs in the game right now. So sure, that is also something else that you could consider. But ultimately, do I think that Galbrena is a free-to-play friendly unit? Do I think that if a free-to-play is getting her, is she going to be worth your time? Well, she can use Static Mist most likely. All of the gun DPSs have been able to up until this point. And our teams, she has options at the very least. I personally think that this is definitely no Phoebe situation where, oh my goodness, you're getting the most bang for your asteroids that there has ever been. But I do think that if you're a free-to-play that's been playing for a while and you have certain investments, she's going to be a pretty good pickup for you. However, I would say that if you don't have those certain investments, I honestly think she's very passable. Is she gonna be good? Listen, it's Wuthering Waves. Every new release is good. You can literally go for everybody and feel guilt-free about it. I'm not really focusing on that so much as I'm focusing on her accessibility. I guarantee you she's going to still feel strong on a more Teffy Shorekeeper team, and she is definitely going to feel a lot better with a free-to-play setup compared to negative status characters with a free-to-play setup. And if that's what matters to you, then I think that Galbrena is going to be a perfectly good pickup. But I think that if you want the cheapest possible pickup, then Galbrena might not be the right choice, because there are other DPSs that are cheaper. For example, Carlotta's a good example of a very easily accessible DPS who has multiple second slot teammates that she can use, while also being able to use 4-stars like Yang Yang if you don't have any other options.
Yes, that's true, but we talked about this earlier in another video, bro. You really want to go for a character that is at this point, what, 4, 5, 6 months old, as opposed to a brand new DPS. What's going to happen 6 months down the line where Carlotta is now a year old and Galbrena is only 6 months old, right? Maybe by that point, Carlotta might have fallen off a little bit more in terms of damage, where maybe Galbrena will have a little bit more longevity, right? So in my personal, experience, I always advise going for the newest DPS character. So yes, I agree that Carlotta has some more free-to-play options, but Galbrena also has a lot of good options, and while all of them or most of them will not be free-to-play options, I feel that her performance overall might end up being a little bit better than older DPS units. We'll have to wait and see. We'll test it out, but that's just my advice.
You do have options of other DPSs. So, do I think that you should get Galbrena in particular? Evaluate what you genuinely need. If you think that a fusion hypercarry is seriously the best investment for you, yes, go for it. But don't be baited by huge damage numbers whenever she comes out. Big shocker, it's Wuthering Waves. Everyone does well. There are layers to what makes a character a good investment. Damage on its own is not a very special thing anymore, so...
Yeah, I agree with that last statement. There are layers to what makes a character special in WUWA nowadays, it's not just about the damage. The damage is important. Don't get me wrong. I don't know why they saying that. Damage is a very important factor. Yes, every character that's coming out is dealing more and more damage. That's just the way it goes. And older characters can still clear all the endgame content. Withering Waves is relatively easy of a game. There are many factors that, you know, value a character, right? How viable they are, how self-sufficient they are, their gameplay. Do they have good gameplay that, you know, synergizes well with the current endgame content, right? Can they chase down targets? Do they have range to their attacks? Do they have gap closers? Things like that. That's big part of a character. Their kit, the way they play, the way they deal the damage, how fast they ramp up, and how dependent they are on other units, like, for example, Zani. She's kind of bricked without peeps. But yeah, that's pretty much it regarding this video. I do think Galbrena is a very interesting character. If you already have the Mono Fusion team, you might as well skip her unless you just like her. If you have any of the Fusion characters already, you can slot her with them and she'll perform fine. Or if you really like her, get Shuyu on, because they're just going to do a really good partner, you know, synergy when it comes to their damage. Hyper carry unit, and she's pretty damn good in not just her damage, but her gameplay. But that's going to be it for me. The last Galbrena video of the day. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the comment section below. For now, peace. Jesus fucking Christ. I am tired of recording Galbrena videos today. And not only that, bro, I feel like the last two videos that I watched from Juice are the most, like, they're good videos if you only watch one. Like, if you watch the first video, you don't need to watch this video. I feel like they're very redundant around the same goddamn topic, bro. Like, really, really redundant. Like, I mean, I get it. It's farming. You get views. It is what it is. I'm not hating on it. But I was legit, like, starting to get sleepy. Because it's like, holy shit, I'm saying the same things on both of the videos. I was saying the same shit on both videos. So, goddamn, I'm still uploading them for the views. Fuck it. But, Jesus, that shit was actually putting me to sleep. Having to say the same shit twice, bro. Like, what the fuck? I feel like this video did not give examples to back up or clarify on the howevers that he stated. What do you mean? What do you mean, Taroni? Imagine for Shi Yuan, bro. Usually they're like that. Like, they're just a lot of videos, bro. Honestly, I found Juice to do that a bunch lately. It's why I'd rather watch. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna be honest. You guys know me. I like covering these topics down to the T. And I don't drop this many videos for a character. I'll drop like 2 to 3 videos. I might start dropping like 3 to 4 just because the algorithm and trying to get views. Y'all could watch a couple of them. And then the other ones, just put them on mute and just watch them if their reactions like this. Because the last 2 videos felt very redundant. But hey, man, I guess. 20 videos on Shi Yuan and all WUWA channel. Facts. Yeah, they were very close. Yeah, that was definitely just farming. I thought this is the same one. Yeah, pretty much. He said that this and that is good. However, still think it's not that bad because the stances are all over the place. I feel that when it comes to those later videos that we've been talking about, I feel that it's really freaking hard to, like, at least on those 2 videos, to, like, stay on topic. That's why I had to specifically clear some things up. Like in that video that they were talking about Lupa versus Galbrena, and then they were saying, well, if you have pretty much every other unit for Lupa, and then for Galbrena, if you don't have Shi Yuan, I feel like that doesn't make sense. You gotta, like, kind of put them on the same kind of playing field. I'm still tempted to grab Shi Yuan to test with Furlova, but I'm gonna be strong. Yeah, bro, be strong. I mostly don't watch any of the vids on upcoming recently because it's either repetitive, overhyping, etc. Hey, my videos are good, though. Even when I react to some of these takes from these people, I drop a lot of knowledge when it comes to things. And I break it down to a point where people can actually relate to what the hell is being said. You feel me? I wrote random shit while I leave them on the background. Don't write random shit. Try to make yourself sound smart only. What you talking about? Blue Protocol releases this week. Yeah, next Friday. Next Friday. Bro, I wanted to do a little bit of tower defense, but we're almost going on 6 hours. We are not doing tower defense today. That's crazy. Let's do this. I gotta do thumbnails and drop these videos, man. Let's see. But yeah, guys, I'm probably going to eat right now while I edit some of these things. And that's going to be it for today. I think that is going to be it for today. I had to get all those reactions out, man. And now I got to go edit the videos, upload them, and all that good stuff. I do appreciate y'all sticking around and yapping it up in the comments, because that looks good on the videos. 20, bro, if I get off and these motherfuckers drop a Resonator Showcase, I'm gonna be so salty. I'm gonna be so salty, because then I'll have to drop it off stream. I'll have to drop that shit off stream, and I do have a feeling that it's gonna be today, bro. Because we have 2 days left, bro. We have 2 days. They don't usually drop the Resonator Showcase the day before, do they? Do they usually drop the Resonator Showcase the day before? They drop them 2 days before. Look, if we don't get a Resonator Showcase, we're banning only. Yeah, it's usually around 10 my time, bro, and it's 10:30. But it could be 11 my time. Nonetheless, though, I'd rather be off stream, just react to it, and then upload it. Because I'm tired, bro. But yeah, guys, I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. If the Resonator, Showcase drops, we're banning only. I wasn't the first who said that. It is what it is, though. Appreciate y'all. I'll be live again tomorrow. And we got to do a lot of tower defense tomorrow, which is going to be a boring stream, but we'll make it fun by talking shit, okay? Have a good one, y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and peace.
Don't care, walking the dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're made of? Whatever ain't right, prove it on yourself. Revisit your act, return to parallel. Living on a timeline, in the time that gold up and drain.